It feels like lately I've been starting off all my videos with the phrase, "This has been a long time coming." But truly, this has been a long time coming. The first bona fide heavy hitter video of this channel. Signalis is best described as a sci-fi survival horror puzzle game. Its story is simple in nature, but complex in structure. For this reason, even on your very first playthrough of the game, by the end of your journey, you'll have a general idea of what happened. But you will be so wrapped up emotionally in this story, attached to the uncertainty in betwixt the certainty in this story, that you will have to go back and answer all the whys and the hows and the what ifs. For this reason, this game is a perfect example of something that you ought to play before watching this video. With haunting number stations, a forlorn love story, multi-layered cognito hazards, Signalis is a dimension-hopping cross between Ex Machina and Inland Empire. Now, playing the game isn't a requirement to enjoy this video, and frankly, not playing the game is a requirement for you enjoying your next week, maybe even month. But don't let that scare you away from playing the one-of-a-kind, grim, and heartbreaking experience that is Signalis. Hold on, one second. I feel like I need to say this real quick. I have to apologize. One of the reasons why this video was so delayed is because right when I was about to start filming, I got brutally sick. For this reason, the prologue segment of this video, the part where I'm in front of the gameplay, I'll have a bit of a raspy voice. If that's too much for you, especially if you're misophonic, it gets a lot better after the prologue. So if you skip the prologue, don't worry. I make enough references back to the prologue that you won't really miss much. Again, apologies. I was just so ready to get this out to you that vocal cords be damned. Well, that's my sign to get on with the video. We start our game off being beckoned by a typed out message, "Wake up." And so, we do. Meet LSTR-512, the synthetic protagonist of this game. We wake up in some sort of hibernation pod, perhaps a charging station or some sort of stabilizing unit for long-term android sleeping. Off the bat, let me go ahead and just reveal the proper term for our character's species, body, is Replika. More on that later. It looks like our Replika awoke in some sort of ship. Despite her slender frame, she leaves pretty audible thunks on the metal floor, probably indicating she's got some reinforced bones, or even skin. Speaking of which, what's with those feet? Or lack thereof? At first, I just automatically appraised this as sleek android design. But no, the purely biological counterparts to Replikas, for now I'll refer to them as human, also have the same kind of feet. So perhaps this is just a stylistic design for all the character models in this game. I may come back to this later. There's nothing for us at the bottom level of the ship, so we go up the ladder and do a bit of exploring. We enter the cockpit to find that our ship has crash-landed onto a snowy planet, peppered with these rectangular pillars with Triforce shapes on them. This indicates to me that some sort of civilization touched this planet. Is this the civilization our characters belong to, or one of the far past? I'll say this for now. This ship that we are in was sent out far from its home solar system to find exoplanets. So maybe this planet is a strange exoplanet, and these pillars are an indication of some sort of ancient civilization. Past, present, perhaps even something else? We'll get there when we get there. However, on another comb through, I turned up the brightness, and we can see that the sides of the triangle are dotted. It's kind of like a hexagonal shape, with a triforce within it. Here's what's odd. This is an upside-down version of a symbol for a mining facility called Sierpinski, one that we are going to interact with very, very soon. This is a mining facility that belongs to the civilization we belong to. So is this a familiar planet? One already discovered by our government? And to make matters even more confusing, beneath the symbol we can vaguely see a shape etched in. When moving the camera, it seems to clearly depict an eye. Let's keep all these details in mind for now. This planet is a strange mystery to this game, but if we simply allow it to be an enigmatic location, our investigation will be a lot easier. Now back to the cockpit. Now, I noticed that the controls aren't in the English alphabet that I'm used to. I've tried to cross-reference this with various alphabets, and every time I think I've got a match, I notice something off. It kind of reminds me of katakana, but I'm not sure. Outside of whatever default language you're playing this game with, you're going to be seeing German and Chinese. So maybe this is some sort of phonetic script that I'm just not familiar with. I don't know. Spoken language is fun, but written makes my head hurt. Don't worry, there'll be other kinds of evidence that will teach us about this culture that our characters belong to. On our left, we pick up a photo. The left of the image is blacked out, which is interesting. It's almost as if the actual subject of the photo is being corrupted, rather than the physical card of the photo being burned or smudged. On the right is a white-haired woman. We will come to learn that this is the captain of our ship. Leaving the cockpit, we access the inventory to examine our photo.
A photograph taken on self-developing film. Despite the damage, Ariane Young can still be seen on it.
Ariane Young.
Now would be a good time to chart out our first characters. We've got LSTR, our main character, and Ariane Young. We will come to learn that the civilization our characters belong to is the Yuuzhan nation. U for European, Zhen for, I'm assuming, Asian. Every Gestalt, or non-replica character, will have a first name of European origin and a last name of Asian origin. While the two languages that we will be operating with outside of English will be Chinese and German, the origins of the first and last names can come from all across the continent. When trying to find the origin of the last name Young, there is a region in Korea that's called Yongseyo, the name meaning west of the passes. Yongseyo. The last name Seo will be very important in this game. Or perhaps I'm just finding dubious patterns. I'll keep this in mind for when we discuss another character very shortly.
It looks like the pigment was damaged by time and exposure to the elements.
Okay, so perhaps this is just the natural damage to the pigmentation. But still, let's keep this concept in mind, the redaction of information, not only from databases, but from perception itself. Like a memory wisp. On the back of the photo is cryo, which is German for cryo, as in cryo chamber or ice. So evidently, while we were plugged into our suspension pod, Ariane Young was going spaghettis mode in a cryopod. This pattern, by the way, is the answer to a coming cryo chamber puzzle.
Before we solve this puzzle, I do want to make note that it does foreshadow two major puzzles. One that involves a lot of different nature elements, in this case it's ice, and then another puzzle that involves 3x3 matrices of buttons that we have to press.
We make our way to an airlock compartment, which stores protective armor called EVA suits. These are suits meant to protect their wearer from pressure, elements, temperature, and all-around bad vibes one might tussle with on an exoplanet. These are not to be confused with ego suits. Evidently, one of the suits has been taken. By Ariane? Well, who else? This ship only has a crew of 2 people, an LSTR replica and a non-replica Pioneer captain. Well, we need a key card to unlock this final suit. Kinda surprised we don't already have one in our pockets. The only lead we have for this puzzle is this cryo symbol. But before we leave this room, I do want to note we get the official name of the ship, the Penrose 512. So, our serial number, LSTR 512, means that we specifically were created for this mission, on the ship Penrose 512. This is very, very interesting. So, the Penrose is also called the Impossible Triangle. It's a shape that on first glance makes sense. Your brain just looks at it like a 3D triangle shape. But then your brain begins to try and make sense of where each shaded side starts and ends. It's another theme we'll be working with, huh? But then suddenly none of it makes sense. One moment you think you're looking at the bottom side of the 3D shape, then suddenly you're on the top or on the side.
This is a fantastic, fantastic shape to signify this game. And ultimately, if we were to best describe this timeline using some sort of shape, it would have to be the Impossible Triangle, the Penrose.
We enter what I believe is the mess hall and find a manual. Here's the first page.
LSTR features Repair Logic Module. Serving our great nation as ship technicians aboard the scout vessels of the Penrose program, LSTR-type replicas like yourself are equipped with a specialized Repair Logic Module, RLM, allowing them to quickly and easily repair both themselves and important mission equipment.
The rest is gameplay instructions for new players. Evidently, LSTRs are meant to encompass many duties aboard a ship. This may include repairs, piloting, and once landed on an exoplanet, scouting, and maybe even combat. So we must think like a MacGyver Magpie Elster if we want to solve the puzzles in this game. Also, this note helps emphasize the differing physiologies of replicas and non-replicas. While non-replicas would need to use first aid kits and natural healing processes of their body to reverse trauma to the body, replicas can near instantly repair themselves with various repair items that we can find throughout this game. Conveniently, we can monitor the ship's status from this very room. On the interface, we pick up some tape. Looks like we're going to put those precision repair skills to work. Let's see what info we can glean from this status interface.
Scout vehicle status monitor. Status: critical system failure detected. Location: unknown planetary surface. Crew statuses: A. Young, Gestalt pilot, no signal. LSTR 512 replica unit, active, in the mess hall. Hard landing on surface has damaged critical systems. Warning: surface temperature critically low. Wear protective clothing during AVA.
Okay, so the ship isn't going anywhere. That Ava suit is our only way forward. Hold on. Ariana Young has no signal. If she were in the cryopod, we would see it here. Curious. As we make our way to the cryo chamber, we find another manual.
Penrose-type vessel field operations manual. Penrose-type vessels of the Yuzin People's Navy are low-cost space exploration vessels deployed beyond the solar system's edge in the search for planets and moons fit for habitation or rich in natural resources to support the continuous growth of our great nation. All Penrose vessels are piloted by a Gestalt Scout officer, supported by a Land Survey or Ship Technician Replika, LSTR. This partner system of Gestalt Replika cooperation has proved successful in countless previous Scout operations. Mutual control and support allow both the Gestalt officer and the Technician Replika to perform at their optimal capacity. Once the vessel is catapulted toward the edge of the solar system by an orbital mass driver, the pilot may adjust the course from the flight deck, while the replica will take care of mechanical maintenance of the vessels.
Oh geez. Low-cost space exploration vessels. We're literally just throwaway scout units, like in Civilization or Star Wars Battlegrounds. Here it's also confirmed that this is a two-man, or I guess two-woman operation. We explore one more room, the Gestalt officer's bedroom. Gestalt is the actual term for non-replicas, or humans. We'll explore this in an upcoming segment of the game. We pick up a note, smeared in blood. Now, this note's text is obscured in blood, so we can't read all of it. Now, for the most part, I'll be using the help of the Signalis Wikia and this Reddit post by Pat Ellis Long on r/Signalis to make sense of these obscured notes we'll be finding in this game. However, this is one exception. It seems that these characters are truly just jumbled, but that doesn't mean we can glean something from them. Cycle something 1570 something. Based on what I know about the fate of this mission and fate of Ariane, I'm going to wager that this is probably somewhere, I'm gonna say in the 3000s. The only reason I say that is because the cryo chamber is used for emergency purposes only, and that whole protocol wouldn't happen until after the 3000 mark. So I would say 3570 something. That's still a long time. But what is a cycle? A cycle is essentially a day. For some reason, the Yuzin nation doesn't like using the word day. They use the word cycle, as in the period that the planet makes its rotation around the sun. Oh, take it away, Whiteboard man.
This is literally 1984. No, in all seriousness, language and censorship plays a big role in how the Yuzin nation maintains control, and for very, very interesting reasons. Why does the nation choose to use cycle over day? Well, I'll give you a hint. The word cycle emphasizes the trajectory and certainty of a planet's revolution in a solar system, whereas day emphasizes the time of which a sun shines over a part of a planet. And I think something about that emphasis on the sun doesn't sit well with the Yuzin nation. This isn't me being floppy. This will come up again a couple more times. I'll leave it at that for now, but if you're coming off the heels of the King in Yellow video, your head's probably already starting to hurt.
Now, despite the smudging, we can surmise that at some point, Ariane woke up from cryo sleep. This indicates that she was in an emergency health state. She has a bed right here that she would normally sleep in. The cryo chamber is to preserve the body when in danger. Again, this explains the bloodstains. For this reason, I think this note had to be written at least after the 3000 cycle mark, but maybe even more. These are low-budget ships after all. They can't last forever, so life support had to have failed. Despite her cryo sleep, she woke up, either waking up laying inside the empty mess hall or wandering into it. Based on this note, she eventually found Alster looking out of the flight deck, seemingly lost in thought. Was she pensively awake? Or was she on standby? Or was she shut down? I don't know. This last part is tough. She sometimes feels like something isn't home? Not sure. Regardless, we can surmise that the expedition ran its course or prematurely failed. What was Elster doing, staring out of the flight deck? Keep this in mind. Alright, enough screwing around. I can't believe I'm getting floppy during a tutorial. We entered the cryostasis room, and after taking a gander around, I punch in that pattern and we open the chamber. It's as I feared. Ariane isn't in here. We'll have to go about this without our captain pilot. Or maybe she went on without us. But look, there's a keycard in the chamber. It's snapped in half with blood smeared on it. Was Ariane trying to stifle our Elster's ability to leave and carry out the rest of this mission? Or is this just a way for the game to teach us the combination mechanics? Well, we take our tape and combining it with the broken key, we fix it.
There are a few data points to keep in mind for the intro of Signalis. Ariane is missing from her cryopod. Elster is woken up by the message, "Wake up," in her stabilization pod. And the exoplanet of which the Penrose 512 crashed is snowing. And might as well put it on here right now, our Zero Suit Prologue Elster will soon be an Ava Suit Prologue Elster.
We open the airlock and put our Ava suit on.
Ah, twin suns, twin suns, twin f***ing suns. I called it.
The twin suns sink behind the lake. The shadows lengthen in Carcosa. We aren't in our home solar system, which we will come to learn has only one sun. We approach this sort of monolithic archway, a threshold, a gate.
This gate, arch, threshold, may be a key anchor point that will help us understand this largely confusing timeline. Again, I must reiterate, keep in mind that right now, the surrounding area of this threshold is snowing.
I'm also somewhat reminded of the Arc de Triomphe, a key fixture in the book The King in Yellow. Curious. Passing this threshold, we find a strange hole. Its pit is a crimson red, and at the bottom, there's a strange, smaller hole to crawl into. Passing through this hole, we enter a room that resembles something from human or Yusian civilization, rather than something ancient, alien, or chthonic. Odd that we're finding this in a twin-sunned exoplanet.
The door won't open. Where could it possibly lead to?
The door to our left is inaccessible for now. The light glowing through the holes where the doorknob once was is a bright red. This color will repeat itself throughout this game as signifying safe rooms, where we can save and access player storage. And behind us, the wall has been sealed, so something doesn't want us to turn back, but also something doesn't want us to proceed further. Let's let Elster give some of her observations of this room.
A heavy safe box wrapped in chains.
This safe will be used for the secret final ending of the game. We'll need to collect 3 keys and suss out the combination for this safe. We'll get there when we get there. Looking around some more, we find, my beloved, the King in Yellow.
An ancient-looking tome is lying on the table. It feels like it's calling to me.
Let's not open it quite yet. It was this moment that I realized that I needed to read The King in Yellow before even attempting to figure this game out. And let me tell you, I'm glad I did. Don't worry, if you haven't seen my massive video covering the book, you won't have to. I'll do my best to tie things together in a thorough but concise way. We find a radio transmitter, foreshadowing a key gameplay mechanic we'll be unlocking in this game's third part. Right now, it isn't transmitting anything, however. Its screen is off. We also see an eye drawn on the wall, foreshadowing not only the secret ending to this game, but a recurring theme of red all-seeing eyes. Maybe a surveillance state of some sort. Not sure just yet. Here's a better look with higher brightness of some of those wall etchings.
Dark pictures of the coastline and an island. Are they photographs?
These dark pictures are of Arnold Böcklin's Island of the Dead and Eugene Brock's The Shore of Oblivion. So, two coastal locations linked with death and oblivion. Along the shores, the cloud waves break, the twin suns sink behind the lake, the shadows lengthen in Carcosa. It's no coincidence. On the desk right next to us is the actual King in Yellow book. We are close to finishing this first part, so let's take some inventory of themes that have been set up so far. I'll do this at the end of each level of Signalis.
The King in Yellow is a book that was written in the 1890s. It has within it a dozen chapters made up primarily of poems and stories. About the first half of the story center around an in-universe play that also goes by the same name, The King in Yellow. The play is a cognito hazard of sorts. Its first act is deceptively mundane, but it curses the reader the moment they merely gaze at the first page of the second act. Now, to be clear, the book you and I have access to is not the play itself. This right here is not cursed. In our world, we never actually get to read the whole play, but we can piece together what it might be about by judging the misfortune that the play wroughts on the characters in this book, the people who read the play. That's one of the major topics we talk about in my King in Yellow video. But for now, keep this mimetic aspect in mind. In the book, this play is likened to a rapidly spreading disease, causing sickness, madness, and misfortune. But unlike a regular disease, this is not transmitted through physiological means. It is spread mimetically, through knowing. It's a pretty impressive plot for a 19th century book. More on that as we get deeper into this game.
Now, while we don't have access to the play, this book we do have access to contains two small excerpts from it, and that is Gestaltzerfall song, the sort of prelude to the book. This is the poem that I've quoted a couple times already, and the second excerpt we have of this mythical play is Scene 2 of the first act. It's a short sequence. We'll just call it for now the I Wear No Mask sequence. If you have the book on hand, I'm referring to at the very beginning of Chapter 2, The Mask, that preluding poem. For now, let's just focus in on Gestaltzerfall song. This poem, or song, tells the story of a long-distant planet or realm, Carcosa. Its first verse emphasizes the cloudy waves breaking on its shoreline and twin suns. We've got this coastal linking in these two paintings and the twin suns that we see when we leave the Penrose. So perhaps the Penrose crashed on the planet Carcosa, or maybe something like it. In the second verse, we don't have much for the purposes of this video. However, Gestaltzerfall describes this planet as Lost Carcosa. This planet or realm is long dead, desolate, and undiscovered, much like this planet that the Penrose has crashed onto, just having nondescript pillars and holes and an archway. The third verse emphasizes how the songs or celestial vibrations of the Hyades star cluster and the sounds of the flapping tatters of the king must die unheard in dim Carcosa. This again confirms the dead kingdom, the noises above and upon the planet never to be heard again. Along with many major themes in this book, even this minor Song of the Hyades can be linked to Signalis' emphasis on radio frequencies and celestial songs that can only be heard by a few gifted individuals. And the final verse, Song of my soul, my voice is dead, die thou unsung as tears unshed, shall dry and die in lost Carcosa. A deeply suffocating sadness, the final breaths of Carcosa's last denizen that would invoke the most somber of tears, if only there were anybody around to actually shed them. If you've played this game already, you already know we are cooking here.
One more thing about the King in Yellow book. In each story, there is this emphasis on the sun. While to us the sun is a giver of life, a disinfecting aura, something that dries and scabs your wounds, in the stories of the King in Yellow, at least the ones where misfortune takes place, The sun seems to be a harbinger of doom, even in some cases a harbinger of sickness. This is much like the black sun in alchemy, which is a symbol for putrefaction. I believe that in the King in Yellow stories, the sun is a sort of lens of which this Yellow King emits its misfortune. Already in Signalis, we've got this establishment of this theme of modifying language. The Yuuzhan nation uses the word cycle instead of day to avoid having any sort of emphasis on the sun, so that its people won't look to the sun as an indicator of time. Much like in the King in Yellow, is there something about the sun that the Yuuzhan nation wants its people to be mimetically quarantined from? Keep this in mind. And now, stepping away from the King in Yellow, but not too far, we've got this drawing of eyes in the Prologue bedroom. The eye is a motif that will repeat itself all throughout Signalis. And then we have the impossible shape of the Penrose. A vexing shape that, much like Signalis, at first you may look at it and understand it, but the more you stare at it, the less it starts to make sense. This also foreshadows another theme we'll be working with, Gestaltzerfall. More on that way later.
We analyzed some etching on the wall.
There's some faded text on the wall. I can't make out what it used to say.
And Elster has this to say about the books on the shelf in this mysterious room.
Textbooks on radio operation. They look old and worn.
For now, this just foreshadows the radio frequency game mechanic.
Old Imperial serials. I'm pretty sure these are banned.
Ha! It's not just language that's controlled, but books are also controlled, even being banned. Specifically books that have to do with an empire. Wait, these are called Old Imperial serials. Oh, I think my head's gonna explode.
I know we just left this whiteboard, but I just realized this, and while it's a bit of a frivolous realization, I still want to chart it down. I'll be super brief. In the first chapter of The King in Yellow, it follows a character who read the play. This character has beliefs, or delusions, depending on your perspective, that they are the heir to the Carcosan Empire. There is a piece of evidence that, again, depending on your perspective, feeds his delusion or gives him just cause. This document was called the Imperial Dynasty of America. Now, in this first chapter, this is just a small piece to the larger plot. But thematically, as this ties into Signalis, I believe this is huge. This theme of dynastic revolutions, heirs to the throne of the solar system. Oh, wait, hold on. In that first chapter, in The King in Yellow, there's a part where the main character opens a safe, and within the safe there is a crown, a diadem, an icon of his ascension to the throne. The place we're standing in right now has a safe, and I'm not going to spoil anything. There's an item in there. It's not a crown, but thematically... Okay, let's just move on. Right now, let's just focus on the in-universe story implication of these two books, these Imperial serials. Now, these Imperial serials are titled The Millennium Queen and The Hunters of the Star Nebula. Being that these are serials, these are likely fictional dramatized stories of the Empire's history. The fact that Elster in this moment calls them serials indicate that at least the nation wants people to believe that they are fictional. But why ban them? In this room we of course have a powered off computer. To me, this very human technology, along with these books, the light switch and the radiator, can indicate that we somehow have taken a portal through this hole into a refabrication or memory of a room on a planet back in our home solar system. Now again, I'm operating on the assumption that the Penrose that we crashed is on an exoplanet. Where I'm getting at is that I don't personally believe that this room that we're in, this very human room, physically belongs beneath the surface of this planet. Temporal and physical displacements aside, that's not important right now. Aside from a bedroll on the floor, indicating that this is a bedroom, we have nothing else to come through in this sequence. Let's crack open this King in Yellow book and finish the first part of our long journey in Signalis. Note that the radio transmitter mysteriously turns on and the screen says, "Preparing to send message." Now what message is that? And in that message, does it contain the mimetic virus that is the King in Yellow? This code will be relevant at the very end of our journey. It seems that Elster is using this computer and radio, sending out what sounds like a distress signal.
Makes sense. She's crash landed on this planet after all. However, when we revisit this scene at the end of our journey, we can also contextualize this as Elster also receiving a message. Let me first play out this sequence. It's just too good. Absolute cinema. Now, let's replay this and comb through this. Flashing on the screen, we have a radio tower. We'll visit this location later in the game, but note that we see what looks like a long-haired woman standing off the cliffside. We then also see Elster standing in the room in her Ava suit. Then we have, in the style of this game's art, a rendition of the Island of Death. On its shore is a lady with long, white hair on a boat. I'm reminded of Charon, the mythical ferryman that takes people to the river Styx and into the realm of the dead. Fitting. And in front of this white-haired woman is a rectangular portal, not unlike the arch that we just passed through. But of course it's in that same glowing red that was peering through the holes of the door in this room. Speaking of which, now the reflection in Elster's helmet is glowing red. This light is now emitting off of the computer screen. The message on the screen now says, "Great holes secretly are digged, where Earth's pores ought to suffice." A quote from H.P. Lovecraft's The Festival. Creepy. And while the skin on Elster's android body begins to melt, the second part of the quote appears, "And things have learned to walk that ought to crawl." And then Elster's face is totally... oh god. She wears no mask. We're not gonna get into that right now, but she's clearly succumbing to something. A sort of corruption or sickness. We see the image of a Gestalt or non-replica character holding a knife ominously toward her arm. I believe this character is somebody we will meet soon enough, Isa Itu. She has her own mission and promises to fulfill. When the phrase "remember our promise" appears on screen, in Chinese we have the word "sacrifice" appear, hinting what this promise may entail. Fittingly, we see blood splatter onto the floor with a Signalis logo on it. This intricate hexagon shape is very, very key. Already so early on in our game we have a linking to sacrifice, a promise, a ritual-style blood splattering onto such a symbol. Foreboding for sure. Keep this in mind. I do also want to point out that there is a character evidently bloodletting for some sort of ritual with a braided ponytail. While this hairstyle is more iconically associated with a character that we'll be meeting very soon, it could also point to a far more enigmatic character. Keep this in mind for now. Flashed on our screen again is a woman with long white hair, not unlike the woman on that boat we saw earlier. Ariane had white hair in that photo, but I can't help but feel it was shorter. Maybe hair still grows in cryostasis, and that was just a very old picture. Well, whoever this somebody is beckons us to wake up. We get a blue screen indicating that Elster dies. Or did she? That was technically a prologue. So Chapter 1 starts with an orbital mining facility on the planet Lung, called Sierpinski S-23. The logo is an upside-down Triforce triangle in a hexagon, similar to that upright symbol on the pillars we saw on the exoplanet we crashed on. More on that in a second. The title of the first chapter is Synchronicity. Synchronicity describes when two things or bits of data seem to be related, but there is no causal link between the two. I'm using very broad language, so instead let me give you an example. Every time I wash my car, it rains, making it absolutely useless that I wash my car. Now, let's say, technically, that was literally true. If you charted every single time I ever washed my car, yes, it rained. That would be an example of a synchronicity, or coincidence. The data shows that there is a correlation, but there is no causal linking. Colloquially, you and I would just call this a coincidence. Let's say I found a picture of somebody from decades and decades ago, and this person looks exactly like me. Some would call this a doppelganger. Some would say this was you in a past life. But most would simply chalk it up to coincidence. Bits of data, facial features, simply synchronizing, but with no apparent causal relation. But Signalis
isn't real life. It's a sci-fi fantasy. So let's keep this fun concept in mind. Let's pretend that there are no coincidences in Signalis. Oh, while we're here, by the way, let's go ahead and put this Sierpinski logo on our chart. The name of the mining facility and this logo are both in reference to this Triforce shape, the Sierpinski triangle. We'll discuss more of this later, but for now, let's continue playing. An LSTR boot screen opens up, and on our screen we see that our Gestell, or frame, is of an Elster replica unit, and its persona is of the same Elster we were introduced to. That same Elster that we saw in the prologue seems to be standing here, in the reflection of a mirror without her Eva suit, and her skin is fully intact. This Elster also has a little holster that the previous frame didn't have. Evidently, Elster has somehow resonated her persona, her soul, into a new frame, across space. But could it also have resonated through time as well? Maybe. Something we will learn in this story is that just how it is foolish to try and make sense of the shape of the Penrose, it may be a foolish endeavor to try and make sense of this game's timeline. But damn it, we're gonna try. Now, while I'll be largely isolating the intro sequence from the larger timeline, at this moment we should still allow ourselves to experience this game in a linear fashion. For now, let's not worry too much about the befores and afters, and just focus on the willful trajectory of our main avatar, Elster. So here we are, in a bathroom. If I check my inventory, I see that I still have the photograph. But hold on, if we mentally teleported, why did our inventory also transfer? Video game logic? Maybe. But if we check the photograph, we see it's a different photo. No cryo pattern on the back, and instead of the white-haired Ariane Young, it's the brown-haired Elena Seo. Instead of the Penrose outfit, it's some sort of military outfit. Let's go ahead and keep Elena Seo in mind. Earlier I mentioned that there was a Korean region called Yongseo. Ariana Young, Elena Seo, but honestly, I think that might just be a coincidence. And now that I think about it, the fact that I tried to link the last names of these two seemingly unrelated characters was an example of me jumping the gun. Ignore that for now, let's keep moving forward. For now, I think it's safe to say that the smudge on Ariane's photo was covering up Elster. Maybe. But who's being smudged in this image? These patterns exist for a reason. Synchronicity. Our prime directive is clear. Well, not really actually. It's something about a promise, signified by this number. Well, if we try interacting with the mirror, Elster says,
I came all the way here to find her. There's no turning back now.
Makes sense. I wonder how this works though, this transferring process. Something tells me replicas aren't meant to have this ability. Also, note that these butterflies surround us, strange fauna for a mining facility bathroom. Leaving the bathroom, we enter the arrival area. To our left is a locked door. When these are red, it means they won't ever open. We find a pamphlet on a chair.
Welcome to S23 Sierpinski. You've been selected or have been elected to be relocated by Aeon to S23 Sierpinski, located on Lung at the frontier of the solar system. S23 Sierpinski is the perfect place for a new beginning. At our prestigious re-education vocational school facility, you'll learn new skills to shape your future as a productive citizen of our wonderful nation.
Now, you may have noticed that I read through that redacted bit of text. Most people on the internet have deduced that this censored word is re-education. Now, given the nature of this fine-tooth combing video, I've already hinted at this theme of censoring and changing words, with the use of the term cycles instead of days. But first-time players would chalk that up to sci-fi speak. For a fresh playthrough, this would be your first indication of state censorship.
Here, you will learn all about mineral extraction, ore refinement, and munitions production, helping the war effort against the remnants of the Empire.
So, this would be our first look into the hostile nations between the Yuuzhan Nation and the Empire, also known as the Yuuzhan Empire. What are the natures of these space civilizations, their governments, their ideologies? The topic of these hostile relations, as well as other external periphery plots, will be charted on this whiteboard.
And of course, learning is not just about theory. Aeon lets you earn your share while practicing your new craft right at the workplace. Concerned about your family, friends, or former colleagues? Ask a protector about our ration sharing plan. A portion of your ration marks will be sent to a beneficiary of your choice.
Aeon, by the way, is the labor ministry of the Usian nation. It's a German acronym that translates to Worker and Education Ministry of the Nation. So this is a labor facility that people are relocated to. Is this a prison labor colony? Voluntary service? An alternative to military service? Not sure just yet. We grab a key card taped to the reception glass window.
There's a key card with a note taped to the window of the reception. Due to staff shortage, report new arrivals at classroom 4C in the northeast.
Before bearing east, let's see if we can interact with this lift.
The surface access lift. I don't need to go back.
And here's what's said when we interact with the gate itself.
This is where I came from. There's no point in going back.
This caused a bit of alarm for me, but I realized I might have been overthinking. These two bits of self-dialogue indicate that this particular frame of Elster came into this facility through the outside. This isn't the same frame that we saw in the intro sequence. Perhaps this Elster, on her own accord, wandered into the facility and then was on standby for when it was her turn to fulfill her promise. It seems strange for me to specifically examine this, but on your first playthrough, it's only natural to assume when she says, "go back," or "where I came from," it implies that this mining facility is located on that same snowy planet that the Penrose crashed on. That planet we saw in the prologue sequence. But from where I'm standing, that doesn't make any sense. Even if I'm wrong about the prologue planet, that it isn't an exoplanet, that somehow it is the planet Lung, and there are other reasons that there is a second sun in the sky, it won't ultimately matter. Now, let's go into the next room. Locked doors that have keys we can find are denoted with a yellow symbol, and doors that are already unlocked are blue. When you get close enough to a door to see its lock status, it will be marked on your map with its appropriate color. Use yellow doors as a way of mentally putting together your survival horror to-do list. It's a good tip if you decide to play this game yourself. The door on the left is locked. We'll be finding its key soon enough. To the right, we have a poster that simply informs us to travel light, that we only have 6 inventory spaces to work with, but I recommend playing this game with the extended inventory option. You can enable that in the settings. Aside from this, the only thing we can glean from this poster is that this is an Aeon facility, and the nation's communistic policy of property being a privilege. Oh, but hold on. Rule of 6. What's with this game and the significance of 6? Hexagons? Interesting. Entering the corridor, I find an unlocked door, but we're here, might as well explore this corridor first. We find a dead body on the ground.
A dead Yule unit. She's in a horrible state. Infected-looking biocomponents are bulging out of her damaged shell. What happened to her that would cause this?
So just like we are an Elster unit, there are other frames of Replika that serve different functions. While most of the Replika lore dumping will be done in a couple of chapters from now, I'd rather dole it out as we meet them, even if they're dead on the ground. Let me show you the note explaining the Yule unit.
Replika Overview, Euler, or Yule. Simple Universe Light Replika, Owl. Type Generation 4 Low-Cost General Purpose. Frame Biomechanical with polyethylene shell. Height 175 centimeters. Euler units are the backbone of the Usian nation's workforce. These elegant, multi-purpose worker units are suited for all kinds of domestic tasks like cleaning, cooking, and simple medical and office work. Yules are highly social and get along well with each other, as well as most other Replika models. While unfit for combat, their lightweight frame makes them a prime choice for distant facilities where supplies are limited.
Every Replika type comes standard issue with a polyethylene shell. What sets them apart from one another are their different personalities and abilities. The Yule, however, doesn't really have any special abilities or additional modifications. These are essentially the 9-to-5 pencil pushers of the Aeon fleet of Replikas. Basically, any job that none of the other Replikas can fill out, the Yules will take care of.
A dead Yule unit. But why was she abandoned here?
This Yule unit is dead, but not in the same state as the previous one. The first Yule was described as having been afflicted with some disease. But can Replikas even get sick? Biomechanical doesn't exactly mean fully metallic or robotic. We'll learn more about this in the next room, a sort of library or document storage room.
An aperture card microfilm viewer. If I had an aperture card, I could view its content here.
This aperture device will be part of a puzzle. In games like this, when I refer to puzzles, it can be a traditional logical solving puzzle, or in this case, an item that needs another item to give you information or a means to progress. When you come across these items, keep those in your survival horror mental to-do list.
A simple first aid kit. I can't use any of these since they're not designed for Replikas.
Gotcha. So we replicas repair ourselves through our ingrained repair module, with the use of fabricating sprays and binding patches. Our Gestalt counterparts, of course, will have to heal through traditional biological means. Let's go ahead and read this dictionary.
Dictionary. Replika. Shortened from the archaic replikat, from copy and replica. Definition. Biomechanical person. Synthetic reproduction of a gestalt. Biological culture grafted onto an artificial endoskeleton and enclosed in a protective exoskeleton.
So that is what biomechanical means. A synthesis of fabricated skeletal and exoskeletal machine with biologically cultured organs, muscles, and I'm going to jump the gun here a little bit. Actually, no, I'll hold this off for now, but there's another body part, another organ that you wouldn't think would have to be biologically cultured when it comes to these robots. But real quick, I want to go back to this detail. They're in a protective polyethylene shell. So if I'm not mistaken, I think our Elster's just kind of running around naked. This black getup she's wearing, what I refer to as her zero suit form, is not clothing, but just her exoskeleton. Evidently, Elster's exoskeleton is fashioned to be less directly combat-oriented and more adaptable, flexible. Another example would be the Yule. Once we have a better look at what the Yules look like, their exoskeleton is more emblematic of just a very inoffensive, secretary-like worker bee.
Gestalt. Shortened from archaic Urgestalt. Original shape. Compare archetype and prototype. Definition. A person that is not a replica.
Fascinating that gestalts are defined simply as not replicas, and yet replicas were made to replicate gestalts. To me, this sort of places replicas in a sort of parallel citizenry. Even the language describing replicas being much more robust than how gestalts are defined. Not sure if I'm explaining my thoughts correctly. But nonetheless, the fact that replicas are known to be a separate sentient class of being makes the predestined chosen role and personality protocol for them oddly cruel. If you remember, Yules are said to be social. They all have the same personality subroutines. But yet they're still all individuals with individual, albeit replicated, personas. More on that when we get deeper into this mining facility. Let's go ahead and explore. So we need a key and an aperture card. In our next unexplored room, we find a monitor with that ominous red glow. We can save our game here. First, let's read some of these documents. We have a complaint from an employee.
The wall safe in classroom B keeps resetting to the default combination. What's the point of the whole radio code broadcasting system if our safe can only be opened with the code in the manual?
This is a hint that we're going to find a safe with an easy-to-crack code. Mental to-do list. Something tells me this is linked to that aperture machine. We then read a poster hinting us to save frequently, which is very good advice for this game. And then one last note in this room.
It has come to my attention that at least one worker might be aware of the code broadcasting frequencies for the Protector wall safes. Any workers connected to this leak are to be interrogated until the culprit is found. I'm restricting all radio privileges for workers until further notice. From Adler.
Adler is another replica unit, specifically the stuffy administrator type. This replica will play a much more concrete role in our story, so I'll read out his replica info closer to when we were to naturally find it. But yes, nonetheless, we've got this hint that there is some sort of breach in security regarding radio frequencies. Some workers are using radio transmitters when they aren't allowed to. Now, when we unlock the radio module, we'll learn that there aren't any funky beats or news being transmitted, just random messages and the combinations of these wall safes. Many of the necessary keys needed to progress these early missions are locked in these wall safes. Here's a little side theory I'll be working on throughout these early levels. Was there some sort of mutiny among the workers? Maybe mutiny's not the right term, a conspiracy? I can't help but feel that these radio frequency leaks point to such a plot. And if such a plot exists, was this just because of poor working conditions? Or was this to help us fulfill our promise? That's a bit floppy, but nonetheless, there is a subtle story being told in these early levels. Even if it has nothing to do with Elster directly, Alina Seo has something to do with it. She falls somewhere within it, so we'll keep track of it for now. It might be important. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Let's save our game. When saving in any difficulty other than survival, it will restore your health to warning levels, so right under nominal or full health. What's neat is that the zone that you are saving your game in will also be shown in the save slot, and this zone's redaction seems to spill over into our game UI. Entering the corridor and into the room across, we find a classroom. This was likely used to train Gestalts for their work in the mines, maybe even low-level facility maintenance. It's a dark thought that in a world where you have replicas who are specialized to do things better than you, Gestalts are then used as cheap labor, perhaps even cheaper than the low-cost Yule units. Grim. The poster in this classroom simply gives us a lore-friendly hint that running is noisier than walking. Stealth is not a huge portion of this game, but it's a useful thing to keep in mind to help with your survivability from time to time. With practice, you'll learn to juke your enemies, which will come in handy more often than stealth. Above the safe are 2 pictures. We can't examine them here. We'll learn that one picture is of the Great Revolutionary, evidently the founder or a hero of the Usian nation, and her daughter. A mother creating the foundation for her daughter's reign. This game reveals itself to be very cyclical.
A bit nepotistic for a revolutionary nation. So, if these are the figureheads or icons of the Great Revolution, the Usian nation, who are the icons of the Empire, if any?
Deeper into the corridor, we continue into a new section to find an injured Star Replika unit, evidently on her own mission.
An Elster unit. You should leave this place. This facility is lost. Turn back before it's too late. I'm looking for this woman. Have you seen her? I don't know her, but she might be one of the workers. All Gestalt workers were sent to the mine below the facility.
Throughout the game, when we see Chinese or German words, I'll put their translations in the corner of the video. Big thank you to Steam user Malleus for creating this wonderful translation guide on Signalis' Steam community page.
If she's alive, she's probably down there. There's an access elevator to the mine shaft 1 level below, but you'll need an administrator's key to use it.
Interesting. It seems that Elster doesn't realize that the photograph has changed. She's just driven by a desire to find somebody in this photo. It's hard to tell since most of these characters are anime chicas, but we're going to find out that Alina Seo, aside from her hair color, bears a striking resemblance to Ariane Young, the white-haired girl in that first Penrose photograph. So perhaps this is why Elster is confused. She only knows that there is a drive or desire in here saying that she needs to find a woman who looks like the woman in this photo, be it Ariane or Alina. This is one of the more fascinating mysteries. If you still haven't played the game, now's a great time to turn this video off and give it a try yourself. Well, we've just met a star unit, so might as well get into the stats of the Starling Replika unit.
Replika overview. Star. Security Technician God Replika. Starling. Type Generation 4 Low-Cost Combat Unit. Frame Biomechanical with polyethylene shell and bullet-resistant armor plating. Height 220 centimeters. This is the standard model of the Protector Security Technicians. Fitted with extended legs, star units gracefully tower over most Gestalts. Despite their heavy armor, they can move swiftly with their long stride. Their cool and detached demeanor allows them to analyze situations with objectivity and deploy force as required. Trained in close combat and riot control techniques, they operate best in small squads led by an officer's star unit equipped with a ballistic shield.
Starlings. These are the low-cost security grunts, and despite being low-cost, they're still very, very well-rounded, and their corrupted forms that we'll be fighting in this game are pretty formidable. Their speed and stride is not something to take for granted, and I'm not looking forward to having to fight one of the variants with a riot shield. Unlike the Yules, who prefer to have large cliques, large, intricate cadres, Starlings like to have small, tight-knit groups. If not, their social natural habitat is also being the leaders of Yules. I think my third favorite replica would have to be the Starlings, almost purely because of the red eyeshadow, or the red eyeliner, or the wings, I don't know what to call them. It's very distinctive and very intimidating. First, let's pick up this Protector key. Protector is simply a role that some replicas play as overseers of a specific operation. Your standard Yule or Grunt Star wouldn't normally be considered a Protector. I imagine some elite Gestalts may also fill that role as well. We can continue to talk to the Star unit. Let's see what else she has to say.
I'll be out of here as soon as this repair patch stops my bleeding. You should get out of here too. I don't know who that woman is, but she's probably dead by now. If you still want to go, good luck. There's an access elevator to the mineshaft one level below, but you'll need an administrator's key to use it. If she's alive, she's probably down there. You're not a Protector, so I can't tell you any more than I already have. They'll decommission us both.
Still true to her role, she isn't breaking protocol. We'll be finding another star unit much later in this story in a similar position. It's possible that this will be the same replica. Let's keep track of the mission that this injured starling may be on. It may not be dissimilar to ours. So, the only way to go is down, but the classroom is locked. We're going to need a key. With the Protector key, we unlock that first locked door and find a sort of classroom surveillance room.
I can see an empty classroom on the other side of the window. The glass seems like it's tinted, or a one-way mirror.
Big Brother, or I guess sister, is always watching. Rummaging through the drawers, we find a pistol, a very reliable weapon that even in the later stages of the game remains relevant due to how common its ammo is. And underneath we have an aperture card. We can use this on the aperture machine. In the top drawer we find another memorandum from Adler.
Memorandum. Terminology. I announce the following by order of Aeon. Due to recent events in accordance with the new Aeon Public Interest Media Regulation, AGM 87, the term re-education, which is currently in use in various Aeon facilities, is no longer permissible and must no longer be used. Premises and departments that are currently using the term are to be immediately renamed. Management personnel shall black out the term from all signage and documents until the replacement terminology is announced by Aeon. With immediate effect, usage of the term in conversation and correspondence is an offense, obscenity to the state, to be punished with 2 cycles of double work shift. It may not be easy, but we all have to do our part here. Always remember, our language shapes our world. A perfect world requires a perfect language. Adler.
Our language shapes our world. A perfect world requires a perfect language. Interesting. This is where players would get their first hint as to the importance of language and maybe even mimetic associations if they picked up on the King in Yellow significance early on. Now, I want to clarify, the actual redacted term isn't exactly re-education camp, but Umsetzungslager, which translates to re-education camp. In history, this term was used during Nazi Germany as a euphemistic way of describing their death camps and slave labor camps. The eugenation is starting to look a little bit more fascistic, or at the very least, very authoritarian. Being that this is a sci-fi grimdark story, I can't help but wonder, is this just simply senseless cruelty, or out of some sort of paranoid desperation against the Empire? Either way, this world is quite grim. With the aperture card, I head towards the document room, only to see that the dead Yule is now vibrating in a glitchy manner. Walking closer, we enter combat with the reanimated corpse of the Replika. These enemies are easy enough to dodge. Let's not waste our ammo on them. The other Yule remains motionless. This is because she died before getting sick with whatever afflicted the now zombified Replika. I know replicas are not purely robotic, but I still can't shake that there's something odd about sickness being transmitted to a biomechanical being. You'd think that there would be an internal safeguard for such things. Well, we enter the document storage room to find a Gestalt recovering from a fresh kill. Our internal identification module IDs her as Isa E2, a Gestalt from the planet Rotfront. History buffs may have noticed something with that name, Rotfront, but we'll get into the different planets in a later chapter.
Oh, hello. You don't belong here, do you? I'm Isa 2. You should be careful, there's something wrong with this place. I don't know what's happened, but it's probably dangerous to go any further. That's okay, I understand. I have something I need to do too. Take care. I hope you find who you're looking for.
A minor note, the strange lack of feet that our replicas have also seems to carry over to the Gestalts. So to me, this is just the design of the game's 3D models. I'm kind of reminded of, we're going to hear this like a ballet song in a couple chapters from now, and I can't help but wonder if there's some sort of ballet theme going on here. I don't know, like an aesthetic, a ballet aesthetic. Now, Isa seems to have made good use of the first aid kit on the table, but she also left a note for the person she's looking for.
Erica, if you find this note, despite everything that's happened, I've come to look for you. From Isa.
We'll be keeping this forlorn Gestalt, Isa, and this person she's looking for, Erica, in mind. Loading the aperture card into the device, we figure out that the code to the safe is 204512. 204. Add those together, you get the number of 6. again with the hexagons. 512 is the mission number for the Penrose ship that Elster and Ariane were on. We head over to the classroom, punch in the code, and collect our keycard into the next level. With all rooms explored, we pick up the leftover repair patches and the ammo left behind by the Star unit. Given her surplus of healing regions, it's safe to say that she's still alive. Using the classroom key, we enter the classroom and jump into a hole. Our only way to the next level is down towards wherever we're going.
With the closing of part 2 of our story, let's go ahead and take interview of any easy-to-miss themes. Earlier I mentioned that the Sierpinski mining facility logo being an upside-down Triforce is significant because this is a reference to the Sierpinski triangle. On first look, it kind of reminds me of this concept of sort of forking paths. However, this mathematical concept has a lot in common with the concept of fractals. Fractals essentially are geometric shapes that infinitely repeat themselves, a theme that we will be working with very thoroughly in this game. Some thematic seeds that were planted in this chapter but will kind of bear fruit throughout the game is this concept of the sort of walking dead. This foreshadows a theme we'll be working with later, the blurring of the lines between life and death. Another seed that has been planted as well is that when we possessed the frame in the Sierpinski bathroom, we were surrounded by butterflies. We'll put these on the back burner. Right now what I want to focus on more that's kind of unique to this chapter is this importance of language. Adler says, our language shapes our world. A bit on the nose. This concept of reality being shaped by the words that we use. What does the nation know that we don't? Oh, speaking of which, I do also want to mention that Great Revolutionary, those two pictures we saw. The Great Revolutionary and her daughter. Again, this kind of goes back into the theme of heirs to a throne. It's a bit of a weird backwards echo to something we'll be working with a little bit later in this game. For now, let's go ahead and let all these things percolate.
Our next level is the Aeon Sierpinski worker level. I want to take a better look at that Butcher Yule. While I may not be a biomechanical being, the body horror is still very palpable. It seems her skin has melted off, leaving blackish red splotches in its place. And one thing that's interesting is she's surrounded in this glitchy miasma. Is this a sickness? Maybe it's a computer virus of sorts, but that wouldn't explain why it's manifesting visually outside of its body. Well, we're now in the workers' quarters. I approach the close-by inaccessible doors to make sure they're marked on my map as red and proceed. This is the south corridor. With a couple of dead, or maybe dormant, corrupted Yules sprawled about, we must keep our wits among us. To the left we find some elevators. I try for the door to the west wing, but we need the west wing key. We'll be back, but let's check out this elevator. Elevator B is obviously jammed and inoperable. Inside elevator A, we have a sign that charts out the levels going down into the mines. Right now, we are in the Arbiter level, Arbiter being German for worker. The next level down is the hospital wing. Maybe we can get some more info about this strange disease spreading between replicas. We pick up the first part of our chain of puzzles, a service hatch key, and in front of us is an interface to operate the elevator, but we need the Protector ID card. This will be the final piece of this chain of puzzles. Now that we know the end goal of this level, to use the elevator, we go back into the corridor to check the east wing door, but it unlocks from the other side, so our only way is up. In the middle connecting corridor, we enter a workers' quarters. This likely housed the Gestalt crew. Come to think of it, where are they? I have a hard time believing that a disease that could affect cultured biomechanicals could also affect birthed biologicals. Let's have Elster take in the scene.
Worker sleeping units. In facilities like these small caged bunks are all a Gestalt worker has to call their own.
Grim. One would think that the advent of Replika technology would improve the lives of Gestalts, but if anything, it made them obsolete, sectioned off into poor working and living conditions. At least here on Lung, that is. We have a diary page from a Gestalt. We don't know if it's Isa or Erica, but it mentions Alina.
The Protectors have been worried lately. They're hiding something. There's less of them on patrol, and the ration plans keep changing. Alina says I'm imagining things, but when I look at them, I can feel their fear as if it's my own. What are they scared of?
I find the wording, "I can feel their fear as if it's my own," to be an interesting foreshadowing to a later concept. This is likely talking about the disease that spread across the replicas, causing fear and uncertainty among the Protector class and replica citizenry. Taking a look at the photo, I wonder if the person under this smudge is writing this note. But that's unlikely, for a very small reason that we will discover much later into the game.
The big hint as to who authored this letter is the phrase, "I can feel the other's fear as if it's my own." Now, if I told you who I thought this was, well, you'd be very confused. So for now, keep this in mind. One moment. I'm alluding to a major character that will later be revealed to have some strong sort of psychic preternatural powers. However, I have come to learn that the author of this note may actually be a very minor character.
Entering the next sleeping quarters, we find a scrawled note, simply hinting at us to kick these corrupted replicas when they're down. This will save us ammo, of course, but we'll save even more ammo by simply picking our battles. The diary entry in this room is more substantial.
Feeling a little lightheaded today. I hope it's not that new flu that seems to be going around. I can't afford to miss any more shifts. That Storch at the factory was chewing me out for what felt like hours for fainting at work the last time I got a cold. I haven't seen Elster the last few days. I hope she's okay. More and more people go missing in the mine lately, including replicas. Not even the Protector seem to be safe.
Okay. Did this Elster know Alina? Or did Alina become familiar with a different Elster? Well, there had to be an Elster standing idly in the bathroom for us to transfer into, so that would place an Elster in the lung orbital facility. But there are some inconsistencies to this data. I'll keep this in mind for now because it's a minor but all the more vexing mystery. Alina also mentions a Storch. This is another replica type we'll be meeting soon enough. Most importantly, this note confirms that Alina did work here. At the end of the corridor is a locked door and a service request form laying beside it. Within it is simple instructions on how to operate this next puzzle. Using the service hatch key, we crack open the hatch and use the locksmithing device to fabricate the proper tooth shape to the key. We must simply line up the grooves in the little rods to the holes using trial, error, and tweaking our adjustments. We unlock the door, entering the northern corridor, but before entering the rightmost room, I noticed the first aid sign in the middle room. Let's go in there to find a reprieve. We can use this room to save our game, and we gain access to a storage crate that we can use to stow away extra resources that carry over throughout the game. The loot rat in me has breached containment. This is a key part to having a smooth gaming experience. Every key item, a puzzle piece or an actual key to a door, takes up inventory space, just as ammo in healing items. I would recommend traveling as light as possible so that you can keep all of your key items in your inventory. This is a great way to keep track of what key items still need to be used up in their respective puzzles and insertion points to progress the level. Now, in the rightmost room of the north corridor, we find a little ornate butterfly box, but it's locked. We'll need to find a key to open it. This is the second time we're seeing butterflies. Back in the north corridor, we find that even the east wing is locked, so we have to find a key to the east and the west wing. Heading to the left, we enter an office. We have a copy of the wall memorandum from Adler that we've already read. This simply reminds us that if we want to access the wall safe in this office, we need to access the radio waves. We pick up some stun rods that can be used to save ammunition, being able to take down even the more bulkier star units. You find the east wing key, and in this footage I forget to read a hidden document to the left, but no worries, we'll read it when we start to wrap up this level. Right now we'll just focus on opening up the map for exploration. The west wing is totally barred from us, so if we're going to find that key, it's likely going to be in the east wing. In the east wing we find a bathroom. The only thing of note is this.
The stall is locked. Wait, hold on, is someone inside?
Weird. If somebody is inside, who could it be? Not sure. Going back into the east wing north corridor, there's some trash bags and blood on the floor. This is likely full of discarded Replika and maybe even Gestalt body parts. There's nothing of note in this storage room, so we head south to the grim site of the kitchen, with that cutscene corrupted Yule cutting away catatonically at some flesh. The door to the right is locked. We need a Mensa key. Mensa seems to be the name of the Gestalt that this key was issued to. Sneaking past the Yule, we see this strange convulsing mass of flesh.
It's breathing?
Brutal. Maybe this is a mutated Replika that wasn't dealt a kill shot and is just writhing there, likely in a corrupted state. That being said, living masses of flesh will come up again later in this game. This could be a foreshadowing to that. Deeper in the kitchen, we find a service request form filled by a Yule.
My mapping module is still defective and won't show any map data. I keep getting lost on my way to work and back. I had to sleep in a hallway last night because I couldn't find the staff elevator to get to my dorm. Please, I can't find my way around this place without a map. Mars.
It seems replicas are allowed names, this Yule being named Mars. This note seems to just be hinting the player to use their map to keep track of where they've been, but it is odd that this replica's mapping module is defective. That's gotta be brutal. Could this be a symptom of the spreading disease? We find the Mensa key and I walk over to the Yule to ask what's on the menu. She's not amused. I kite her around the equipment to read a poster.
Euler. Simple Universal Light Replica. Yule.
So this is what Yules look like. Very cool. It makes sense from an authoritarian overseer perspective to motivate the replica staff with these posters, reminding them of their manufactured roles in life. Using the Mensa key, we enter the mess hall to see two taller corrupted replicas. These are reanimated star units. We flee the unrelenting replicas to find a friendly Storch replica. Here is some info on the Storch model.
Storch. Security Technician Controller Replica, Stork. Generation 5 Combat Lead Unit. Frame, biomechanical with polyethylene shell and bullet-resistant armor plating. Height, 240 centimeters. Each cadre of Protector security technicians is overseen by a controller unit, the most common of which is the Stork type, one of the tallest replica models thanks to their extended legs. Storks figuratively and literally keep a constant bird's-eye view of any situation, ready to direct and coordinate their assigned security technicians. Their tough, no-nonsense demeanor, though sometimes described as brutal and even cruel, makes them the perfect fit as unwavering sentinels of order.
It's hard to tell from our point of view, but these replicas are huge, towering at 7'10". I don't look forward to fighting the corrupted version of these replicas. The Storches strike me as a more elite officer type replica. Not low cost, but still accessible enough to be a source of cadre leadership in a pinch. Or maybe leadership isn't the right term, I guess just control. We pick up the West Wing key and we can see that it's been issued to an Alina Seo. Her face is all battered and bandaged. Could this be from her fainting in the mines? Now that I think about it, Alina's fainting in the mines is important. This might be a symptom, not of the disease we're dealing with, but something else.
Before talking to the towering tin lady, let's read this note. It bears some concerns from a Storch named Sieben. I believe this Storch standing next to us is this specific Storch. Crap. There's a lot of replica types in this game. What voice am I going to give the Storch?
The Storch will have to be kind of like, okay, Garrus Vicarian.
About the Administrator. From work shift controller to night shift controller. Due to recent events, some security technicians will be serving both work shifts and night shifts. Affected guard units, Star 304, Star 305, Star 306, and Star 309. Effective controller units, Storch 303 and Storch 306. Until an effective treatment is found or reinforcements are sent from Heimat, we'll all have to stay strong and do our best to keep the facility secure. Failure is not an option. Storch 7, Storch 307.
Heimat is another planet in the Yuuzhan nation. Like I said, we'll get into that a bit later.
P.S. Keep an eye on the Administrator unit. Since the incident, he's been acting stranger than usual.
The stranger? He's acting stranger than usual? He wears no mask? I'm just kidding.
Without the commander to keep him in check, we'll have to ask Colibri for help.
Ignoring my floppiness on the fly, we get a few name drops. The Administrator is the Adler who's been leaving those passive-aggressive notes. Adler is the only male-modeled replica as far as I'm aware. There's also mention of a commander and a Colibri. We'll meet this commander soon enough, and Colibri is just another replica model. Also, what is this incident? Is this just the outbreak, or was it an event preceding it, perhaps causing it? This is a mining facility after all. I'm reminded of the quote from Lovecraft's The Festival. Great holes are dug where Earth's pores ought to suffice. Let's go ahead and talk to this Storch.
You don't look like you belong here. You're an Elster unit, right? This facility is currently on lockdown. You shouldn't be here. I'm the Protector Controller on duty on this level. I don't know what kind of business you have here, but as you can probably see, we've got bigger issues right now. If you're looking for the commander, I have bad news for you. She got sick, and everyone else is getting sick too. That's really all I know about it. I'm sure the Administrator knows more, but who knows where he is. I'm not going out there. I'm waiting here for new orders. Until then, I'm not taking any risks.
Not much to glean from here. However, she mentions we don't belong here, and this is true. We're a replica meant for scouting missions outside the solar system. What's an Elster doing here? In Alina's note, she specifically mentions not being able to find an Elster. She said, I haven't seen Elster the past few days. More and more people are getting lost in the mines every day. So do we belong here or not? I'll keep this in mind for now. I smell something very confusing on the horizon. Dodging the corrupted star unit's attack, we duck into the bathroom and find a broken key. The other half must be in the west wing. Oh, I'm now suddenly realizing east wing, west wing, we're assembling a key together that connects to a butterfly box. Thematic. Entering the west wing, we find a mineshaft elevator, but it's only accessible with the administrator's key. We'll be sticking with the regular elevator for now. We shimmy past a Yule and enter a showering quarter for the workers. Atop some dried blood, there's another half of the key. The corrupted Yule seems to be staring at the mirror. Is she distracted by her own reflection? Perhaps somewhere deep down, what little persona is left of her stares in horror at her new form. However, I make out something quite interesting. Now, one-way mirrors are something we've seen in this facility already. While I do see what looks like a silhouette, it seems to extend down past the mirror into what looks like legs. We'll find out later in this game that some who succumb to this disease dissolve and leave a silhouette of themselves where they stand against walls and objects. But these two dark stalks could just be from the lighting of this game. Did somebody die standing there? Or is somebody watching us? Both are equally possible given information we know already. If this is a spy, who could it be? Adler? Ariane? Not sure. In the next room we find an office. Here we can find some Protector documents. Attached we see 4 pictures of Gestalts, the third being Alina Seo. The document is of a search protocol for suspects. These confiscated items were commandeered by a Storch with a star replica on duty assisting. Helene Song was arrested in an ongoing investigation regarding a stolen radio. This links to the radio broadcast safecodes being compromised. On top of this, she was sent to the re-education labor facility as a punishment for handing out counter-revolutionary flyers. All that was confiscated from her was a watch and ring. Is Helene an Empire loyalist? Julia Huang had medication confiscated and was arrested on suspicion of bioresonance. Bioresonance is an innate preternatural ability in this world. Minor forms of it involve being able to feel what others are feeling, hear cosmic sounds that regular people can't hear, and even mind reading. But strong bioresonance have the ability to clearly read people's thoughts, convey their own thoughts, and even attempt to control the minds and wills of others. There are some legendary bioresonants that are capable of far greater feats, but I'll save that bit of info for later. But back to Julia Huang. The Protector Storch sent a request to have the Colibri supervise Julia. Colibris are replicas known for their bioresonant abilities, being able to surveil the thoughts of both Gestalts and replicas. And then Alina Seo. She had a cosmetic box with a butterfly inlay confiscated. This was the box that we saw earlier, the one we now have the key to, after we assemble it, of course. In Alina's case, she wasn't arrested, but was placed in custody after collapsing while working. It says here that she works in the factory levels, not the mine.
Now that we know what bioresonance is it possible that Alina Seo, at least to a minor extent, is a bioresonant? Could it be that she heard something deep in the mines that caused her to faint? Or is the fact that she doesn't recall hearing anything, that she just merely fainted, indicative of her not being bioresonant? We'll hold on to that. This will be a good line of questioning, even though we may be shedding the bioresonant focus over time. And then finally, Heinrich Fukuyama had his fountain pen confiscated and was arrested on suspicion of conspiracy against the state. So we have 2 possible Empire royalists, or at the very least, counter-revolutionary agitators. We have one possible bioresonant in Julia Huang, and Alina Seo, who fainted in the mines but is not a suspect. This is all happening while security is compromised. The radio frequencies have been leaked. All the while, something else seems to have seeped up from the mines and is causing these replicas and even Gestalts to get sick. What a disaster. The timing is strange. Is there a conspiracy afoot after all? We sneak past a corrupted star and enter a brutal scene, an interrogation room. I've lowered the volume, but there is a high-frequency whirring in this room. Was this used in the interrogation? Maybe this whirring could be coming from the bright light, which too would also be used in whittling down the wills of suspects. We've even got a chair here that could be used by a Colibri as she sits and analyzes the suspect's thoughts.
while a Storch or other Protector officer tortures and interrogates. And it seems it was successful, because on a note, there's frequencies for the various safes. We must find a way to tune into these frequencies and find the various safes combinations. Oh, this is interesting. There are 6 listings here.
Here we have 6 items that line up very thematically well with the model we are working with here. It's a bit early right now to know why I place these various safes or their symbols in their respective quadrants. And frankly, this isn't really an essential keep in mind, but still, it's satisfying to see these patterns and watch them kind of come together as the image forms.
Now you might be thinking, I wish I could put this note in my inventory. How am I going to remember all these numbers? Well, we are a Replika with a memory module. If you go into the menu and navigate up, you'll have access to all the notes you've read. This is essential for some of the more involved puzzles towards the later part of this first chapter. On the left is where our radio module will go when we find it, and on the right we have our health diagnostic. Here we have another hexagon. It charts out 2 axes, hypersensitivity versus catatonic, and fragmented versus overclustered. Taking various actions, dying, fighting, healing, taking damage, all seems to have some effects on this measurement. But as far as I know, it's not connected to any in-game mechanic, not even the 3 endings that rely on some of those said actions. If we select the diagnostics module, we get even more information. We can see Elster, and within her a bunch of triangles. Every time we die and reload, a triangle fills in. Our game is measuring the amount of times we die. And if you die a high number of times, you get the achievement Ship of Theseus. I'll get more into that after a very specific cutscene.
This is a particularly tenuous connection, but we can even chart thematically these 4 aspects to our hexagon. Later on, we're going to be charting tarot cards these sort of cardinal directions. Right here down south, we're actually going to be putting the Death Tarot card, which lines up perfectly with Catatonic. Towards the right, we're going to have the Tower card, which is perfectly aligned with Fragmented. And even towards the left, we're going to have the Lovers card, which again, overclustered. Things coming together, things coming apart. If you're not familiar with tarot, do not worry. We're going to get into that, of course, when we cross that bridge. You know you're watching a flawed Peacock video when I'm getting carried away with the flavor text in the UI.
Jeez, once I get started, it's hard for me to stop. Let's go ahead and get that radio module. We enter the next room over to find a dark red isolation room with 4 cages, 3 of which have lifeless bodies inside of them. Could these align with our 4 suspect documents? Of the 4, Alina was just in custody for fainting. The other 3 would have been detained. Could these be the bodies of Heinrich, Julia, and Helene? Well, we unlocked the north door to the west wing and now have fully explored this level. We assemble the key, empty our inventory, and since we're approaching the end of this level, we save. We take the key to the butterfly box and open it to find a mysterious artifact. The scene transition shows a fleshy mass, foreshadowing the chthonic later chapters of this game. We're now in a first-person segment, in a radio facility, in the mountains of the planet Rotfront. Now, we don't know this right now, but I'll say this location is where Ariane grew up with her mother. Now, who are we playing as in this moment? Elster hasn't been here before, as far as I know. Her familiarity with Ariane started with the Penrose mission, so logic would tell us that this is from Ariane's perspective. But if we want to get floppy, what if we were playing as her mother? Well, we find a structure with a microphone.
Some kind of special locking mechanism. There's some sort of speaker or microphone on the front. 160. Very fascinating. I like this game mechanic.
We must emit a radio frequency of 160 kilohertz to it. We enter the office to find more hexagonal shapes on the floor, but they seem to have a red iris in the middle of them. It also seems that either Ariane or her mother have a love for these potted plants.
I believe this potted plant and the carpet with the hexagonal irises, red irises I might add, foreshadow the secret ending to this game. But there could also be some added significance to the fact that we are finding these various details in the childhood home of Ariane, which also happened to double the...
There's an earbud on the table. This is the radio module we're looking for. But first, let's look around. We first read a letter to Radio Officer Young. This is referring to Ariane's mother. We can surmise as much in the text.
To Radio Officer Young, Station 6. Dear Iris, I hope you and Ariane are both well. I've spoken to the officials at Aeon and they agree that it would be best for Ariane to attend school in Sector C. I have a spare room she can stay in until she graduates. I know you two are inseparable, but we both know that it is best for your daughter if she receives a normal education in the city. Love, your sister Camilla.
Oh, Camilla! Like Camilla and Casilda.
Ah. Iris. Her name is Iris. Okay.
Hold the fuck up! What's her name? Iris. Camilla could be a reference to the character in the King in Yellow play, and Iris, I believe, is referencing the secret ending to Signalis.
Okay, now I'm 95% confident, and I'm talking a VATS 95%, not an XCOM 2 95%. What if... Damn it. Do I jump the gun now? Listen, if you are familiar with this game's secret ending, the artifact ending, what I'm hinting at here will make a lot more sense right now, but if you're not, don't worry, this will culminate into something possibly really cool by the end of this video. What if Elster is not the only one with personal machinations in this story? What if everything in this story, the sickness that's plaguing the lung facility, Arion's fate, maybe even potential Empire royalists infiltrating the lung facility, are all part of some sort of larger conspiracy? A repairer of reputations like upheaval of the way things are and the way things ever will be. And what if, at the center of all of it, or maybe in the background of all of it, is the Young family dynasty? Maybe even specifically Iris. The Young family of Mother Iris and daughter Arion, the rebuttal to the Great Revolutionary and her daughter. I'm so far on the other side of this mystery now that it all seems a bit floppy. But there is something here in this sequence. The Young family certainly has a disrespect for the Empire censors, an affinity for the occult and obscure, like the banned books and the King in Yellow. So even if my larger royalist chthonic conspiracy ends up being a bit of a flop fest, there is something here that we are picking at that is quite valuable. We've got the pot, we've planted the seeds, now let's keep moving.
To top it all off, we have those banned books here. We'll come to learn that Iris read the Millennium Queen and Hunters of the Star Nebula to Arion. So at the very, very least, we can glean that Iris doesn't respect the censorship laws of the Yuuzhan Nation. We can also hear very, very faint music. I think I know what song this is, and we'll hear this song later. It's Arion's favorite, it seems. We examine a booklet that gives us instructions on how to use the radio module, and then pick it up. We then use the module to tune into frequency 160, but I also found a neat frequency that gives us the Rotfront weather. We tune into 160, let the microphone listen, and it opens. But before the character we're playing as descends, we are brought back to the present. Now Elster has the radio module unlocked. This is definitely strange. Something about touching this odd hexagonal plate caused her to be put in a different place and time. Maybe we were playing as Elster, and somebody left that radio module for us to find, away from prying eyes of the Sierpinski protectors. Oh wow. Smuggling contraband through the use of bilocation. This is very reality-bendy. Because you see, otherwise the module being at that facility wouldn't make much sense. It was run by Arion and her mother, both Gestalts, and modules, as far as I know, are only usable by replicas. Even on the box it says for generation something and up. The plate we find is called the Plate of Eternity. We won't be needing this until way later, so let's just go ahead and stow it in our red crate. Now, all this talk about a secret ending, might as well grab one of those 3 keys needed to open the safe from the beginning of the game. If we set the radio to 97 and interact with this cage in the isolation room, we find the key of love. Going back to my theory that everything is being placed here with clear intention to fulfill the final ending of this game, the secret ending of this game, does the placement of this key confirm that at least one of these dead suspects were collaborating with enemies of the Yuuzhan Nation? But maybe it wasn't the Empire they were collaborating with. Maybe Iris. We'll see. Since we're on the topic of royalist conspiracies, let's real quick read that document I missed earlier. We have an interrogation report. Wilhelm Chen confessed to owning contraband found in his locker. We don't know what kind of contraband that was. Michaela Wang confessed to illegal use of the radio. Wolfgang Wang died while being interrogated for illegal use of the radio. Evidently, that was Michaela's family, both having the last name Wang. Cruel. Very cruel. If she wasn't pissed at the nation then, she probably was now. Franz Wu passed out while being interrogated for obscenity to the state. And finally, Emily Huang, who died while being interrogated for trespassing. She too shares the name with Julia Huang, the person who was suspected to be a bioresident. And if Julia is one of those bodies in the isolation room, that means that these family members died at the hands of Sierpinski. Maybe Emily was trespassing, trying to communicate with or smuggle something to Julia while in isolation.
I can see most of these suspects having something to do with the conspiracy to sabotage the Sierpinski operation, and maybe in some strange atemporal way help us find or fulfill this enigmatic promise to Ariane. But floppiness aside, this could just be some nice, subtle, masterful world building and storytelling implicit through the environment of this early level. When we see how this story ends, I think it's very important when we have a living, breathing world to house such a strange plot.
When going into my inventory to access my radio module, I noticed that the Key of Love had a description. Here's what it states. I mistakenly say cycle 88, but it's cycle 888.
Key of Love, cycle 88. I've tried to teach Elster how to dance. It's so cute how clumsy she can be when it comes to these things. Cycle 1024. Before I met Elster, I never believed I would find someone I could fall in love with like that.
So this reveals to us that Elster and Ariane were romantically involved with one another on their Penrose scouting mission. Can't help but feel this breaks a whole lot of protocols with the Yuuzhan Nation. And so this would explain why Elster is so desperately trying to find Ariane. She's trying to find her lover. So, since this safe has a tree symbol on it, using the frequency key we found in the interrogation room, we tune into the appropriate frequency, get the code, punch it in, and get the ID card needed to access the elevator. This one was issued to a star unit. After saving, we head over to the elevator and insert the ID card. Before heading down, let's go back up to the surface level. There's an easy to miss Isolde interaction here that's helpful if you want to achieve the leave ending of this game. I would argue it's the hardest one to get, and the hardest to experience. We pick up some shotgun ammo, foreshadowing an upgrade to our ordnance, and talk to Issa.
Ah, it's you again. Glad you're still okay. Have you found who you're looking for? I'm looking for someone too. My sister. If you see her, would you tell her I'm looking for her? Don't worry, you'll recognize her when you see her.
This hints to a future reveal that Issa and Erica are identical twins.
Have you ever wondered if you're speaking to someone for the last time without knowing? I wish I could go back, so I could say something else. This place, it's very strange, isn't it? I wonder what happened here, but it doesn't really matter. You don't need to worry about me. I can take care of myself now. I can't keep relying on others. That's why she left me, after all. I'm sure of that now.
I see. Remember, in Issa's note that she left for Erica in the document storage, she said, "Despite everything that happened, I've returned to look for you." Issa and Erica must have parted ways on bad terms. Issa not only has returned to find her, but also proved to herself that she can stop relying on others. This character trait will be explored in a bit more detail in a future flashback memory sequence. Erica is the brave, athletic twin, and Issa is the clumsy, perhaps even meek twin. Hopefully she gets far without our help. I miss a subtle interaction here. If we interact with a security camera in the corner, Elster wonders to herself if somebody is watching her. This is the footage from separate gameplay.
Is this Adler tracking our progress? Maybe Ariane? Storyline-wise, I think it makes more sense that our Protector admin is the one that's keeping a close eye on us. But still, throughout this game, there will be this linking between ever-watching entities, all-seeing eyes, and Ariane. So keep this in mind for now. And while we're here, since we're about to wrap this third part up, let's go ahead and take inventory of some other themes we may have picked up. There's the identical twinship of Isolde and her missing sister, Erica. Now, technically, identical twins are not an example of synchronicity, at least when it comes to phenomenology. That's because there's an actual causal reason for identical twins. However, this concept will bloom as the story progresses into some pretty cool themes of characters looking alike, in other words, doppelgangers. Another particularly unique theme we've been dealing with is this concept of butterflies, now linked to this character, Alina Seo. What could these butterflies signify to her? After all, it was her cosmetic box that had the butterfly inlay on it. Could this be a reference to the butterfly effect? There are a couple of colloquial interpretations of the butterfly effect that I'm aware of. The first one, If you go back in time and you squash a butterfly, when you return to the present, you may observe some large changes in human history, all because you squashed this random butterfly. And the second example, if a butterfly flaps its wings, the vibrations of its wings will turn into small gusts of air, into larger gusts of air, into large gusts of wind, eventually into a tornado. How are these two examples even related when they both refer to the same concept, the butterfly effect? Well, I don't blame people for simplifying the butterfly effect to such extents, because when you actually look up the Wikipedia article for the butterfly effect, you get this. Like, is that even English? Let me see if I can find a happy medium. So the butterfly effect is a theoretical model coined by or associated with meteorologist Edward Lorenz. A meteorologist is somebody who studies weather, not meteors.
That's why dinosaurs don't exist no more.
The butterfly effect theorizes that in complex systems, for example, weather, small changes in an early or beginning state to this complex system, such as a butterfly wandering in and flapping its wings, could result in drastically different outcomes in later states. But is that butterfly the cause of those different outcomes?
For example, you've got these complex pendulums. Depending on where you drop the swingy thingy, you'll get vastly different outcomes in the swinging patterns and trajectories. Even slight differences in where you start the pendulum will translate into vastly different outcomes given enough time. But it's the same pendulum across all possibilities. This variable of where the pendulum dropped can be likened to this butterfly. Here's another very niche example, and not only with a very flawed explanation. I'm not a mathematician. If you've played turn-based games, or I think this can even apply to survival games like Minecraft that generate worlds and biomes, you may be familiar with the concept of seed numbers. These are numbers that the game derives its fate or luck from. Let's say you start a turn-based game with a seed of 1, 2, 3, 0. And on your first turn, you have a warrior fight an equally matched warrior. Each time the two fighters trade blows, we are under the impression that the game is rolling dices that determine whether a warrior hits or misses, hits strong or hits weak. This technically isn't the case, however. It isn't entirely random. The chance isn't being decided on the spot with a theoretical dice roll at that moment. Moments where probability and random chance happens is decided by the game interacting with this seed number. These games are programmed to derive their fate or probability from that seed number. It's a constant variable of which you get a consistent but still heavily obscured luck from. So instead of the game rolling a dice, it's checking the seed number and saying, did you win or did you lose? You lost. Did you win or did you lose? You lost. Let's say in our seed of 120, our warrior misses all of their hits. The game interacts with that seed number. You missed, you missed, you missed. If we reload the same game with that seed, we're sure to get the same results. But if we reload with a different seed, it's likely we'll get a different outcome. If we instead make our seed 1, 2, 3, 4 instead of 1, 2, 3, 0, and on our first turn we win our fight instead of losing, then that number 4 is like the butterfly. Somehow its introduction into the complex system has changed the outcome.
In that second colloquial definition I gave you, it seems to imply that the butterfly is what caused the tornadoes. The air vibrations from its wings is what turned into the tornadoes. However, that colloquial understanding is us assigning a causal link between the tornado and the butterfly. Now, mathematicians, I apologize if I'm just butchering this right now, but what I find a lot more of an interesting concept is something more akin to that first colloquial example of the butterfly effect. That changing a small aspect to an initial position could have unrelated but still drastic effects later on. Just simply introducing a butterfly into a complex system, or squashing a butterfly in a complex system, tweaking the seed number of a Minecraft world, or slightly changing the initial position of where you drop a pendulum. All translate to different outcomes for no reason except reality is simply reacting to this slightly different state. If you want to learn more about this concept from far more qualified individuals, some good places to search is, of course, Googling the butterfly effect or Googling chaos theory. But if you want a video to act as a good launching point, I highly recommend Minute Physics video on the butterfly effect. So how will any of this matter in Signalis? Well, Signalis is very complex. It's no coincidence that we have this butterfly motif bringing forth ideas of concepts of different spaces and realities and dimensions. The Sierpinski triangle bringing forth ideas of fractals and infinite repetitions. And the Penrose just making our fucking head hurt. Don't worry, this will all tie together in a very fun way. And it won't be done in front of this whiteboard. So let's get into this actual game and take that elevator lift down. Going back into the elevator, regardless of what level we pick beyond the second floor, even if we try skipping to the very bottom of the elevator shaft, the elevator breaks down at the third level, the hospital wing.
I didn't notice this until now, but you can see a quick shot of a side profile of Alina Seo. Maybe this is a shot of her as she descended in the elevator on her mission to find Elster. That being said, she is wearing this military outfit, and this would be more akin to what she wore when she served in the military, not what she would wear working in the labor camp of Sierpinski. She's also got this red glare in her eyes, too, which is very interesting.
We enter a waiting room with gurneys strewn about. On the other side of a reception window is a sweet shotgun. We sneak into the next room and see a corrupted star unit in the reflection of some glass. We move opposite to it into the reception office, grab and stow away the shoddy, save our game, and move into the room to the north. We find a computer that allows us to inscribe data onto blank keys. Much like the aperture machine or butterfly lockbox, this is a puzzle insertion point. We'll need to find a blank key to put this to use. I marvel at the stack of chairs and dip out to do some more exploring. In the north corridor of the east wing, we find a door that requires an examination room key. Then we enter the X-ray room. In the glass display, we see an array of items. We can use the X-ray interface to examine them. There's a revolver, foreshadowing an upgrade to our standard Glock, a charred or blackened arm, unclear if it's a Gestalt arm or replica arm. I have a feeling it's a Gestalt arm. I feel like the endoskeleton and shell would look different under an X-ray. This could also foreshadow a cutscene where Elster loses an arm. There's also a replica skull, having some gray metallic coloring, and the X-ray reveals that the replica brain is identical to a Gestalt brain, with just some cybernetic additions. So even the gray matter of replicas are cultured biologically. One would have assumed that these replicas run on some sort of circuitry or data storage for a brain. The fourth item is a rock, within it an earth key. Since we can't access this item, we'll have to transcribe this exact pattern onto a blank key, using that computer we found earlier. If you're playing on the computer, you can screenshot this, but if you're on console, there is a module we can use to take pictures. I recommend adjusting the items so that the cut corner is on the bottom right before you screenshot it. This is the positioning that the inscription interface will use. And finally, we have some sort of watch part or disc with gears. Not much I can glean from here. So we've come across our first element key. Each key in this level will be organized in a hexagonal pattern. Each key will also have some sort of linking to an element and a sort of grab bag of different symbols. More on that later. Our next room is the morgue, with a few body bags laying around. We find that the door in this room is locked, requiring the incineration room key. Suddenly, a new corrupted replica unit sneaks up behind us, crawling from below the floor tiling. As intimidating as these long-armed enemies are, their HP is the lowest of the enemies, and even so are still a waste of ammunition, because you can simply leave a room and they will instantly return to their respective spawn points. This replica is the Ara unit.
Replica overview. Arar. Ara. All-purpose repair worker replica. Macaw. Type, Generation 2, low-cost general purpose. Frame, biomechanical with titanium reinforced polyethylene shell. Height, 185 centimeters. These are the tough worker bees of the construction and repair industry. One of the earlier replica designs, the simple but efficient Aras are actually the most produced replica type to date. These strong and heavy worker units are a perfect fit for work in construction and production of industrial goods. In many places throughout our nation, Aras have already replaced all Gestalt workers in fields like climate forming and explosive ordnance disposal.
While we don't have this information yet, these worker bees have a reputation for seeming like quiet simpletons. It is kind of ironic that their corrupted forms are literally dragging their knuckles. With our internal shopping list of the north portion established, we get into the south corridor of the east wing, the ICU wing. In the first room, we pick up an auto-injector. When equipped, it helps you cheat death on a killing blow. Not very useful for our playstyle, but if you're going for the promise ending, allowing yourself to be killed and then cheating death will help you get points towards that ending. Again, this note that we pick up after picking up the auto-injector has this emphasis that only replicas
should use the auto-injector, further establishing that our biomechanical physiology is different from our Gestalt counterparts. In the same room we have a TV with some static. This requires a video cassette, and we also find a note.
Something's wrong. Nobody will tell me what's happening, but ever since I woke up, everyone has been behaving strangely. The protectors won't let me leave my room and return to work, even though the wound from my fall is already healed. I think there must have been an accident in the mine. I overheard two Yules whispering in front of my room that they're running out of staff. I'm worried that something has happened to Elster. I haven't heard from her in a while. I just can't sit around here any longer. Alina Seo.
Okay, so Alina was transferred from holding and into the medical wing to be treated for wounds that she suffered from her faint and fall. Again, she's worried about Elster, but Elster units aren't used on Sierpinski, right? In the second ICU room, we find a note talking about a Yule in critical condition, lying in a containment chamber to our right.
Patient, Euler 321. Patient complained about severe nausea and headaches, admitted to hospital wing after vomiting oxidant fluid during work. That would be the Replika equivalent to blood. Clinical picture in line with other recent cases among Protector staff. While we still have no indication what causes the syndrome, we've observed similar developments in all patients. Most puzzling, development of the syndrome seems to progress similarly in both Replika and Gestalt patients. Initial admission tests show hypotension, high fever, dehydration, and internal hemorrhaging. Strong cognitive decline within the first cycle, alopecia and purpura. Within 5 cycles, skin will begin to peel in large patches. Decline in vision quality and ability to communicate may follow. Gestalt patients will usually expire at this stage due to infections, while the results for Replika patients seem to vary.
This is very key. Replicas and Gestalts have different physiologies, both requiring different means of healing their physical health. A disease vector like a virus or bacteria that would bind to the cell receptors of a Gestalt body probably wouldn't be able to transmit to Replika bodies, and vice versa. While yes, there exists cross-species transmission of disease, I have a gut feeling this is a little bit different. The blood between Gestalts and Replikas are not the same. Their skin, their bones, their endocrine systems are not the same. Replikas are modified to be a totally different humanoid species. Instead of bones, they have metallic endoskeletons. Instead of skin, they have polyethylene shells. Now, their cultured muscles may be similar to Gestalts, but the vessels that pump their blood doesn't even pump blood. It's oxidant. The only thing that Replikas and Gestalts have in common is their brains, their ability to sense stimuli, process information, and react to stimuli. What if this disease is not transmitted biologically, but mimetically? We've explored this theme quite a bit in The King in Yellow. This concept of a cognito-hazard that does actually make you sick, spreading from person to person, not through fluids, not through aerosol, but through knowledge. Through knowledge. Through witnessing something truly unspeakable, like Tai Lopez. Keep this in mind. We examine the containment unit.
There's somebody inside the oxygen tent. It's hard to look at her.
With nothing else in here, we move to the nurse's station at the end of the corridor to find a friendly Yule nurse. We read another wall-safe memorandum, identical to all the other memos, again reminding us that we're going to be using our radio module to unlock that wall-safe in this room. Let's go ahead and chat with the Yule.
Everyone's turned weird. I'm the only one left, I think. Will I get sick like the others too? I'm scared. I don't want to die. You look kind of familiar. Have we met before? At first, it was only Commander Falk who fell ill. Slowly, everyone started to behave strangely. I'm too scared to go outside. I don't want to become like the others. I don't want to die.
I'll go ahead and say this now. Commander Falk is a Replika unit who has the ability of bioresonance, very strong bioresonance. She was the first to fall ill, and naturally the disease spread through mental resonations. Dangerous. Quick minor detail, we also have another instance of a Replika who works on Sierpinski, vaguely recognizing us. Again, we're in Elster, we're meant for cosmonautical exploration, not mining facilities. Don't worry, more information of this will come out soon. The last ICU has some loot that's not really worth getting slashed over. Probably smart to avoid it in a survival playthrough. We dip out of the east wing and into the west to find the end puzzle to this level. We first pick up a note that gives us a hint as to how to solve the wall-safe code. But who left this note here? A friend? Another Elster? Or maybe just the devs? Looking closely at the final puzzle, we see another hexagon. Sonderzugang means special access. We have 3 stars signifying the north point of this hexagon, and key insertions for all other points signified with unique symbols, and of course, elements. Even though we haven't picked up any keys yet, since we have access to the door and can see what keys go where, might as well chart out all of the elements. Of course, we still need more data if we want to get floppy with this. Now, while the topmost position doesn't have an element, it does have a symbol just like the other 5 positions. The symbol on the north point is a star. Another point, if you remember on the Earth key, the one that we screenshotted, it had an intricate pattern on it. This pattern we'll have to inscribe on the blank key. Each of these element cards also have respective patterns on them. And on the sealed door, just like with the star in that north position, we have some more symbols on each side of the door, each key insertion point. All of this will line up perfectly as we start to populate this model some more. Since we have all the information we need to solve that wall safe puzzle, we double back to the ICU. We turn into 228 and compare the numbers to the matrix of letters on the sword note we just picked up. There is one button that's obscured on both sides, but process of elimination helps us figure out that it's F. Each playthrough has a unique code, so you sadly won't be able to use my code to cheese your way through this more, not challenging, but still a thought-provoking puzzle. Opening the safe, we have something called an eidetic module, which for PC users is made obsolete with screenshotting, but this is essential for console players. It simply allows you to store up to 6 grayscale photographic memories. I do find it interesting that the wall safe with the sword symbol, a sword being a blade, houses a module for a replica's eye. While not a major theme, knives piercing eyes repeats itself quite a few times in the story. Tip of the hat to the old inscription heads. Oh, and on top of this, we also pick up the incinerator key. We sneak back through the morgue and enter the incinerator room. We enter a grim sight to a still burning incinerator in a room of body bags. Following the theme of fire, we pick up some thermite flares.
My, as you've probably heard, there have been multiple accounts of bodies of decommissioned protectors spontaneously reactivating and acting in a defective manner. Based on November's autopsy report, it seems that all affected units showed some sort of cancerous growth in their organic components. According to her, unless completely incinerated, this growth may reactivate the replica even after it's been dead for hours. We don't know what causes this, and we're unsure who's affected. We can't keep up with incinerating all the bodies. We have just 2 incinerators that constantly need recalibrating, so we're improvising. These thermite flares are able to melt through replica armor and burn the organic components from the inside. I've requisitioned more of them, but there was some paperwork missing, so we'll have to wait a bit longer. Junie.
Oh, so when we kill these corrupted replicas, they have a chance of reanimating again. These thermite flares help us ensure that they stay down. I only ever recommend using them in areas you're going to be traversing a lot. It's not that thermite flares are a rare resource, it's just that carrying them around takes up inventory space, which I think is very important for a smooth puzzle-solving experience. So we have this incinerator puzzle. All we must simply do is balance out the oxygen, gas, and CO2 levels. If we try pulling the lever, the mechanism will tell us if we have too much or too little of each element. After making the proper adjustments, the door opens and we find, fittingly, our fire keycard. It seems to be in a pile of charred remains in the shape of a replica. Towards the head, there's some strange small piece of something. A small item? It almost looks like a little key. But we can't interact with it. Maybe it's some part of the replica brain that just has really high heat resistance. We go back to the hexagon door, place the fire key in its correct spot, and examine the hexagon pillar adorning this room.
The 3 golden stars of the nation adorn the stela.
And we had those 3 stars too on our Penrose ship. So it's the nation versus the empire.
Okay, so the stars are the insignia of the Yuuzhan nation. Good to know. With no key items in our inventory, we head west to find some more puzzle pieces, lore, and, God willing, Ariane. We'll be traversing the west corridor quite a bit, so I eliminate the corrupted star and set her aflame with the thermite flare to ensure she doesn't reanimate. We enter a custodian storeroom to find a wrench. Sadly, I missed the Arar poster. This is what it looks like. Pretty cool. I think these are my second favorite replica. We can see their iconic helmet. I wonder if it doubles as both a construction helmet and a welding visor. It has an odd shape. We unlock the door into the waiting room, allowing us easier access to the save room from this corridor. We go south to find a bathroom with a destroyed floor, revealing a flooded room beneath. We pick up the pump room key from a dead Ara unit. Dead, but not corrupted.
A dead Aura unit. She looks strangely peaceful.
Peaceful. Is she at peace knowing that she's helping us with our mission? Not sure. The next puzzle can be a bit frustrating. We read some instructions that tells us how to solve this puzzle, and a second note that just straight up gives us the sequence. This isn't important to the story, so we'll speed through this. If you'd like the answer for your own playthrough, just slow this part down.
You know what I'm sick and tired of? Hard-boiled eggs. It seems that no matter what steps I take, they're always a pain in the ass to peel. And when I do none of the steps, they're super easy. What gives? What gives?
With the water levels balanced, we jump into the previously flooded bathroom. By completing that, we get the water key.
Imagine wearing shoes with socks. Fuck that.
The door on the bottom left of the connecting corridor secures us a way to get back to the top level of the hospital wing, so don't worry about jumping down here unprepared. In a flooded storage room, we find the blank key. Perfect. We'll inscribe the Earth symbol on it later. We also find another save room with an examination room key. And finally, we find a sleeping ward. Picking up the video cassette and speeding past some corrupted auras, we find another storage closet. We find a note of an Ara unit complaining about another Ara unit hiding her tools.
Full Protector ID of unit filing grievance, ARAR 308. Full Protector ID of involved units, ARAR 311. Date and time of incident,
All the time.
location of the incident, medical wing.
Alf keeps using my wrench and misplacing the 10mm socket. I've been reprimanded for not repairing the fan in the vent in the lower level, but I can't remove the vent cover without a 10mm wrench socket. I know she's doing it on purpose. Shepard.
Could this be the same Ara who had a peaceful look on her face? The one with the pump room key on her body? A mole on the inside, hiding tools for us to find? Not sure. In the air vent, we can find the air key, but we need the 10mm socket for the wrench to access it. So let's go topside and find the insertion points for some of these key items we have. To free up space, we enter our water key and try inserting our blank key, and of course it gets rejected. We then put the video cassette tape in the television set and get this flashback sequence. Is this the contents on the tape? In German it says, "The Way Home," and we see a younger Ariane with much shorter hair sulking on a train in Rotfront. We can't be in the perspective of Elster, so who? Could this be Isolde or Erica? We'll learn that the three grew up and got their education in Rotfront, or could this be the perspective of an Ara, whose memory was inscribed on this video cassette, perhaps through an eidetic module? Aras would likely be used to service these trains. That's if all that we are seeing is exactly what we're witnessing in the video cassette. This could just be what's the right word? A non-diegetic flashback sequence? Regardless, I love this scene. The music is just so hauntingly sad. And I love how the buildings seem to go by faster on one side than on the other. Approaching Ariane, she disappears, and in her place is the gold key. Fittingly, we have a poster advertising the Penrose program. There is some significance with the gold key being found in a cutscene where our love once was. At least significance in the model of this hexagon. I don't want to leave this sequence, but I must. We must pick up the key and shake off the sadness from our feet. Or, I guess, stilts. We go up to the computer and inscribe the pattern of the Earth key onto the blank key, bringing us one step closer to the end of this level. Then, with the examination room key, we enter the previously locked exam room. We find the socket insert for the wrench and a note informing us that we can combine repair sprays with repair patches to create powerful sprays. This is primarily good for saving inventory, but I don't really put it to much good use in my playthroughs, up until the very, very end, right before the final boss. Probably a lot more useful in survival mode. We just have one more key left, so I insert the ones I have, and we go back down, rip the vent grate off, get the wind key, and come back to complete this level's hexagon element puzzle. Now, there are some details to these elements in this model that do still puzzle me. For example, these three road symbols with various sort of serrations in their rows. I'm not sure what these could be referencing, if there's some sort of old script. They kind of remind me a bit of the fifth element, those stones at the end of the movie. And I'm still not very certain about these 3x5 dot patterns with their inscriptions on them. The fire key and the air key kind of remind me of some sort of kanji or Chinese characters, but I'm not entirely sure. The reason why there's an L where the air key is because Luft in German is air. But I'm not sure what K could mean. I've tried looking up different words in the German language. Gold, I tried metal, shine, silver, ore, money, nothing. None of it starts with a K, so I am quite puzzled. The final room has a save point and a bunch of ammo and healing regions. I smell a boss fight incoming. Still wanting to travel light, and knowing that I'm playing on casual difficulty, I jump in with just my pistol. We jump down to find a Mina unit. These are heavy-duty mining replicas. Thank God. Maybe she can help me in the boss fight I'm sensing. Oh, she's the boss fight. But look how cool! We get a fully animated moment when a replica succumbs to the disease. Her face falls off. She wears no mask. You guys just really have to read The King and Yet. It's a House of Leaves. Get that away from me. While Elster deals with that zombified Mina unit, let me go ahead and fill you in on the Mina unit.
Replica overview. Mina. Mining, nuclear tech, high security replica. Mina. Generation 3, industrial specialist. Frame. Biomechanical with high security reinforced armor, plated servo shell. Height, 260 centimeters. When it comes to dangerous cargo, heavy machinery, and hazardous environments, no other model rivals the Mina units with their high security power armor bodies. Even in lethal radiation under crushing pressure and in zero-G, they keep their calm demeanor and show exemplary teamwork. Despite their hulking bodies, underneath their face shields a standard Generation 3 cranial construction can be found, making maintenance and social interfacing as easy as with any other replica model. Please note that Mina neural pattern is not suited for combat use. For combat applications, the SAPR variants should be used, which employs a combat-capable persona in the same frame. For more information, see Schwer Anti-Panzer Replica Schnapper. SAPR, Schwer Anti-Panzer Replica Schnapper.
Now luckily we aren't fighting the combat variant, the Schnapper, just the mining industrial unit. Crazy to think that these hulking monstrosities didn't really need to have an anime girl face, but were given one just so social interfacing would be a lot less jarring. It's literally just an anime face glued onto just a Bioshock Big Daddy. One thing I'm just realizing is when the face is open, it actually kind of looks like an eye. You know, it looks like the red looks like the whites of the eye, the face is like the iris, and of course, you know, red eye, you know. We're pretty early on in our journey right now, but there are certain things that we will be associating with the Empire that still somehow make their way into nation design. It's like synchronicity, it's like the bubbling up. There's something to that, so keep this in mind for now. After Elster, our magpie, mag dumps on the Mina unit, we get this cutscene. Elster has a troubled look on her face. Her eyes are reflecting a red glow. Is she possessed? The German in the corner states, "We are all flesh and we return to flesh," a foreboding phrase to say the least. And then, the coolest, most epic, best replica that Aeon has to offer. Adler.
A visitor. Welcome to our facility.
In Chinese we read secret, and in English something was unearthed. Perhaps this something was what caused all this chaos. Something eldritch, something pallid even.
You've caught us at an unfortunate time. How can I help you? I'm looking for a Gestalt. A worker at our facility. Let me see that picture. Alina Seo. I believe she's one of our factory workers. However, you shouldn't have returned.
This screen goes so hard. I mean, yeah, he's a torturer, but so are the Storches, and that doesn't stop people from being all mommy about them. Let a man bro out with his Adler. No, but in all seriousness, the treachery. He pushes us down an elevator shaft saying we shouldn't have returned. And this will make sense in just a moment. The phrase on the screen says, "It's calling to me from below, the song of a god that whispers to the sleeping. A dark sun setting over a black ocean, a red eye in the sky, staring, unblinking, forever. And deep below the earth away, answers to the questions yet unasked." So we further have the establishing of two suns, a black one and a red one, the red one being a large, unblinking eye. This perfectly foreshadows some big key details that will help make sense of, if not the trajectory of the story, the destination. This cutscene transitions into a dream about dreaming, where we now experience a flashback memory, or dream, of Isolde Itu.
I must have fallen asleep while waiting for Erica. Did she already go home without me? We wanted to get some books from the library together. I should check to see if she's still there.
We examine the chalkboard.
It's empty. The Yule always wipes it before I can get down all my notes, so I have to copy Erica's. I'm glad we're in the same class, even if it confuses the teachers.
So Yule's also filled the position of teachers. Brutal. For the Gestalt teachers, that is. We examine the 2 photos of the classroom wall.
Portraits of the leaders.
So this would confirm the pictures being of the Yusian Nation leaders, and also establishes that the planet we are on right now is of the Yusian Nation's control, that planet being Rotfront. We can tell by the snow and the satellites in the distance outside the window.
It's snowing. It always is.
Those buildings also look like the one from the train cutscene, a small detail also placing that memory on Rotfront as well. Will we get to see that short-haired Ariane in this memory? Entering the hallway, we turn around and go the wrong way to find a door with a strange blot of blood or blackness.
Hold on, I wanted to go to the library and look for Erica before I go home.
It's as if this corruption is even spreading into memory itself. Ugh. On the walls, there's signage with rules against loitering and running, as well as identifying this location as Mandelbrot Polytechnical High School. This is likely referencing the Mandelbrot set, a mathematical fractal-like shape. Fractals are a very light but ever-present theme in this game of Signalis. Getting to the very end of the hallway toward the library, we witness a young Ariane getting bullied. She seems to be going through a sort of early onset achromatria, where her hair goes white, but at a much younger age. Is that why she's being bullied? It seems that our dream avatar, Issa, is paralyzed, not doing anything. Perhaps this is what fuels her angst. The flashing German says, "In the end, it was my sister and not me who came to Ariane's aid." Okay, I see where you're going with that. Our short friendship was for me forever, from that moment of paralysis overshadowed. The bottom left says Gestalt memory, and then, I have always been useless. And in Chinese, inferior. Okay, we have a lot of details to go through here. Evidently, Erica, Ariane, and Isolde were all schoolmates. That's their relationship with one another. The 3, I estimate, spent most of their teen and young adult years in Rotfront together. Their birthplaces, however, all 3 of these characters is quite some juicy information, so we'll keep that in mind for now. But yes, they all grew up together in Rotfront. Ariane Young suffers from a condition where her hair goes white at an earlier age than most people. She was bullied, at least in part, for this reason. The Ito twins, Isolde and Erica, saw this bullying. Isolde was too paralyzed by fear to do anything, and Erica rushed to Ariane's defense. Just before this whiteboard segment, you may have noticed that my gears were turning when I read that phrase. In the end, it was my sister who came to the aid for Ariane. Surface level, you can draw some parallels between Erica and Elster, both in spirit, rushing to protect and save Ariane, but in a strange roundabout way. As we sift through the mysteries of this story, there's actually a very enigmatic character who we've yet to put on this chart that could, in a more synchronistic way, be parallel to this desire to help Ariane. But I'm hyperfixating on a bunch of thematic mumbo-jumbo. This was a very heavy cutscene. So will Isolde be able to overcome her fear, right the personal wrongs of her own angst? Will she save Erica? Also, how is it that we have access to this memory? This is Isolde's memory, not Elster's. Well, we will come to learn that replicas have personalities or personas that are derived from the neural patterns of Gestalts, donated by Gestalts. So, was Isolde the donor of the neural pattern that would become Elster's persona? Not exactly, but still, this is a good line of thinking to follow. Perhaps there isn't a narrative reason as to why we have access to a memory of a dream or a dream of a memory belonging to Isolde. Maybe it's just a non-diegetic flashback sequence that we ought not to overthink. Elster wakes up now in the floor below the medical ward. The elevator behind us is out of order and is filled to the brim with dead Elsters. When Adler said, "You shouldn't have returned," he must have been insinuating that this event where he pushes Elster down the elevator must have happened multiple times. So this whole game is just one instance of Elster fulfilling her mission, all previous and possibly future iterations all culminating into one final destination. Earlier I talked about how every time we die, a triangle is marked on our diagnostic module, and if you die enough times, you get the achievement Ship of Theseus. The Ship of Theseus is a thought experiment. Let's say you have a ship called the Elster, and you repair its sails. Is it still the Elster? Yeah, of course. What about its hull? What if you repair its hull? Is it still the Elster? Yeah, duh. Well, what if you repaired and replaced every single aspect of this ship, from the sails to every plank in the hull, every screw, every facet, and even the crew? After this complete replacement of every bit and piece of this, is it still the Elster? So what does this achievement's titling tell us? When Elster dies in game, is a part of her being replaced by spare parts? Is every playthrough in the game somehow canon, even the ones that end in a game over? We were able to transfer our persona from a strange planet to the Elster standing in the bathroom of Sierpinski. Is this prison colony Sierpinski just under a consistent barrage of Elsters? All this talk about ships makes me want to play Puzzle Pirates. Well, we're in a new level, so let's go ahead and wrap up the themes we've picked up on through the previous hospital level. In this chapter, we explore a bit more of those King in Yellow themings. First, we have this hint that this disease is affecting both replicas and gestalts, which to me means that we are dealing with a disease of corrupted information. And then we have this subtle recurrence of the Mina losing her face mask. This is the second time we've witnessed persona degradation. The first time would be at the end of the prologue, when we see Elster's mask slowly start to melt off. We've got some more emphasis on fractals with this reference to the Mandelbrot set. Kinda looks like something in the cell stage of Spore. And of course, we've got a smattering of a bunch of different stuff. Hexagons, some more of these red eyes, synchronicities between the photograph of Alina and Ariane. Just a thematic charcuterie board. Let's go ahead and press on. We first need a key to even get started with this level, but first I dip into a room where we find the energy box for this level's dumbwaiter lift system. We'll come back to this. The key that we need to progress is in an early save room. Now this is great design in my opinion. It forces the player to find a save room after a challenging boss fight. The maintenance key depicts an RR unit. It says Cyclus 8-3. Cyclus is cycle in German, so perhaps this is the unit's work period. Currently we're on floor 5. We'll have to navigate floors 5 to 8 to find our various puzzle pieces and insertion points. This is a sprawling level that encompasses the whole Replika and Protectorate sector of Sierpinski. For this reason, I'm going to do my best to crank up the tempo a bit. On floor 6 we find some mailing lockboxes. This will be an insertion point towards the end of this whole level's journey. What's odd is that the lockbox we'll be finding the key for is lockbox 512, just like how the last 3 numbers of the first safe code was 512, and of course our Penrose mission was number 512. We can also see that the elevator shaft is absolutely overflowing with Elster bodies. Brutal. Whatever Elster is up to has been a long time coming. We make note of the owl room, which requires an owl key. If you recall, the bird insignia of the Yules are an owl, so this will be the Yule dormitory. We find the first Storch dormitory, finding a couple of posters. The Storch poster is quite iconic, and we see that one of Aeon's insignias is a hexagonal cube shape. Strange. But the next poster is a propaganda poster saying, Bouillon will burn.
Later in this level, we'll have access to an orrery, and in this orrery we can have information on each of the different planets. So let's go ahead and give us what the game tells us from this orrery. Bouillon.
Bouillon, home to the Imperial Palace, floating above poisonous clouds.
Bouillon is super close to the sun in this solar system, so it's a bit ironic saying that Bouillon will burn. Bouillon is the capital of the Yusian Empire, of course, the enemy of the nation. Now, there is some interesting theory crafting about this solar system of Signalis being a mirror image of our solar system, and if I find that is a good avenue to explore, I will. But here is something that I think may have slipped a lot of people's radar. Bouillon is a reference to Slavic folklore. It is an island or a realm in which a sorcerer by the name of Koshai the Deathless, or Koshai the Immortal, hides the secret to his immortality. Here's what's interesting. He hides the secret to his immortality in a needle, which is inside of an egg, which is inside of a duck, which is inside of a hare or a rabbit. The hare is inside of a chest, and the chest is buried somewhere on Bouillon. So that's six seals that you must break to unlock the key to Koshai's immortality. That is huge. absolutely huge. This has to be intentional. The Empress of the Empire is very enigmatic, with a seemingly deathless dynasty. And so it's fitting to name her realm, the seat of her throne, also as the seat to her immortality. A realm deathless. Ooh, keep that in mind. We find a note that acts as a hint to a future puzzle in this level, but also some folded in world building that fortifies some things we will learn of these different Replika types.
I am officially sick of the Yules next door. They've been listening to that stupid song non-stop since the piano room was locked down. If I have to hear it one more time, I'm going over there and smashing that stupid tape recorder to pieces. I wonder if there's a way we can borrow a key so we can get into their dorm and put an end to this madness. I don't care about breaking quarantine if it means never having to hear that damn song again.
We will come to learn that Yules stabilize themselves by listening to music. However, in this case, it seems to anger the Storch. Might as well, while we're here, in the next room over, we're going to find a pretty elaborate showering facility for the Storches. This is one way that the Storches stabilize themselves, taking showers. Does the cold water cool off their hot heads? Or perhaps hot water thaw their cold demeanor? Not sure. So in the next room, we have the showering facility for the Storches, where we can also find the star unit breakdown, but we've already gone over that. Let's keep moving forward. We find a dark room. We will need a flashlight if we want to interact with anything in this area. We read another note from an Arar unit.
Memorandum, lighting malfunctions. To Service Cadre, from Arar 316.
Due to a recent incident involving a certain starling that shall remain unnamed, I've adjusted all doors to require visible light to open. This should hopefully stop any more non-service cadre personnel from endangering themselves by stumbling into dark rooms until we can take care of the lighting issue. If you've been assigned an illumination failure repair task, remember to equip your flashlight module so the door sensors will let you in. Ask Adler ahead of time if you need one. He's usually in his quarters on the 8th floor these days. From Session. Shepard.
While this serves as a hint to the player to find the flashlight module, I'm curious about this incident that a starling caused. Was there a star unit in this facility that was sabotaging the Sierpinski operation, preparing it for Elster's arrival, or just a clumsy Replika? Entering the south corridor of level 6, we find a locked workshop and, fittingly, the dormitory for the Arar units. This is where we can also find the document detailing the Arar Replikas we've already gone through. At the bottom of this room is... oh, a boat. Perhaps crafts and handiwork are a way that Aras stabilize themselves. However, if you recall, in the Island of Death painting, there is a boat on the shore, and when we start to explore a first-hand view of the Shore of Oblivion, we will have access to a similar boat. When we approach this particular boat, we are ambushed by a couple of corrupted Arars. Could it be that in their insanity they saw images of the Island of Death and Shore of Oblivion, so they began to madly craft a boat in their mad visions of this realm? It's like the iconic Arar handiness manifest in madness. There's only one way down for now, so we jump in the hold to see this cutscene.
I'm afraid the commander won't receive any visitors at the moment. But perhaps I can be of assistance instead. Who are you? I'm the administrator of this facility. Please, there's no need to be afraid. I'm just here to help.
It seems that Isolde is approaching the room we'll come to find houses the sick Commander Falk replica. It's flanked by two paintings, of course, the aforementioned Island of Death and Shore of Oblivion. The image of Erica is heavily corrupted, and the following screen says, "None of us are here by choice, and no one will miss us." Perhaps no one will miss them because, like the dead realm of the dim and lost Carcosa, there are no eyes to shed any more tears for its requiem. Real quick, I'm just going to go ahead and say this now. Anytime that we see a depiction of Erica, it's always heavily obscured. So, could Erica be the person underneath the black smudge on the photo of Ariane? If that was Elster, why would it be smudged? Elster has no problem seeing herself in the mirror. I don't know. It's tough. Shoot. I'll keep that in mind. let's keep pressing forward. We land in the floor below, finding ourselves in the Star Dorm. This isn't the place where that confrontation took place, but I can't help but feel that this pool of oxidant and repair spray indicates a struggle between a replica and perhaps a corrupted replica, or maybe even a sold. It could even be a previous Elster. We see a large poster of a star unit wielding her iconic revolver. Can't wait to get my hands on one. And then another propaganda poster. Heimat, the heart of the revolution.
Heimat. Heimat, home of the new nation's government. I heard the view of the gas giant's rings in the sky is beautiful there.
Heimat is the capital of the Usian nation, a planet not too far away from Lung. Its name is German for homeland. I think Heimat specifically is a feminine form of the word, so maybe motherland. Now, I'm not super brushed up on German history. I'm not sure if motherland is a more communistic euphemism or a fascistic euphemism, so I'm not entirely sure. The Suspiria part of my brain is still exhausted. Exploring the south corridor of floor 7, we find the dining room. We dispatch a couple of corrupted Yules, and then we find a fuse and note. The note simply is between replicas, stating the importance of replacing the fuse as soon as possible. But this is also a hint to us that we should fix that ASAP if we want to properly get around this sprawling level. We examine some rations on the table.
There's various half-eating rations on the table. I'm not hungry.
That's odd. I didn't think replicas needed to eat. But I guess that makes sense. They're not robots, they're replicas of Gestalts, down to their organs, with just some modifications and upgrades. Aside from these rations, I wonder back home what the Usian nation cuisine looked like. Haggis bumbowe, campot peppered filet mignon, takoyaki fish broten.
That's its name, fish broten! The secret is the cramming.
To our right is another poster. This one is Kitez. I missed this during this playthrough. Big thank you to the Signalis Wikia for this clean image. It says Kitez awaits liberation, so we can surmise this means it's yet to be liberated from the Empire.
Kitez. Kitez, the Red Desert. The Imperial fleet can only hold it for so long before it will be liberated.
Kitez is said to be a red desert planet, and the symbol we're using to associate with it is an upside-down triangle. Just like how that plate of eternity we picked up earlier has a star on it, we will pick up a similar plate puzzle piece that we will place in the same position that also has an upside-down triangle symbol. The element symbol was a Sierpinski or Triforce symbol pointing up. Curious. Kitez seems to be named after a mythical Russian city, a sort of Russian Atlantis. It once stood in the middle of the lake Svetloyar. It was constantly being sieged by Mongol invaders. And so when the townspeople of Kitez prayed, the city sunk beneath the water, protecting them from the invaders. Maybe we can somehow link this sort of ocean of water to this sea of red sand. Traveling toward the north corridor of this level, we find a door that requires a shutter door handle. We'll be back. Going further, we dispatch a star unit and head into some more star dorms. We find another poster, but this one signed by a star unit who goes by the persona name Jäger, or Hunter in German.
Star, S313. Security Technician Replika Star, the Hunter.
Clearly, she's a crack shot. We enter the management office to see a particularly brutal sight. Corrupted Colibri units. There are 4 in front of us. We must tune into the radio frequency on our screen to create a feedback loop. Doing so reveals which of the 4 is the Colibri we need to kill. During these mental onslaughts, if we let it run, we can find various names and symbols flash on our screen. One of these bits of garbled data revealed the full name of the top level of Sierpinski, being re-education. I don't have a picture on hand right now, but this is how players solve that little mystery. Also, some of the images that can sear into your mind when you get too close is images of the Island of Dead and Shores of Oblivion. This to me confirms that these images, these realms of death, are somehow linked to this madness, this corruption spreading across the replicas. And, now that we've completed the hospital level, we also know the Gestalts. This would explain why the Aurars were building a boat in the middle of a snowy planet with evidently no water. But since we've come face to face with the Colibri, might as well discuss the replica model, the Colibri.
Colibri. Commando Control Unit Biorenaissance Technology, Replika Hummingbird. Type Generation 6 High-Tech Bioresonance Specialist. Frame Biomechanical with polyethylene shell and bullet-resistant armor plating. Height 152 centimeters. Classified information. Commander's eyes only. A marvel of modern technology, the Colibri is the most capable. Every Protector Führungskommando's Falk unit is aided by a cadre of Colibri unit adjutants, which can amplify her bioresonant signals, as well as produce their own. Despite their diminutive build, Colibris are one of the most effective Protector units. Able to directly influence the minds of replicas and gestalts, extract information non-verbally, and communicate among themselves instantly in full bandwidth of the senses, the Colibri bioresonance is the closest recreation of a true hive mind.
The Colibris are a highly intelligent sort of psychic type replica. The only other bioresonant type is the Commander, a powerful figurehead. Of course, because Colibris are bioresonant, known for their high brain capacities, it makes sense that their corruptive forms have large swollen heads. It's as if the information is so much, it's literally filling up the gray matter that is their brain. It's really hard to appreciate the horror of this because of the low poly models in game. So I found this fantastic piece of fan art on the Signalis subreddit. It is very, very creepy. Reminds me of that one horror game, GTFO. Was it GTFO? The one game that's like stupidly hard? Yeah, oh, fuck that game. Fittingly, we find that the Colibri was guarding or fixated on this painting of the Isle of Dead.
A painting of a strange island. Somehow it feels very familiar. There's a keyhole in the painting.
The white figure on the boat is obscured or replaced with a keyhole. I previously likened the figure to Ariane, given that they both have white hair. So it's fitting that we are both looking for Ariane and also the key to this painting. Now, our first priority is to fix the dumbwaiter or paternoster lifts so that we can more easily traverse these levels. We place the fuse in the box and turning the switches to this pattern bring power back to the lifts. This is essentially a math puzzle. With no more puzzles left on the 5th floor, we can just focus on 6 through 8. If we try and go down the ladder to level 8, the door will be locked. We'll have to use the lifts to access it from the inside. However, there's another poster here, Rotfront, Hope for the Future, and it sports a red circle on the poster.
Rotfront. Rotfront, the ice moon circling the largest gas giant. Still in the process of climaforming.
Rotfront is another nation-owned planet. We'll actually be exploring it quite thoroughly towards the end of our journey. Rotfront is a well-developed planet with a lot of sectored-off urban communities. One of the more notable things about it is their emphasis on radio towers. Perhaps there's some sort of communication core to the nation's efforts. Its name is a reference to a German communist phrase, Red Front, Rotfront. I think there was even a left-wing faction that was named Rotfront too, the Red Front. We take the paternoster down to level 8 and enter the rooms leading to the commander's quarters. We pick up the shutter crank and find the note describing the Mina units. We've already gone over this note, but here's a new one in the next room over.
Falk, Operational Command Control Unit Replica, Falcon. Type, Generation 6 High-Tech Bioresonance Command Unit. Frame, biomechanical with polyethylene shell and bullet-resistant armor plating. Height, 250 centimeters. Classified information, Commander eyes only. This is the Protector Führungskommando's commander, the head of each Aeon facility's Protector force. It's a powerful prototype bioresonant Falk unit, an authority that may never be questioned. A Falk unit serves not just as a commander to the Protectors, but as a nearly godlike being, a perception that is underlined by her tall build and resemblance to our nation's leaders, the Great Revolutionary and her daughter. It is also aided by her powerful prototype bioresonance module, which not only allows her to bend the will of the weaker minds and fathom their intentions and emotions, but also grants her the ability to manipulate objects from a distance.
Okay, I'm a little bit off my game, whiteboard-wise. I tried to kind of go for like a kind of a cross between Olivia Wilde and Brooke Shields, and I just got like fucking Jet Force Gemini. That's a deep cut right there. So the Falk unit is capable of extremely powerful bioresonance. Any Aeon operation basically lives and dies by maintaining some level of control by this sort of bioresonant node. That is the replica commander. However, in the case of Sierpinski, it may be that this power has backfired. If she witnessed and was exposed to some sort of cognito hazard or corruption, then it would very quickly spread to all replicas and maybe even gestalts in that web of neural connectivity. Now, let's remind ourselves. Bioresonance is not an ability that's unique to replicas. Gestalts are also capable of bioresonance, even very powerful bioresonance. So keep that in mind for now. Before getting ganked by some Aurars, we enter the commander's quarters to find that she's catatonic, in some sort of bed rest.
A Falk unit. Is she dead? She looks strangely peaceful lying there.
Fascinating that she seems to not be physically affected by the corruption. We examine her closely to see that she's holding an owl-shaped box.
A heavy box fashioned to look like an owl. There are small holes at the top looking like a speaker. Or a microphone?
The owl shape points us in the direction of the Owl Room, or the Yule Dorms. Remember, there was talk about music coming from those dorms. Perhaps we have to play that music into this mic'd up box. We can also find a diary in this room.
Falk's Diary. 8421A.
I don't know how much longer I can go on. I do not want to live anymore as what I've become. The red eye beyond the gate showed me. No, touched me. Poisoned me.
Red eye beyond the gate. She's talking about that black gate that we saw in the prologue, the one on what I assume to be the exoplanet. But this is a mining facility. We're on Lung. Somehow she went down into the mines and found either that same or a similar gate, witnessing the threshold and the red eye beyond it. Keep this in mind.
It feels like my mind has become contaminated, defiled by another person's memories. I'm no longer fully myself anymore, but I have not fully become someone else either.
I have not fully become someone else either. Else, either, elster. I'm not being floppy. This is foreshadowing the end of the game. Or I should say, a theme that will be folded in and revealed towards the end of the game. Now, floppiness aside, she went into the mines. I believe she saw a vision of the gate, or somehow teleported to it, and it instilled within her corrupted data that evidently through her bioresonance spread to other replicas and perhaps to also Gestalts. So at some point, Falk found the gate and saw a red eye beyond it. And that's interesting. If you're familiar with the secret ending of this game, I can't help but feel that that red eye shouldn't exist yet. Keep this in mind.
I'm stuck here, between her and me, with half-formed dreams and recollections, penetrating my brain and tainting my every action. Who is she? Who is that white-haired girl? Why do I long to see her again? Why should she curse me like this?
Maybe, in a strange, bioresonant way, Elster's desires to find Ariane poured through the lens of that red eye in the sky and into the Falk unit. What a headache. So, we have a leader made in the image of the great leaders of the nation, now possibly being crowned by a corrupting disease. There will be a couple of light, but still all the more interesting parallels we can draw between this avatar of the revolution and the enigmatic Yuuzhan Empire Empress. This consistent repeating theme of a red eye connects everything. While we're here, might as well also add Adler to the list. We've already been introduced to him quite some time ago. Going back into the south corridor of floor 8, we find an orrery, a sort of holographic display depicting all the planets of the solar system, all revolving around a singular sun. The only planet we won't find a poster of on this level is of Lung.
Lung. Lung. S23 Sierpinski is here.
Now all this time I just thought that Lung was Chinese for cold. I just had a gut feeling that there had to be some sort of linking to mythology. Perhaps like with Kitez or with Buyan, maybe this is referencing a Chinese dragon, but no, that's L-U-N-G, Lung. This is a reference to a different kind of mythos, Lovecraftian mythos. Lung is featured in a Lovecraft story called The Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath. It features a continent of multiple regions, one of them being Lung. This continent is called the Dreamlands. From what I can gather, the Dreamlands is both a place people can go in their sleep, but also in death. In The King in Yellow, we explored that theme of the realm of dreams and the realm of the dead converging. What's fascinating is that Falk is, in this moment, asleep. In her convening with the forbidden knowledge found in the depths of Lung, has she permanently gone to this dreamland, emitting visions of it into the replicas and Gestalts alike? Another thing, as we go deeper into Lung, of course the planet that we're on right now, past the mines we're going to find some brutal Lovecraftian architecture.
remnants of a society long before the Yuuzhan nation. And what's interesting is that we will find some details that sort of points to the depths of Lung beneath the mines as a sort of sacred resting place, a sacred hall for the Empire. Did the Yuuzhan nation liberate Lung from the Empire, establish the Sierpinski mining facility, only to discover unspeakable horrors that the Empire left for them? Could these portals that we've been seeing, portals that can transcend space and time, be used to create a backdoor, destroy the nation from within? No need to keep speculating, our answers will come in due time. This orrery will serve as info for the last puzzle of this level, so this would be a good time to screenshot, ideally when Lung is at the north position of this display. We also find a bunch of locked doors and dark rooms, so we proceed north to find the flashlight in the Eagle Room, or Adler's quarters. Of course, Adler has a poster of Falk in his bedroom. We'll come to learn that Adler is programmed to be sycophantic to Falk.
Wunderwaffen, or super weapons of our nation, and the battle against the Empire, Falk units.
We can't go deeper into Adler's bedroom. One, because we don't have a key, and also because we aren't Falk. Before picking up the flashlight, we read Adler's Replika info.
My boy's thick, what the built like low-key me. The Adler, Administration Data Processing Logistics Replika, Eagle. Type, Generation 5 High Command Specialist. Frame, biomechanical with polyethylene shell and titanium skeleton. Height, 175 centimeters. An integral part of every Protector Führungskommando is the Administrator Unit. A single Adler unit can manage and oversee all administrative tasks for an entire facility, freeing other operational command units to focus on the direct control of Protector units. The Adler is designed to work as a direct counterpart to the Falk unit, serving as her adjutant by taking care of necessary paperwork and calculations.
So, Adler is a sort of sidekick to Falk. While Falk was down in the mines with her cadre of Storches, Stars, and Minas, Adler was always topside, waiting for his dear commander to return for an operational debriefing. Double entendre there. Think about the dynamic right now, however. Falk is sick. Adler isn't. In a way, Adler is duty-bound to Falk in the same way Isolde is to Erika and Elster is to Ariane. Now who was duty-bound to Elena? We pick up the flashlight. Also, on the north corridor of the 8th floor, we find a lift that goes further down into the mines. This is the final point of this level, so we'll be back. We unlock the door of the ladder and now can access both the north and south corridors freely. Going back to the 7th floor, we use the crank to open the shuttle gate and enter the piano room. It's fitted with a library and a piano, likely serving to both mentally enrich the musical Yules and bookish colibris. This points us back to the owl room, and look, we even find the key. Beautiful. In this room, we can also find the Yule files. This is what Elster has to say about the piano.
A grand piano. I wish I knew how to play it.
So let's go to the Yule room, back on floor 6. The Yule dorm is particularly cozy, having a little Christmas light decorating the dim room. There's also a mirror in the corner that we'll come to learn also helps stabilize the Yule's mentality. We find a music player with a cassette and a tape player, evidently vandalized by the angry Storch. We examine some of the objects in the room.
A small collection of propaganda novellas and reference books for domestic tasks. A tall mirror stands in the corner of the room.
And get ready to explore the darkened rooms by loading up on some ammo. First, on floor 6, we have a sort of med bay for the replicas, but it's called a repair bay instead. We make our way through the darkness, evading and killing corrupted replicas, and enter a shooting range. This is where Hunter displayed her shooting expertise when Sierpinski was operational. We pick up some adhesive tape and a locked gun box. Inside is our revolver. We'll need to get this thing cracked open pronto. We combine the tape with the cassette to repair it. We'll need to find a working music player to put this into. We also find that the gun case is signed by that named star unit, Hunter. The dark room on floor 7 is the Protector office, leading into the archives where we can find a lot of different goodies. First, we find the last poster on Sierpinski, Vineta, the cradle of humanity.
Vineta.
Vineta, the ocean world ravaged by war. When I close my eyes, I can hear the sound of the sea.
On this poster, there's also a sideways equal sign. We'll see this repeat in one of those plates, and of course we saw that in the air key. Vineta is considered by the Signalis fandom to be this world's version of Earth. In this case, however, Vineta is almost entirely covered by water. We'll learn that this is where the Ito sisters spent their childhoods before moving to Rotfront, and we will learn this was the site of the Venetan War, a big watershed moment for the ongoing Yuezhan Empire versus Nation War. We will come to learn that a keystone technology of the Empire is something called climaforming, so changing the climate. I guess kind of like terraforming. Evidently, it's got to be how they're able to live on a gas giant like Bouillon. Could it be that the Empire used its climaforming technology to flood Vineta, to punish them for their revolt? The only reason I bring this up is because we have a similar story in the mythos that inspires Vineta. Vineta is the name of a mythical city off the coast of the Baltics. Legend says that it was flooded because of their excessive and decadent lifestyle. Maybe there's something to link there, I'm not sure. But this completes the planetary data to our Hexagon model. You might be wondering why I even placed these planets in their respective positions. Earlier I mentioned tarot cards. These tarot cards will be linked to planets, and this is the position the planets are in. More or less, it's quite fitting. Everything will click together to make a lot more sense. We pick up the key to the island painting and read a fitting note placed next to it. We can even see a doodle of the island of the dead on this note. Creepy.
Colibri in the management office. One of the Colibris has holed herself up in the management office on the 7th floor. I've seen her and her illusion sitting inside the room, crying. Which one is the real one? I think it's because of that painting in there. Whenever I was close to her, I felt like my mind was being assaulted by the image of that island. The sensation was strong enough to make me hurl. Is there a way to neutralize the transmission? Maybe some sort of feedback loop of the frequency of her control signal?
This is a note concerning a colibri, the same colibri we killed in the management office where the locked painting is at. Rest in peace. We don't know who wrote this, and based on the omission of the colibri's grotesque transformation, I believe this note was written in the early parts of the facility collapse. Of course, this gives us a hint as to how to beat the colibris, but we already figured it out because we're sick with it. We pick up the hunter's key, and combining it with the gun box, we unlock this sick-ass revolver. With proper ordnance, we explore the final dark room, the additional Storch dorms. Dispatching a cadre of corrupted replicas, I find some loot and the Storch file, which already we're knowledgeable of. What's fascinating is how many dead Storches there are in this room. It could just be that they all died by the hands of corrupted replicas, but I can't help but feel that perhaps Sieben, that Storch we met earlier, may be stuck in a similar time loop as us, constantly dying at this point. If this is the case, I wonder what happened to the other sane replicas, like the Yule or the Star. In this room, we can also find another secret key. Setting our frequency to 65, we find the key of eternity. The hint for this one is the painting of Saturn eating his own son. Saturn eating his own son. The painting tells a story of the god Saturn devouring his son out of fear that his son will overthrow his rule. Could this just be a synchronistic theme to the Empire's fear of the Yuezhan nation overthrowing it? Is the nation merely a daughter civilization to the mother empire? Or, just like how Saturn devours his own son, did Iris sacrifice her own daughter for the purpose of reclaiming the Yuezhan solar system for the eternal empire of the Red Eye? It's probably the former, but let a man get floppy. There is an easy-to-miss missing tile of flooring that we can drop into. Given that Aurars like to crawl from out of these, maybe we can find an Aurar in here. Hopefully one that's not corrupted. Dropping down, our flashlight goes out, and we can talk to a friendly Aurar, surrounded by plants. I'm reminded of Arion's mother's workplace, having plant pots, but we'll find out that this is a stabilizing coping mechanism for the Aurars. More on that very soon. Let's see if this handy Aurar can fix our flashlight.
Oh, it's you. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be down in the mine? Oh, your flashlight? Yeah, let me take a look. Try it now. Can you believe this? All these files. They think they know us so well.
Wait, before we read some of these files, what did she just say? Aren't we supposed to be in the mines? This is very confusing. I can think of a couple of explanations. We will come to learn the personalities or personas of replicas have a key ingredient called a neural pattern. These neural patterns are donated by Gestalts. So maybe this Aurar is mixing us up with the Gestalt that donated their neural pattern. Could it be Issa? Or maybe Erica? The thing is, we're going to later learn that the Gestalt that donates the neural pattern for the replica ends up getting wiped from public memory and from all databases. No, that can't be. The Aurora can't be mixing us up for Issa and Erica. That's too floppy, even for my taste. What's far more likely is that Elster has gotten this far already. Maybe a previous Elster went into these vents and asked this Aurora about the Gestalt she's looking for. And so here we are, a new Elster coming in to talk to this Aurora, and she looks at us and says, "Didn't I just see you? Aren't you supposed to be in the mines?" Further emphasizing that we are simply one of many Elsters in this relentless pursuit of Ariane. Occam's razor, the cure to floppiness. After all, how else could we explain this? That there exists a different timeline that Elster worked at Sierpinski, and this Aurora just happens to be ripped from that timeline, mixing us up with that Elster coworker? Spoiler alert, it's the third option. Let's read that document.
Operational Procedures, Control. Classified Information, Commander Eyes Only. Aeon Guideline 176 for the deployment of operational procedures. Operational Psychology. In order to reliably protect the safety of our nation, Aeon must develop and deploy procedures and technologies to maintain complete control over all replicas in service of the nation. Just like with Gestalts, procedures involving operational psychology are highly effective for behavior control of replicas. The primary advantage of replicas over Gestalts is predictability. All newly deployed replicas of a model are virtually identical, both physically and psychologically. As they all share the same memories under the same circumstances, a newly deployed Yule unit will practically always react in the same exact way. However, as soon as a unit encounters new situations, it will begin to deviate from the original pattern. In some cases, this may lead to the unit being less efficient for its intended purpose. This is called persona degradation.
Okay, so when a replica diverts from their ingrained personality, perhaps showing some form of individuality, this is treated as a malfunction by Aeon, persona degradation. In other words, mask degradation.
Using a wealth of private information about the life of the Gestalt each neural pattern is based on allows us to ensure optimal, uniform post-deployment development of each unit. In simpler terms, our primary objective is the focused manipulation of the individual to ensure they remain as close to the original pattern as possible, and thus productive, loyal, and docile for as long as possible. This is called persona stabilization. Stabilization can come in many forms and usually takes on the form of regular activities or fetish objects that distract and calm the replica. Until the development of bioresonance technology that allows wide-scale direct behavior control, the methods of operational psychology still remain the most reliable way to control both replicas and gestalts in the interest of the protection of national security.
We're going to be learning you some persona degradation. So the persona itself is manufactured by Aeon, and the neural pattern is donated based on a gestalt. So again, you have this interesting theme of the merging of a natural persona and an artificial persona. The artificial persona is essentially the lens that's carefully crafted to house the neural pattern. It's designed in such a way that the day-to-day duties of the replica frame will ideally distract from any possible reemergence of the neural pattern, or at least the previous life of the gestalt it's based on. So throughout this level, we'll be picking up on some hints as to what might have been the previous lives that the neural patterns of each of these frames is based off of. We'll also keep track of various ways that they are stabilized and various things that cause them to destabilize or persona degrade. One of the things I've noticed, there are two cautions when it comes to replicas. It's things that get on their nerves, pet peeves, things that cause them to experience friction within the cadre, within the Aeon operation, and then things that trigger memories of their deep-seated neural pattern. It's a cool little model I have here, huh? Let's continue to touch base with the RR unit.
So much talk about persona and stabilization. In the end, they just want us to shut up and work until we die. What a joke. What do you mean you don't remember me? Did you hit your head? I'm staying here. No chance I'm ever going back to work. Shepard.
Something else I want to note. There are multiple hard hats here, so perhaps this RR unit has come here multiple times, read what Aeons wrote about her, thrown her hat off in protest, and moved on as an individual.
Discarded hard hats lie among stacks of classified files.
Perhaps also caught in a time loop, it seems. But On that topic, now on second look, it seems I've overcounted the amount of storches in this room. There's only 2. But hey, it's interesting that my incorrect summation of this scene still led to a, I'd say correct line of thought. Funny how that works out sometimes. Using the island key, we unlock the painting and find the workshop key. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and take a look at that key of eternity.
The key of eternity. Are you still looking for answers where there are only questions? Inspect. There's nothing but heartbreak at the end.
By the end of this journey, both of those statements will be quite applicable. Heartbreak and dumbfoundment. Very king and yellow coded. On level 6, we unlock the workshop room to find some various power tools, and our first notes concerning persona destabilization, this on star units and storch units.
Replika Known Issues, Part 2. Classified Information, Commander Eyes Only. Previous experience with these replica models has given us insight into irregularities in their behavior that stem from the original neural patterns used for these units. Due to the sensitive nature of this information, this document should be destroyed after reading. Star. Despite their normally laid-back demeanor, stars have a strong internal hierarchy, which is important to take into consideration when promoting units into officers. Not promoting a respected unit or promoting a unit low in status can lead to friction within the dorms. Stars will occasionally develop in-group rules involving physical punishments. It is recommended to allow some officers to their own military weapons as fetish objects to stabilize their persona. Storch units initially have a short temper. Training them in patience early after deployment is key, as their neural pattern is less stable than other models. Failing to do so may yield an extremely volatile personality, prone to cruelty and violence. A common strategy is pairing them closely with an older star unit. Storch's persona stabilizes by showering or bathing. Books on history or mythology work well as fetish objects.
Not much information on the possible neural pattern source can be gleaned from this information. In a highly authoritarian and militaristic civilization like the Yuuzhan Nation, you've got a grab bag of gestalts to choose from. Riot control, police. That's probably where you would get your star unit from. Maybe a particularly cruel CEO or jailer, and that's where you can get your storch from. Or maybe some sort of commanding officer in a military. The notes regarding the storch's degradation is particularly unique in that it's kind of this innate thing you have to maintain. There's not much comment on the storches having their gestalt life reemerge in their psyche. The bigger caution is the fact that they just are innately cruel and violent. And we can also kind of see the star unit's versatility in this information, and that they are both on a smaller scale capable of leadership amongst themselves and other lower rank replicas, but also make good infantry and foot soldiers. They make good leaders and make good soldiers. It's a little bit funny too how, I do find it kind of funny how they're stabilized by carrying military weapons. You know, someone's got to make an animation. There's like a huge animation scene when it comes to Signalis. It's like, while you were looking for your wife, I was practicing the blade. A star unit. You gotta do that. Somebody do that. Based on a nearby soldering tool that's still smoking, I might add, it seems that an Arar unit has been doing some repairing. Has the previous Arar unit been maintaining this radio interface for us to use? We place the cassette in and set our frequency to the radio's frequency. With the music piping through our speaker, we play it into the owl box held by the catatonic Falk, and find the hummingbird key. Entering the hummingbird room, we find the Colibri's quarters.
A concerning amount of half-empty glass cups with remains of tea in them.
We'll come to learn that Colibri stabilize themselves by drinking tea. And again, there's a concerning amount of teacups, and even a plurality of kettles lying around. Now, this could just be one Colibri getting colibriated off that good Earl Grey, or this could be a Colibri stuck in a time loop, coming to the same room over and over again, drinking tea and learning about the lengths Aeon has gone through to stabilize their persona. We find the eagle key to Adler's office and notes written by a Colibri.
Colibri's notes.
Keep an eye on Adler. He's hiding something from us. There was nothing in his diary, but when I probed his mind, there were memories of an LSTR unit working at Sierpinski. There's no record of that model of Replika ever being deployed here. An order for a single unit for some survey work in the mine was briefly considered, but no new orders were made due to the commander's sickness.
Hold on. So the Colibri probed the mind of the Adler to see that he had memories of an Elster. If it just ended there, maybe I wouldn't be as confused, but the Colibri specifically mentions an Elster in this memory working at Sierpinski. Weird. Let's hold off until we get Adler's side of the story. We can also find the Colibri replica notes, which we've already gone over, and some new notes on the stabilization and destabilization of the Yule and Arar units.
Classified information, commander's eyes only. Euler. Yules tend to form large groups and like to sing and dance, as the original neural pattern for this unit was a ballet dancer. Persona degradation can be easily prevented in this unit by making sure they have access to music, through tape players or musical instruments. Always place at least one mirror in Yule dorms, as they have a strong urge to check their own appearance at regular intervals. Yule's persona stabilizes by keeping a tidy appearance and through regular social interactions. Yules will often organize in groups of roughly 10 units and give each other themed nicknames. Arar. Even though they may seem like quiet simpletons, do not underestimate Auras. While they may not show it, they judge those who are rude or unkind harshly, and will quietly share this judgment with their entire cadre. Auras get along best with Yules, who tend to be patient and friendly, and have a talent for reading Auras' expressionless faces. In many facilities, Auras will construct service tunnels accessible only to them, often under floors and in walls. Unstable units may retreat into these tunnels. It's not recommended to attempt to retrieve them. Aura personas can be best stabilized by allowing them access to plants to take care of, ideally colorful flowers or trees.
Both of these replicas are very low maintenance, not having any sort of overt or explicit triggers that would cause persona degradation. With the Yules, we have explicit confirmation of the previous Gestalt life. The Gestalt that donated their neural pattern to create the Yules, at least this, generation of Yules, was a ballet dancer. I also find it kind of interesting that looking in the mirror stabilizes them. You would think that in any sort of, narrative or sci-fi fiction situation, looking in the mirror will risk you remembering who you once were, but I guess in this case, that's not a risk. On that same topic, it's actually kind of interesting. The cassette tape that we find in the Yule's bedroom, I don't have the actual name of it, but I believe it comes from the famous ballet, like the Swan Lake. And so it is kind of odd that listening to this famous ballet music wouldn't cause them to fall into persona degradation. That makes the Yules particularly unique in how low maintenance they are. Arars are also pretty low maintenance. That doesn't mean that they don't have their temperamentalness. They prefer friendly interactions and will silently judge you and talk about you among their cadre if you are rude to them. This kind of has me thinking that Arar's neural pattern is derived from a Gestalt that was in some sort of service industry, although I'm not sure if that would exist in a highly communistic environment. Maybe working in the gardening section of the communist Home Depot. Our depot. And you know what? Retreating into the vents kind of tracks with how one might let off steam when dealing with shitty customers. So, I might be onto something there. One interesting mystery that we can glean from the information of these two replicas is kind of that strange balancing act when it comes to stabilization. In some of these cases, familiar behavior stabilizes them, but if it hits too close to home, it destabilizes them. It causes them to have a sort of, wait, who am I really kind of moment. We enter the adjacent room and take out a Colibri. Here we find the postbox key. We're getting close to the end. Using the Eagle key, we enter the deeper part of Adler's quarters to find that the Colibri's suspicions were correct. He's been obsessing over the memories of an Elster. We can find Elster notes in his study.
Replica overview. LSTR. Elster. Land Survey Ship Technician Replica. Magpie. Type Generation 5 Cosmo Pioneer Specialist. Frame biomechanical with carbon fiber reinforced polyethylene shell and titanium skeleton. Height 178 centimeters. A versatile combat engineer unit primarily designed for orbital service. These tough and stoic loners are best suited as specialist sappers and scouts. Their technical knowledge and combat capabilities make these units true survivalists, especially when in their iconic white and blue heavy combat configuration, which sports bullet-resistant armor plating on their chest and forearms. Since the original neural pattern for this unit was lost with the destruction of the Central Neural Archive on Vineta, new LSTR units have been produced based on a decommissioned unit from the Penrose program.
Now hold on. The persona of Elster is based on a neural pattern
salvaged from the defunct Penrose program? What? How does that make sense timeline-wise? Okay, gotcha. So the Penrose program predates the Sierpinski operation. So that means Ariane and Elster, along with other pioneers and other Elsters, were sent off to do their scouting missions. Those missions failed, and somehow the original neural pattern was lost, so they had to use one of those Penrose Elsters to create new Elsters. And so, evidently some point after that, the Ito sisters, as well as Elena, were sent off to Sierpinski. Okay, I think I get it now. I can't hold off. I need to jump the gun here for the sake of organizing my thoughts and, frankly, my sanity. So, here we have a diary from Adler. Let's read through this. I'm going to have to reveal something that just can't be taken for granted any longer. We're going to go page by page.
I have been fascinated by a peculiar piece of furniture I've discovered in a storage. A strange box with a removable dial in the front that was confiscated from a worker some time ago. I was instantly drawn to it, though I'm not sure why. When I put my ear on the mechanism, I can hear it faintly clicking, like a clock. 8421-7.
8421-6. This is just describing the safe that's here in his room. The next entry is very important, however.
Without Colibri's help, it has become much harder to coordinate the logistics cadre. If there is anything good to say about that woman, it's how she knows how to make others respect her orders, despite her minuscule stature. I went to see her today, but her room was still locked.
8421-7. Okay, so this is describing Colibri having locked herself in her room. Is this because of the strange memory she witnessed in Adler's mind when probing? Here's where things get nutty. At the very end of the game, there is a hidden room that takes you back to Adler's study. In it, we find 2 additional versions of this exact diary. Here is the same date, but different diary.
8421-7. Met with Colibri to review the latest additions to the facility staff. As usual, it ended in an extended argument. No matter what I do, that woman just always has to have the last word. Still, we both agreed that the LSTR unit was a good investment, so no adjustments will need to be made for now.
No adjustments need to be made for you implies that these diaries are meant for the Falk to read. So, in this alternative universe, both Colibri and Adler agreed to order an LSTR unit for the Sierpinski excavation team. In the first diary version's universe, no such Elster was ordered or even discussed on that date. Here's the third version of this entry.
8421-7. Met with Colibri to review the latest additions to the facility staff. Halfway through the meeting, she stormed out of the room for no discernible reason. While incredibly rude of her, I didn't particularly mind since I've had quite the annoying headache ever since morning.
Much like the first diary, Elster wasn't mentioned, but we'll find out that an Elster was ordered. However, Colibri in this case probed Adler's mind to find the memories of the Adler from the second diary. Now, back to the first diary, our main playthrough's diary.
8421-8. I had a dream tonight. Another memory of my Gestalt life, I believe. I was wearing my uniform. There was a young woman. Her hair was white as snow. And I was conducting some sort of test. I had a deck of cards with astronomical symbols on them and asked her to guess the planet on the card I was holding.
8421-8. Okay, this is very key. Adler, of course, is having memories of his neural pattern reemergence. He has memories of testing somebody I can only assume to be Ariane's bioresonant abilities, by having her guess which tarot card he's holding up. We'll see these exact cards in the final level of this game. The third variant of this diary is identical, but this is the second diary's version of events.
8421-8. Another boring day. Even the paperwork is uninteresting and trivial lately. On the way back to my room, I saw another new star unit hit her head on the doorframe.
So in this universe, where Elster made it to the facility, Adler didn't go through the early signs of persona degradation. I can't help but feel that this might be the starting point of a cascading inter-timeline event. Adler was fine in this timeline, and yet the arrival of Elster in this timeline, the arrival to the mining project on Sierpinski, somehow affected the Adlers of these 2 other dimensions we are aware of. This is including the one we're playing through at this moment. Back to the original diary, day 9.
8421-9. I was playing with that mechanical lockbox again, of which I am now sure is some kind of astronomical calendar, when I suddenly remembered a conversation I had with another Replika when I was inspecting the mining site. However, it was clearly a model I have never seen before, some type of engineer with an orange chess piece. In my memory, she was just another member of our staff, but no such replica was ever stationed on Sierpinski. Replica memory is not the most reliable, they say, but never before have I experienced such a strange phenomenon.
8421-9. This is what I was referring to. Somehow memories of the Elster from Timeline 2 have emerged in Timeline 1, the one that we're playing in right now, reading this diary in the main playthrough diary. In these memories, Elster was evidently wearing an Ava suit, in this case meant for excavation. Here's Timeline 2's version.
8421-9. Had to go down to the mining site today for the scheduled inspection. The new Elster unit was showing some surveying equipment to me when something she said about planets and stars suddenly made me realize what the dial reminded me of. An astronomical calendar. I'll have to investigate further at once now that my shift is over.
Bam! There it is. First off, this confirms Timeline 2 is the one where an Elster does make it to Sierpinski. Remember, this Elster is running off of the neural pattern of the decommissioned Penrose program. So there's something deep in there that's linking her to the Elster that, we are playing as, or I guess a copy of. However, it is a different model, meaning it has a different serial number. More on that in a second. Also, this entry implies that the Eureka moments of the astrological aspect of this safe in Adler's room somehow spread into the main timeline, Timeline 1. But how about Timeline 3?
8421-9. Had to go down to the mining site today for the scheduled inspection. We're still waiting for that new LSTR unit we ordered. The shipment was delayed by several cycles, but the excavation progress is still on schedule, so it shouldn't be a problem as long as no more staff get sick.
Okay, so this confirms a few things. Here in Timeline 3, the Elster unit never makes it to Sierpinski. On top of that, in Timeline 1 and 3, the sickness did begin to spread, but no such sickness is mentioned in the second diary. Now, back to our main timeline, the next page. Now these aren't numbered, but lettered. Day A.
8421-A. The little enigma on that box could only distract me from the chaos around me for so long. All the box contained was a small notebook, of which all pages turned out to be blank. It has been miserable since our beloved commander has fallen ill. I long for her stern guidance, that overwhelming authority in which she bathes a room.
8421-A. Okay, so no Elster, the safe was opened, and Falk fell ill. Timeline 2.
8421-A. The little enigma of that box could only distract me from the dullness of work for so long. All the box contained was a small notebook, of which all pages turned out to be blank. While the mechanism is fascinating, I'm not quite sure what to do with the box yet. Would it make a nice gift for the commander? Maybe I should ask Colibri what she thinks.
Okay, Elster arrived, the safe was opened, and no mention of Falk getting ill. How about Timeline 3?
8421-A. I finally managed to open that strange box. Sadly, all it contained was a small notebook, of which all pages turned out to be blank. For some reason, I feel like I somehow knew this beforehand, as if I had already opened the box before. Did I dream it?
Huh. Damn. So, no Elster, and the safe was opened, but technically he doesn't mention Falk falling ill. But how else would the staff have been getting sick if the Falk commander wasn't sick? Because if you remember in Timeline 3, Adler still mentioned in the previous entries that the staff were getting sick. So somehow it still got into Sierpinski. Let's go back to Timeline 1, now Day B.
More sick, making my work ever harder. How are we meant to shoulder this workload with no reinforcements? My only consolation is that as our Protector staff decreases, so does the workforce we oversee. While more and more Replika end up in the hospital wing, Gestalt workers seem to succumb much too fast for any attempts at treatment.
8421-B. This is our current timeline. Nothing we don't know already. The Protector Replika staff and Gestalts are sick. In Timeline 2...
8421-B. In a fit of adventurousness, I decided to try something new for dinner and promptly regretted it. I could barely stomach the taste. Such a detestable combination of sweet and savory. It made me sick.
Food grossing him out and making him sick doesn't count. No sickness. Timeline 3...
8421-B. Apparently, there's more rumors of an infectious disease spreading among the Gestalt workers. Could it be another flu outbreak? The timing is quite concerning.
Only the Gestalts are explicitly mentioned at getting sick. So in Timeline 1, Falk found the gate and fell ill. in Timeline 2, nobody got ill. I believe because Elster found the gate first. She's not bioresonant, and according to Elena, she must have went missing, so, nothing ever came back. And Timeline 3, if the sickness is only spreading throughout Gestalts, does that mean that a Gestalt found the gate? Wait, yeah. Elena mentioned fainting in the mines.
Oh my gosh. This is what happens. You jump one gun, you gotta jump even more. It's also possible that in Timeline 3, Ariane didn't make it into the Penrose program. Maybe, in Timeline 3, Ariane was not accepted into the Penrose program and was instead sent to S-23 Sierpinski. Meaning that instead of Elena, it was Ariane who stumbled into the mines, and instead of fainting, perhaps she found the gate. Or, because she's bioresonant, oh that's right, I didn't tell you, she's bioresonant, a strong one at that, even if she didn't find the gate, she would have been infected by whatever corruption is corrupting Falk in this timeline. And because, just like Falk, she's a strong bioresonant, Ariane would be the vector for corruption. Okay, let's make sense of these timelines.
Before we get any deeper, let me just establish this. First of all, the last diary entry is identical across all of them. Adler fills his diary, spends his money on a new fountain pen, and begins writing in the diary that we will find in this Astrolab safe. There's an additional note that lists the Elster on the excavation team of Timeline 2. This is LSTR S2301. So, the Elster that we play as, or play for, is LSTR 512, as in Penrose 512, a model completely distinct from LSTR S2301. Okay, done. Those are just some peripheral details. Now back to the timeline.
Shit! No, really, it's actually very easy to make sense of. Let's start in Timeline 2. Ariane and Elster are sent on the Penrose 512 mission. As we know, it fails. Sometime after that, a new Elster neural pattern is synthesized from some Penrose mission. Maybe it was 512. Adler and Colibri agree to order an Elster unit for the mining operation at Sierpinski. An Elster arrives. This one is LSTR S2301. In this timeline, Elster and Elena must have met. That's why we are reading some of those notes of Elena not being able to find Elster. She specifically mentions an Elster on Sierpinski. Because she mentions Elster going missing, and on top of that, in the Adler diary notes that I am basing this off of, doesn't mention any sort of sickness or corruption, I hypothesize that it was Elster in this timeline that found the gate. And maybe she even went missing, going past the threshold. Because she's not bioresonant, she wasn't able to transmit the corruption to other people. Now, I am just realizing there's also another explanation as to why Elena mentions a missing Elster in the notes that we find on this timeline. So, let's go to our main one, Timeline 1. Ariane and Elster do the Penrose 512. It fails. Been there, done that. A new Elster is never ordered, and so Elena never meets Elster. We specifically have a mention of her fainting in this timeline, in the timeline that we are operating in mainly right now. And yet, there are notes where she mentions Elster. There are two possibilities for this. Either we're getting notes from Timeline 2, the timeline that Elena meets Elster, and perhaps Elster goes missing, or, and this actually might be the more likely one, it's a pity I didn't think of this anytime sooner, maybe when Elena faints in the mines, in the vicinity of this gate, she then wakes up with memories inserted into her of an Elena of a different timeline, perhaps of Timeline 2. And so she is awoken in Timeline 1 in a Sierpinski where no Elster was ordered, and she's like freaking out. Where the hell is my Elster? I think that explanation makes more sense synchronistically because we see this same story be told with Elster waking up in a body that isn't yours, in a reality that you're not familiar with. But anyways, in this timeline, however, we know that Falk is the one who reaches the gate and comes back convalescent and is spreading the corruption through her mind. And then Timeline 3, the oddball. I hypothesize in this timeline, Ariane is not accepted into the Penrose. The reason I even say this is because later on in the game, we're going to read a note that mentions if Ariane never made it into Penrose, she would be sent to Sierpinski. I feel like the game wouldn't give us that information if that wasn't something that we were supposed to use, theory-wise. So, Ariane is not accepted into Penrose. She is sent to S-23 Sierpinski. In this timeline, based on the diary entries, an Elster unit is ordered but doesn't arrive in time. There's probably some sort of implication there, but I don't see it. And so, because Elster never makes it to Sierpinski, Ariane doesn't get on the Penrose program, she never meets an Elster. Now, why do I think Ariane is the one who finds the gate? If you remember, in this timeline diary entries, according to Adler, there is a sickness spreading specifically among the Gestalts. The Gestalt workers, the Arbiter level, has a totally secluded Gestalt population. The reason I don't think it was Elena who got into the mines and was inundated with this corruption is, well, two reasons. One, we don't know that she's bioresonant. And number two, more importantly, we have an example of her being in the mines and fainting. I feel like she would have fainted before even getting close to catching this corruption. What's really important here, that I think really solidifies at least the shape of this model, are the endpoints. We have Elster, Ariane, and Falk finding the gates beneath Lung. These are three characters that seem to transcend the timeline itself. Every time we meet Ariane, it is that same Ariane. Every time we play as Elster, it's that same Elster, asterisk, but primarily so. And although we're only going to really ever meet Falk once, she talks to us as if she's been watching us the entire time. It's something about passing through that threshold unifies all possible entities of that person into one consciousness. Now, this is all well and good, but this doesn't answer the question. What is Elster's mission? What does fulfill your promise mean? Why isn't Ariane in the cryo chamber at the beginning of the game? Well, the good news is, those questions are a lot more easier to explain and answer. Now, let's actually play this fucking game. Let's go ahead and read the final entry of Adler's diary to reframe ourselves.
8421C. Another diary filled, for no benefit but my own satisfaction. I've not ordered a new one yet, since I have saved my ration marks on that marvelous-looking fountain pen. But I guess I'll make use of that notebook.
Okay, so we can find an additional diary inside this safe, but we need the Astrolab disk. We can also find some cards lying around the safe. These may be similar to the cards the Gestalt used in the deep-seated neural pattern memory of Adler. With the lockbox key, we open lockbox 512 to find the library key. In the library is quite a few goodies. First, a note on Replika known issues of the Mina and Adler Replika units.
Replika known issues, Part 3. Classified information, Commander Eyes only. Mina. This neural pattern is extremely stable. Little has to be done to keep Minas happy. They get along well with most other models thanks to their sometimes submissive, sometimes motherly personality. Unlike other models, diary keeping is not mandatory for persona stabilization. Small stuffed animals may be given as fetish objects, though those resembling cats should be avoided as they might cause resurfacing Gestalt memories.
The Mina entry is seemingly sparse. Was the neural pattern donated by a mother Gestalt, maybe a school teacher? Or, if anything, based on the fact that they're stabilized with stuffed animals and follow orders pretty easily, maybe it was a child that donated the neural pattern? And here we have an interesting flip side. Whereas with the Yules, they are stabilized from familiar things like ballet music, grooming themselves, looking in the mirror. Minas are destabilized by familiar things. Well, the only one we really have listed are cats. So, I don't know.
Adler. Adler units work best when left alone. They do not mix well with their own type. They will usually become very emotionally dependent on their commander. Adlers are very susceptible to bioresonant suggestion, making them fairly easy to control. However, they become bored very easily and may need new fetish objects at regular intervals for stabilization.
Adler is simple enough. Now it makes sense why he was so excited and fixated on this safe, only to be so quickly bored with it, and then reignited with excitement when he realized, a new diary, an excuse to buy a new fountain pen. And while we do not have a solid ID on the Gestalt that donated the neural pattern that Adler is based on, we know that he has memories of dealing cards with a classmate with white hair. Could he have been dealing cards to Ariane in that Gestalt memory? There is one other character that does have white hair, but ultimately will be linked to Ariane. There is an interesting synchronicity here. The fact that Falk has memories of this girl with white hair, perhaps Ariane, and in his life as a replica, he is dedicated to Falk. There's a bit of synchronicity there that sadly we can't really dive into just yet, so keep this in mind for now. And then the Colibri Replika issues.
Replika issues Part 4. Classified information, Commander's Eyes only. Colibris. Great care should be given to colibris. Their neural patterns are very unstable, and their bioresonance module makes them very susceptible to influence from others. Like most bioresonant individuals, colibris will often subconsciously create an emotional feedback loop, imitating and then broadcasting the emotions of those around them, acting as a sort of amplifier. While they are trained to recognize and disengage this behavior, already unstable units can sometimes spiral into persona degradation. Due to their bioresonant connection, neural pattern development in colibris varies less than in other models. The constant exchange of memories and emotions between units of the cadre acts as a safety net that buffers extreme changes. However, once a majority of units in a cadre degrade, they will drag remaining units down with them. Because of this, it is important to decommission colibri units instantly when they begin to degrade. For persona stabilization, colibri should have access to a well-stocked library.
The colibris are essential to Protector operations. In a way, they're sort of mental glass cannons. They're very powerful, and they do have a strong innate resistance to degradation, but the moment it breaks, it can spread out of control. Whereas in most other situations, you can restabilize a partially destabilized replica. In the case of the colibri, it's very binary. The moment it cracks, they gotta be decommissioned. As far as their previous neural pattern goes, I think it's safe to say that perhaps the Gestalt was some sort of counter-espionage, maybe a spy, but definitely a bioresonant Gestalt. Despite the infectious nature of colibri mind waves, we still have a colibri curled up in the corner.
Who are you? You're not one of our staff. The others, they've changed. We no longer sing in unison. I used to be able to see into their minds. We were as one. Together, we guided them all. But now I can't understand their thoughts anymore. I've never been so alone before. They're still together, and I'm here, outside, and they won't let me in. I cannot stand their song anymore. This is the only place where I don't have to hear them. This is the only place that I'm safe. I can't go on like this. I wish I'd become like the others too. At least then, I wouldn't be alone. I hate this.
Sad. Well, nothing further we can glean from her. We find a book dispensing machine and follow a path to a strange book. This strange book is revealed to be the King in Yellow, but hollowed out, with the astrolabe disc inside of it. Well, there's only one more place to go. Back to Adler's study. We place the disc inside of the safe, and following the positioning from the solar system display and the symbols we've been finding on the posters of the various planets, we form the correct combination. I want to note that the pattern of this faded inlay looks exactly like the Signalis logo, and even the large dots in the middle evidently meant to signify the sun is also signified by a hexagonal button. In the safe, we find our way out in the administrator's key and a diary labeled Shrine Diary. This continues from the previous entries. Note, though, that every one of these entries takes place on the same day. These are evidently spanning across different timelines.
I've started yet another new diary. How time flies. The work is dull and monotonous as ever in Sierpinski, but a bright light illuminates my day. Today, I was invited to a meeting by Commander Falk, and she was as magnificent as ever.
So in this entry, Falk is doing all right.
8421D. Another day passes. During my meeting with the commander today, I felt the strangest sensation of familiarity as I sat with her. Sadly, our meeting was interrupted by an unexpected power outage.
And in this entry, Falk is also doing okay, but the power went out similar to how it did in this timeline, where Falk fell ill.
8421D. I've been feeling strangely paranoid these days. Never before have I felt so strongly the sensation of deja vu as I have these past few days. 8421D. When I checked the pages of my diary today, I noticed that for some inexplicable reason, I seem to have dated my previous entries with today's date. What an embarrassing mistake. 8421D. Every day feels a bit like I've lived it before, and even stronger is the sensation that something is, somehow, just slightly out of place. 8421D. Why is my diary filled with entries I cannot recall writing? Why are they all dated to today? Has the loss of my beloved commander finally got into my mind? Am I going insane? Hear what will happen to me if anyone finds out. I'm alone in this. If they discover my notes, I'll be decommissioned too.
Loss of my commander. So in this timeline, Falk has fallen ill.
8421D. Something's wrong. I can feel it. Is this really madness? When I read the pages of my diary, I recall events that never happened. A yesterday that never was, yet it feels as real as the one I actually experienced. This cannot merely be a defect of my mind. 8421D. It feels as though in this room, I peer into another version of reality. How? I do not know. Perhaps I, too, have become sick like the others, without realizing. But I will not succumb. 8421D. A slow accumulation of reproduction errors, a gradual corruption of information, a story misremembered, slowly morphing with each retelling, like genetic material, mutating and evolving, like the replica mind, copied over and over from an aging template. 8421D. I do not know, but I will find out.
I see. He's describing a sort of entropy. Download a video from YouTube, throw it in some editing software, render it, and then re-upload it. Then download the re-upload, throw it in your editing software, re-render it, and then re-upload it. The loss in quality from compressing and decompressing data is undetectable at that point. But if you repeat that process 1,000 times over, 10,000 times over, constantly regurgitating, compressing and uncompressing data, in this case, compressing and uncompressing, or I guess regurgitating neural patterns, it will naturally fall to degradation. Later on, it will be spelled out to us that persona degradation is an inevitability. There are ways to prevent it. There are ways to extend the lifespans of a replica, but naturally it's going to happen. And I can't help but think that this only exists because Aeon, the Yuuzhan nation, has an imperfect grasp on the technology of replica manufacturing. More on that later. We can actually tie this decaying back into the King in Yellow as well, but I want to wait for Adler to say a specific line first.
8421D. The answers lie below. I can feel it. Someone or something calls me from there, in the mine.
So, it's at this point in Timeline 1 that Adler goes looking for Falk. We will soon learn that he ends up finding the gate himself. So, we must follow him. With the administrator key, we can now say goodbye to this sprawling level. Before entering the shaft, let's take some thematic inventory. One piece of information I think that's easy to miss is the boat being built in the Aura's room. The Auras, clearly in their madness, crafted a boat inspired off of the Isle of the Dead. On top of these themes of persona degradation, we also have this concept of not knowing where you end and somebody else begins. There's Falk in between personas and other replicas in between their persona and their neural pattern. And you know, I was thinking about holding off on explaining the mask from the King in Yellow until we actually hear Adler say, I wear no mask. However, that cutscene is already going to be jam-packed as it is. So let me go ahead, since we already have so much theming regarding persona degradation, literally masks falling off, not knowing where one begins and something ends. In the spirit of jumping the gun, let me go ahead and explain to you the King in Yellow's second chapter, The Mask. Later in this game, we will see Adler directly quote the book or play The King in Yellow by saying, I wear no mask. This directly references The Mask. This is the second story in Robert Chambers' The King in Yellow. At the beginning of each story in this book, there is a short prefacing poem, but in the case of the Mask story, we have a small excerpt from the mythical in-universe play, again, also titled The King in Yellow. Let me set the stage. 3 people are at a masquerade, and it's time for the 3 to take off their masks. Camilla, you, sir, should unmask. Stranger, indeed? Casilda, indeed, it's time. We've all laid aside disguise but you. I wear no mask. Camilla, terrified, aside to Casilda. No mask? No mask! The King in Yellow, Act 1, Scene 2. To us, this is to be consumed as a short horror story. 2 ladies take off their masks to find that their third counterpart hasn't been wearing a mask the entire time, that whatever strange or terrifying visage they sport is attached to their head. Nay, is their head. It is their mask.
Again, this is from the in-universe play, the one that we don't have access to outside of this small snippet and the previously discussed Casilda song. While this snippet takes place evidently in the realm of Carcosa, the main story of The Mask takes place in France. It follows three friends: Alec, the main character, a painter; Boris, the best friend of Alec, a sculptor; and Genevieve, the love interest of both Alec and Boris. On its face, this is simply a story of a friend group where Genevieve and Boris have feelings for one another, but Alec also has feelings for Genevieve. Throughout the story, all three characters are putting on figurative masks to maintain the friendship and avoid any awkwardness. This ultimately is a slow bottling up of feelings that lead to the detriment of all three characters. Eventually, Alec finds the King in Yellow play in Boris's study, reads it, and then puts it away, shuddering at the cognito has a Rubicon he's crossed. At this point, it's well established that the play is banned. It has a reputation for causing people to go insane or rotting misfortune into their lives. And as if on cue to the misfortune of this play, Genevieve shortly after trips and sprains her ankle, and while it heals swiftly, she seems to suddenly come down with a hellish fever. Real quick, I have my timeline flipped around. Genevieve trips and falls and then gets a fever, and then Alec finds and reads The King in Yellow. Now, this is interesting because it implies that the play does not create the misfortune, at least not exclusively, but sometimes is even attracted to the misfortune. And so here we have the misfortune of injury, sickness. You have this unrequited love, this madness. But that's besides the point. Now, back to Genevieve. She sprained her foot, and now she has a fever. Genevieve then reveals something to the two in her convalescence. It's not very clear, but I can surmise that Genevieve also has conflicting feelings for both Boris and Alec that she's been bottling up. She faints back into convalescence from her fever, and shortly after, so too does Alex come down with a fever. Sound familiar? I won't spoil the ending, because it's a great story with a lot going on, but this is all we need to cross-reference to Signalis. The Mask is simply a story of unrequited love and the constant building up of an inauthentic persona, until one, or maybe all three characters, come across the King in Yellow play, which seems to cause sickness and misfortune among them, playing off the figurative masks and turning them into masks of sickness, feverish, pale, or pallid faces. And so we can tie this directly to the corruption that the replicas are going through. I believe I've said it already. The corruption isn't necessarily the same thing as persona degradation. There was a time where replicas would just persona degrade and they would be either decommissioned or healed. They wouldn't fall to this sort of weird, violent, corrupted mess. Their entire lives are made up of stabilizing and fortifying a persona and covering up whatever true self lies within. So, in a very King in Yellow fashion, when this chthonic corruption was introduced into the mess, the misfortune that wrought the replicas took the form of their angst. Now, because this is a horror game, it doesn't just end with their masks falling off. They're gonna reanimate with knives and weapons and beat the crap out of you. But nonetheless, we have plenty of examples of people safely persona degrading. We'll meet a star unit that vividly remembers her neural pattern life. We have Adler who remembers his neural pattern life. And that big pile of Elsters all at some point remembered the neural pattern they were based on. Not the Gestalt, but the copy, the Penrose Elster. I want to front load all of this now because I do believe that this game really does its own thing with how it sort of interfaces with the Yellow King mythos. So for that reason, I think this will be very essential to understanding the plot and the miasma that is just Signalis. While we're talking about the mask, in the story there's a conversation between the two main characters about this pool that turns things into marble. And they have a couple of discussions where they debate, is this a pool that kills things or preserves life? We get into the nuances in the King in Yellow video, but again, this is perfectly mirrored with the blurring of the lines between life and death. And even the preserving qualities of the cryo chamber. Even from where we're standing right now, it's like Schrodinger's Ariane. Is she dead? Is she alive? Is she immortal? Is she missing? Very quantum. One more thing that I think we can tie in from The Mask is that in the story, one of the characters throws a lily into this marbleizing liquid. Lilies are huge thematically, but they won't come up again until the very end of our journey. I'll reference these things when they come. I'll keep them in mind for now. Let's press forward. We use the admin key to access the mines and get this cutscene. we enter Chapter 2, Liminality. The root word, and let me just look this up because I f***ed up nostalgia. I still have nightmares. The root word of liminality is limen, which is Latin for a threshold. Liminality describes the transitional phase between two states. The space between what was and what will be. In my opinion, the cycle, or the circle, is a perfect representation of liminality, because no matter what 2 points you choose to be the end and start of the shape, it seems that the whole of the shape, the model, is in constant transition. A perfectly holy gradient shape. It's interesting that instead of converging, it seems that the title is acting as two states that are displacing and separating. And so fittingly, as we traverse in the mines, it seems we get a vision of a different timeline. Isolde is being hunted by Adler. She's sporting similar injuries to Elena when she was injured in the mines. Specifically, I'm referring to the injuries we see on her ID card.
I know you're here. I've done this countless times before. You don't belong here.
She stabs him in the eye and he falls into a hole. We have the word cyclus, meaning cycle, paired with the shape of a circle. Now, there is a chance that this isn't happening on a totally different timeline, that this is all happening just below us. But really, in this game, it's pointless to try and differentiate. The realities and timelines are collapsing into each other, after all. Adler says himself that he's done this countless times before, so far more than those 3 timelines we've charted. We get down into the mines and explore. We find that the mines are made of these almost perfectly shaped basalt columns. Are these basalt columns? Or is this all man-made? I don't know if man-made would be the right term, a sentient entity made. We find a whole bunch of high-power mining lasers, only wieldable by the Mina unit.
High-power mining lasers. They're too large and heavy for me to use.
Getting deeper into the mines, we find some rifle ammo that is hidden. This will be used in that same rifle we saw Adler wielding. Maybe this was his stash for whenever he chased Issa or even Elster down into the mines. Again, he's done this countless times before. Now, just around the corner, we find a downed, friendly Mina unit. Curious. Let's talk to her.
Ah, hello. You're not a Protector, are you? What brings you here? I'm Bio. If you're down here, you're probably looking for something. I'd help you, but one of my hydraulics failed and I can't move. I'm pretty much done for, so you can just leave me here. There's no point repairing an old unit like me, so don't worry about it, okay? It'd be a waste of resources. I'd offer you my mining laser, but I don't think your frame could supply the power output. You're probably better off using a gun. There should be some useful equipment in the mining office. It's just south of here. Don't worry about me. There are many replacements. We're just replicas after all, right? In the end, what's one drop into an ocean? When I die, they'll just make another. Thank you for talking to me. I hope you find what you're looking for.
Not much we can glean from this dialogue, but I can't help but wonder that that stack of mining lasers indicates that this Mina too is caught in a sort of time loop. However, she still has her mining laser laying next to her, so I'm not sure if this holds up. We take her advice and find a save point. In this safe room, we find a flare gun and flare ammo. These have a chance of lighting some replicas on fire, causing them to burn when they die, sparing us a thermite flare, but in my experience, these aren't very reliable. We find a cool poster featuring the Mina unit.
Mina. Mining Nuclear Tech High Security Replica. Mina.
And the third entry to Alina's diary.
Alina's diary, 3. It's worse than I thought. Everybody's disappeared. I still haven't found any trace of Elster. It's as if she's never been here. Something's wrong with the Protectors, those that are still around. A guard spotted me earlier sneaking out of the medical wing, and she let out a monstrous scream as she chased after me. When I looked back, I saw her face, and now I can't forget it. It looked like she had been in some sort of horrible accident.
I wonder, did Alina find herself on one of the timelines where Elster didn't arrive to Sierpinski and the replicas were already affected by the corruption? Maybe timeline 1, our current timeline? We take a lift down, and knowing there are likely some enemies coming up, I turn off my flashlight and sneak into another room to the left. This one is easy to miss, but essential if you want to get the leave ending. We read a sign warning us of monofilament fiber.
Monofilament fiber, with an average diameter of less than 2 nanometers, handle with care, for there's a risk of death. Monofiber will effortlessly cut through limbs and equipment in an instant. Always wear protective clothing. Do not touch monofiber without proper protective gear. Only handle in brightly lit places.
Turning on our flashlight, we can easily see the monofibers, but honestly they don't do too much damage, at least on this easy difficulty. At the end of this short maze, we find an injured star unit, a mourning Yule unit, and near them, piles of their respective models' bodies. There's no doubt that these two are also stuck in some sort of time convergence.
Hey, don't cry. It'll be over soon. Remember that time we went to the surface? The stars were so beautiful. I wish we could go there again. Hey, listen. I'll let you in on a secret. I can remember my name from my old life. Isn't that funny? Don't you want to know it? Here, I'll tell you. It'll be our secret together. So you can stop crying, okay? It'll be okay. Wherever it is I'm going, I'll wait for you there.
Keela Salai, Star Unit. I can't help but wonder if this was the same Star Unit we met topside. Maybe she was on her own mission to reunite with the Yule, fulfill her promise. With our exploration done in this short level, we dash past some enemies, activate a panel that opens up a large vault door, and descend into the deeper parts of the mines. Now, while I pick up some loot, I want to draw your attention to the X's on the rocks. Was something found here? Something that had to be locked up by that vault? Is this why we have stationed replicas guarding said vault entrance? Well, we have nowhere to go but down. This is where that cutscene between Isolde and Adler took place. Might as well follow them.
There's a huge hole in the ground. I can hear the sound of water from below. It looks like there's no other way.
We see a quick image of what looks like Alina in her infantry uniform, and then some sort of strange recorded memory.
I mentioned this later, but I do feel like I take this for granted. Note how we have 6 hours on this time. Oh shit, that actually scared me. Hey, this hole kind of looks like I'll rewind it real quick. This hole kind of looks like a hooded figure. But yes, going back to that timer, I take this detail for granted, but I feel like there is some significance to this scene. We're gonna have one more scene that's like this, starting with this 6-hour timer. I haven't actually tested how long this cutscene lasts or segment lasts, but I just wanted to point this out.
We are on a shoreline, the shores of Oblivion. To our left, we find the King in Yellow book, but it's out of reach. Turning around, we have a better view of the shores of Oblivion. Seriously, a big frickin' shout out to the devs for recreating this scene painting in a 3D environment. We find a few notes that are obscured excerpts of the prologue to the King in Yellow, Cassilda's song. If you recall, at the end of the 4 verses, it mentions Carcosa, dim Carcosa, in lost Carcosa, and if that isn't confirmation enough, the next excerpt is from Andrew Bierce's, an inhabitant of Carcosa. For there be diverse sorts of death, some wherein the body remaineth, and in some it vanisheth quite away with the spirit. Simply put, an inhabitant of Carcosa is a story about a wandering man traveling in a desolate wasteland, looking for his home. Carcosa. But in the end, he finds out that Carcosa was beneath his feet the entire time. The desolate wasteland was once his home. And upon this realization, it's revealed that he himself is a ghost, his soul trapped in the desolation of his home. This ties in very well with how this game is framed, especially towards the end. The endless desire to return home after having traversed through its desolation over and over again, and as reality itself collapses, becomes desolate. So at the very least, all of these snippets point to this realm, this desolate shore, as being some sort of Carcosa. In other words, the realm of the dead. There seems to be a bit of snow falling, and we can see what looks like piles of snow in the distance. We pick up another note. The next note is from the same story. In one kind of death, the spirit also dieth. And this it hath been known to do, while yet the body was in vigor for many years. Sometimes, as it veritably attested, it dieth with the body, but after a season it raised up again in that place where the body did decay. This is describing a bunch of different combinations of the death of a body, the death of a spirit, reanimation as a ghost. It's describing the liminality between life and death. that in some deaths the spirit escapes before the body loses its vigor. On top of that, that last sentence seems to describe the reanimation of the body, much like the reanimation of these corrupted replicas, and perhaps the reanimation of uncorrupted replicas, like Elster, being re-ensouled by her Penrose 512 persona. In the case of these replicas, in the case of this story, death itself is a cycle constantly feeding into itself, perhaps like an Ouroboros. The next excerpt seems to be an obscured and modified version of a part of the Book of Revelations. On the Wikia, I found the decrypted version. And a great burning star fell from the sky, and a mountain fell into the sea, and the water turned to blood, and the moon and stars and sun turned dark. This is a modified version of the trumpets in the Book of Revelations. There are 7 angels with 7 trumpets signaling the end times. However, here, perhaps we have the signalising even, of the collapse of reality as we know it. The big key here is that, again, there is this emphasis on the end of the world and a great burning star falling from the sky. Thematically, I'm not sure where we're at so far with these themes of burning stars and the themes of red eyes, but ultimately these will be kind of one in the same, thematically speaking. As we reach the end, I notice there's a lot more of these little piles of snow. Curious. Picking up a new note, it calls me. In a sea of flesh, we will become one, but I can never go back to being me. Some heavy foreshadowing here. A sea of flesh, a collapsing of all into one, and never being able to go back to being me. I can no longer tell where I end and the sea of flesh begins. With nothing else to read, I take a closer look at the shapes in the sand, and it turns out these aren't piles of snow after all. These are skulls, not replica skulls, but human skulls. This truly is a shore of oblivion, an island of death. But whose skulls are these? Well, speaking of stars falling from the sky, there's a weird white glimmering pixel in the distance. I have a feeling that this is just a piece of a cutscene asset for a later scene, but still, it's odd. Real quick, one more thing. I just noticed this very recently when doing some quick collection of extra footage. I totally missed this strange crevice. Inside of it, we have more skulls and a bloodied hand with a strange beam of light sort of passing across it. No idea what this could be. I'll simmer on it, but I noticed this a bit too late. The lines in the fingers make me think it's a replica hand, but I'm not sure. And you know what? Now suddenly I'm remembering a lot of different things. There's the arm that we see in the X-ray, right? And you know what's also interesting? In that prologue cutscene, when we see the red background and we see Ariane in front of it with her really long hair, she's wearing the tank top, there is a brace around one of her arms, and I can't help but wonder if at some, well, I'm not going to spoil anything, but you know, there was her arm amputated right below where the picture cuts off. We've got we've got this theme of people getting their eyes stabbed, we've got this theme of arms being lost, the bandages across the face, all these injuries, they kind of, there's synchronicity. After an amount of time passes, we see the countdown we saw earlier close to 0 and are forced out of the sequence. What's interesting is that the timer seems to indicate that a bit more than 5 hours have passed, so even time doesn't feel right in the realm of the dead. Freaky. We then see Elster drop into the next level. Nowhere. And so that concludes the short Minds level. It's really just a transitory level between the world above and the hell below. Liminality. Might as well keep track of this theme of liminality. I mean, we've already been keeping track of it before we gave it a name. But as you can see, we can already even tie some of these themes along with each other, blurring the lines between life and death. That's also a pretty liminal theme. Not being able to know where me starts and ends and where something else starts and ends. And of course, persona degradation plays a role in that. We will get a very interesting callback to this blurring of the lines between life and death, the sort of self-consuming life and death, being visited again by our old friend the Ouroboros. And in that Shores of Oblivion sequence, we also have mention of a great burning star. Great burning star, suns, red eyes. As we play this game, many of these themes will be kind of all one and the same. However, is this reference to the great burning star an indication that we are in the end times, given it's a reference to the Book of Revelations? We are in a pool of blood, or maybe oxidant, or maybe just red water, not sure. but at our feet are a bunch of replica parts, maybe even Gestalt corpses. This is where Sierpinski ends and nowhere begins. We enter some sort of morgue where lifeless replicas rest on slabs. It's unclear if these were once corrupted replicas or just replicas that died and have simply decayed on their own. I can't help but feel that this setting for the deceased replicas is a bit more solemn than how you'd expect Aeon to treat them. If we check our map, we get no map data, and on top of that, this map is probably one of the most confusing ones. For that reason, I'll increase the tempo, mainly focusing on exploration and theorycraft. Moving up, we enter a continuation of the morgue, or resting place, and find a shrine. These leather-looking beds kind of remind me of that floor mat bed in that strange room at the beginning of the game. Could this link whatever civilization this belonged to whoever slept in that strange prologue room? First, we read a note which acts simply as a hint for this room's puzzle, but also signifies that this room, or perhaps the whole level, is some sort of resting place for, well, certainly not for the nation. Could it be the Empire? We also find a shrine for placing offerings. We'll come to learn that this is a puzzle that we will be placing incense into.
A small cup filled with sand for placing offerings stands in front of the ancestral shrine. Ancestral tablets are lined up against the wall. The names are illegible due to wear.
An ancestral shrine with ancestral tablets. Well, whose ancestors are we talking about? If you were to rip the texture files of these tablets, you would get a better look at faded Chinese phonetically spelled names. While about half of these are too faded to make out, you can still make out the Yang character, perhaps for Yong. These are Arion's family tablets, and this is even confirmed by the translator guide on the Steam community forums for Signalis. Again, huge shout out to Malleus for finding and translating this. Because of this key info, we know that the Yong family has some linking to this place. Mind you, a place deep inside the planet Lung. Curious. Nonetheless, keep all of this in mind. This plot is starting to look a lot bigger than just Elster looking for her wife. Is Arion a part of some sort of long-lost royal family? A dynasty of the Empire? Or maybe even a progenitor of the Empire? Something ancient? Far before it? We go through a door on the left, but appear through a door coming in from the right, adding to the topsy-turvy nature of these hallowed halls. We're in some sort of operating room now, given its proximity to the morgue. We also find a door locked with some sort of keypad and the Penrose symbol. I'm not sure if there's some sort of synchronistic significance we can glean from these puzzles and their shapes, but I'll keep them in mind for now. This next room is very grim. Dozens of small tubs of blood. So this isn't just a psychotic upside-down version of Sierpinski. Nowhere may have some rooms and sections that have similarities to Sierpinski, synchronicities perhaps, but to me, at least this room is like a bona fide, strange, sacrificial and sacred ritual place. The corrupted Yules even look different as well. We pick up one of 3 Matryoshka doll parts we'll require for a puzzle towards the end of this level, and move up to find a wall with a note. Shout out to the user on the Signalis subreddit, The Shores of Oblivion, fitting, for decrypting this text. They also brilliantly point out that the first 2 parts of this are a reference to a warning message drafted by Sandia National Labs for warning people away from nuclear waste disposal areas in the far, far future. I'm talking tens of thousands of years. Let's give it a read. This place is not a place of honor. No deed is commemorated here. Nothing is valued here. What is here was dangerous and repulsive. This message is a warning about danger. The danger is still present in your time, as it was in ours. The danger is to the body, and it can kill. The form of the danger is an emanation of energy. The danger is unleashed if you substantially disturb this place physically. This place is best shunned and left uninhabited. When the beast within is killed, a path will open here. It's almost word for word inspired from that warning message, aside from this mention of a beast. When the beast within is killed, the path will open here. That is a hint that this wall will open up after a mini-boss fight. But what can we glean from this nuclear history reference? This reference, I think it's very easy to overlook, but I think it's very big. To me, this message signifies that the sacred grounds we are in, the technology and architecture that surrounds us, that's being enveloped by this flesh, comes from a long past civilization. I would even argue before the Yuuzhan Empire, some sort of progenitor civilization. If you've played Mass Effect, for example, like the Protheans.
This pistol doesn't have a thermal clip. Now going back to that warning sign, this tells us that this progenitor civilization, or maybe just the Yuuzhan Empire, regrets making some sort of discovery, regrets inventing some sort of technology. And so now the big question is, what is the technology? In our real-world example, the Sandia Institute, this is referring to nuclear waste. Perhaps in the case of Signalis, this technology is the method of ensoling replicas. I'm not just pulling that out of my backside. There is a theme we will explore later in this video regarding the uncertainties the nation has about this technology, its origins, its implications, and it's already been quite apparent the cruelty that is artificially ensoling and forming the personalities and personas of these innocent beings, these golems of flesh and polyethylene. Before I continue rambling, let me stop myself there. That'll be a conversation for later in this video. But right now, from my perspective, these hallowed halls, be it the hallowed old structures of the Yuuzhan Empire or of a progenitor civilization, have some sort of linking to Arion and the Young family. There's a couple more details that we are yet to discover, and it is just edifying, but also flippin' confusing. We go down a ladder, into a corridor, sneak past some corrupted replicas, and find a safe room. This looks like a classroom. We find a note.
Leave this place.
I'm not sure who wrote that. We find another keypad puzzle and save our game. Back in the main corridor, we move up to find a big fleshy hole to jump down into. First, I check all the doors and stumble into a very important room. First off, we have a whole bunch of TVs in this room, and behind this sort of fencing, we have even more TVs with a bunch of red eyes watching us. Very Big Brother-esque. The fact that from the beginning, this red eye, this red sun motif persisted, even in subtle ways, like the camera always watching Elster, I believe hints at something very important when it comes to our timeline. I'll keep it in mind for now. Being that we're currently in a sort of eldritch meat pit, I think we have bigger things to worry about. We first read a note.
No escape. Even in the darkest depths, the song of the cosmos can still be heard in the aether, the sound of the stars.
This is a hint for gathering our various puzzle pieces. First, let me pick up this wedding ring. This will come in handy for another puzzle. And now, let's take a close look at this little glass casing. First thing to note is that at this better angle, we can see that the irises of the red TV eyes is a hexagon. But back to this device. That note mentions songs of the cosmos, songs of the Hyades perhaps? But in other words, radio waves. We must use our radio module to tune into several frequencies. Each one will show a shape being drawn, Etch-a-Sketch style, on the screen, alongside its associated keypad pattern. Best thing to do is to watch for the shape to be at its most discernible and take a screenshot of it. Not all of these shapes will be used. Off the top of my head, I believe it's the hexagon and the infinity symbol we won't be needing. But again, I'll keep them in mind for our little hexagon chart, just in case. After all, there are 6 symbols, 6 sequences, all being used as puzzle pieces to help us traverse this level. So this tells me that theoretically we can somehow peg this to our hexagonal model. The thing is, there just isn't any data that can properly anchor it to any position on this board. And I was desperate trying to see if there was something in here. I thought that maybe if you place them in the right order, you could draw out the Yang symbol, which is the first character of the Young name. But I think it's just best to leave it here unorganized, because the last thing I want to do is get caught up in pareidolia. The Penrose triangle kind of looks a bit like that tapered triangle than the bottom portion. Oh yeah, huh? Oh shit. Yeah, hold on. Penrose, there's that tapered triangle. You can see this sort of, this is half of that. This is half of that right there. If you just cut off right there, this 3x3 right here on the right side of this 3x5 lines up perfectly with that. Or, hold on, right here, this pentagon one, this weird bow and arrow kind of shape, we can see, is this exact? Right here on this right-hand side. It's like a weird sagittarial bow and arrow type shape. There's a plus symbol right here. Is there anything? Not there. 6-pointed star, that would be like, well, no. And this one's really fucking me up, because this is a K and a diamond
The gold key has a K. We don't know why there's a K there. And this is kind of a diamond. Well, what was I saying again? Oh yeah, that's right. Let's not get caught up in pareidolia. With all this information, we make our way back to the 6-pointed star gate and punch in the key pattern. Now, on a closer look, this shape also has the same confusing pattern of sides and corners that the Penrose has. Perhaps this is to signify the impossible nature to these halls. Entering through the now unlocked star gate, I take a mental note of the place and turn around. I've already played this game, so I know I need the 3 rings for the puzzle in this new area. So far, we just have that one wedding ring. Now, for this next part, I should have been more prepared. I go back to the Penrose gate and punch in the correct pattern, and...
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, no kidding. Doing my best to evade, I ignore the loot and just focus on getting the Matryoshka doll in this room, fittingly next to Amina. I loop, then dead hard into the next room. Good thing we have our flashlight, because this room is dark as hell. We go rummaging around in the darkness. By the way, those weird, freaky, leg-headed corrupted replicas are corrupted storches. So yes, I rummage around and finally find another ring. This is the serpent ring. We just need one more ring and one more Matryoshka doll. We're making pretty good progress. With low health, I stumble into a fucking nightmare. I committed too hard to traveling light and have no weapons to fight with, so I take my chances with walking close to the corrupted colibris. Something tells me if I wasn't playing on easy difficulty, I'd be dead by now. Since we're getting dangerously close to the corrupted colibri, we can have a better look at some of the corrupted broadcasting. We have a creepy, almost monument mythos style depiction of the Island of the Dead in the background, and in red we have the word stirb, which means die in German. I always thought it was Stoppa breathing!
Fischbraten!
Also, you can barely make it out, but you can see the Sierpinski logo appear for a second. The wording is obscured here, but if it wasn't, it would show the German original naming of that redacted re-education level of Sierpinski. This is how people figured out what that censored word was. Below to the right, we have the German version of Casilda's song, minus the mentions of Carcosa. And above, we have something new, I believe. Beyond the sun and the darkness, behind the stars, I saw the face of a god with a shape and color that no one can describe. I saw the 6 sides of the world unfold, and light engulfed me. I had become one with nothingness, where life and death are meaningless. I don't think this is from anything. Based on what I already know about where this game is going, I have a feeling this is unique to this game. For the first time, we are linking this witnessing of an indescribable god with the number 6. I saw the 6 sides of the worlds unfold and the light engulfed me. I had become one with nothingness. In other words, Gestaltzerfall, maybe? Where life and death are meaningless. Immortality, the blurs, this is good. We'll keep this in mind. There's this talk about a shape and color nobody can describe. I believe this is foreshadowing the artifact of the artifact ending or secret ending of this game. Not only does it have a very strange shape, its color is kind of shimmery. Ooh, opalescent. Kind of like the liquid in the mask, the one that I mistook as opaque. Okay, there might be more to this. I'll make sure to keep this in mind. Miraculously, we make it into some sort of office. We find a stick of incense and read the 4th part of Alina's diary.
Alina's diary. How long has it been that I'm down here? How did I get here? Where is this place and why am I here? My memory feels so blurry, as if I had always been here, forever. Even my hair is slowly turning white. I remember my name, and I remember my life. But I also remember a different name, and a different life. And it feels like the line between her and me is blurring the longer I stay here.
Okay, so it's no coincidence that Alina and Ariane look similar and synchronistically have photos of themselves in the possession of Elsters across different timelines. So perhaps, just as Elster hinted at and will ultimately confirm that she felt the lines between her and Elster blur, perhaps Alina started to feel the lines between her and this mysterious white-haired look-alike begin to blur. Alina and Ariane. I'm going to be honest with you, this is still one of the more vexing mysteries of this game, even with my whole butterfly effect monologue. But what we can see from our perspective right now is that all these timelines are colliding. Realms are colliding. Characters and their various permutations across different timelines are colliding. While I feel like the final destination of this is for everything to just be unified in one entropic mess, it does seem like right now where we are in this sort of snippet or snapshot of a timeline, things that are alike are first colliding together. Ariane with Alina, for some reason Elster and Falk. There's no need for me to ramble any further. The game will do a fantastic job at spelling it out for us. It's just my job to translate that into words. Essentially, what I'm trying to say is, there are some aspects to this game's story that are meant to be confusing or simply unknowable. But if we shake ourselves from these distractions, I think we can really dig in and find stuff that many of us have taken for granted on our first couple playthroughs. We find a painting.
The painting is destroyed beyond recognition. The plaque on the frame says, Metamorphosis.
Or maybe the destroyed image is the painting, the final state of this metamorphosis. And that concept, metamorphosis, it's kind of like liminality. It's the stage of transformation of one form to another. Is that what's happening here? Is this ancient sacred grounds going through some sort of fleshy chthonic metamorphosis? To go from a state of many discernible forms to this one indiscernible one. There's a concept. It's called Gestaltzerfall. More on this later. We make it past the dangers in the hallway and find the endpoint of this level. This is nearly identical to the endpoint of the hospital level. So maybe this is some sort of psychotic upside-down version of Sierpinski. Or perhaps what civilization or society designed this place, designed it independently from how Aeon designed their facility. Independent designs, but synchronistic, like Alina and Ariane. When we try and examine the stela, Elster says,
When I look at it, my head hurts.
My head hurts too. Let's take a closer look at this hex puzzle. We need 6 plates, one of which is the plate of eternity, which we already have from the workers level. Strange. It's almost as if this plane collided with the previous plane of Sierpinski, allowing the placing of a plate of eternity somewhere it doesn't belong. The plate of eternity will occupy the northmost point of our model and is signified with a star. It was obtained when we opened Alina Seo's butterfly cosmetic box. And while there wasn't a key card or associated element on the north point of the medical wing, there was still the symbol of a star. So again, there is a synchronicity here. Also, I want to note that the cages here are not unlike the cages in the isolation room in the worker levels of Sierpinski. Mind you, one of those cages would have probably been used to subdue Alina, who had a butterfly box that was confiscated after she fainted in the mines, and we came to find out inside of that butterfly box was the plate of eternity. So did she somehow make it into nowhere and smuggled the plate of eternity to have it ultimately be found by Elster? I don't know. Now, with the incense, I make an offering at the shrine and obtain the plate of love. All plates have this description.
A heavy hexagonal stone plate. It feels warm to the touch. The surface appears to be made of smooth, polished black marble, or granite, but there's something soft and wet inside.
So the plate of love is obtained by making an offering to our ancestors, in other words, our loved ones. Again, it has that sort of filled-in Penrose triangle, the tapered triangle, just like how we saw on the gold key. It's fitting that when we get to the tarot puzzles, we will be putting Lung in the bottommost position. Being that deep within Lung, there is this sort of sacred burial place. It would make sense that the gold key would be used on this position. You know, we offer up gold to our loved ones. A lot of the times, royal resting grounds, like the one that we probably are in right now, are adorned with gold. With all puzzles we have access to cleaned up, let's jump into the gaping maw. Isolde is at the bottom and is snuck up on by a grotesque creature, labeled as a Nui, a Japanese manticore-like creature. Now, this mini-boss fight is odd. You want to survive while Isolde reloads a blue rifle. This is that same rifle Adler had, so she must have gotten the better of him and stole his gun. Once Isolde reloads the rifle, she'll shoot the chimera creature and end the boss fight. Oh! Shunwagweisa! Hat dir niemand der Waffendisziplin beigebracht?
It's Spanish.
Doing damage ourselves will lessen the amount of time we need to wait. Let's break down the sequence. If this is a chimera, a manticore-like creature, a combination of different species, could this be a combination of human flesh, arms, and storch body parts and legs? Or maybe all of the parts are made up of different replicas?
Also, why is it that only Isolde can kill this creature, and we can only stun it? Is there something about this creature that's linked to Isolde? Something about a promise that she needs to fulfill? Hell, now I can't help but wonder if Erica is somewhere in that mess. Not sure. This is probably some sort of Silent Hilly monster that symbolizes something of Isolde's angst that I'm just too dense to pick up on. So, Isolde shoots the Chimera and the recoil knocks her out, so we carry her to a bed. We'll look around for a means to resuscitate her.
She won't wake up. The rifle Iso is carrying, it's chambered in some sort of ridiculous anti-armor cartridge. No wonder the recoil knocked her out.
To the south of this room is where the dead creature lays, and to the north we have another keypad puzzle. This one is a pentagon, but again using that same impossible shaping. I enter the room, but I know that we'll need all Matryoshka pieces for this room, so we'll come back later. We run past some enemies to find a room with the third ring, the Regent's Ring. Perfect. Heading north of this point, we find a fleshy atrium of pillars, with the nanofibers forming a maze. There are two key items we need here, a rusty key and a plate of flesh. The plate of flesh is placed on the southeastern portion of our hexagon model, the same position of the water element, and the same position we'll be placing Rotfront on this model. With all three rings, we make our way back up to that classroom. Oh, but first I notice that wall with the red warning sign has been changed with a door. After all, we killed the beast and a new way has been formed. Inside we have a black outline of a Gestalt. Now we know it's a Gestalt because they leave those black silhouettes when they succumb to the corruption. This is a fact we'll learn later in the game. This particular Gestalt is lying in a room similar to Falk when she was lying sick in Sierpinski. This room mirrors that room in very interesting ways. For example, to the left, instead of healing spray, we have a small vial of smelling salts. Both medical or medicine related objects. We can use this to revive Isolde. And to the right, we also seem to have a diary, just like in Falk's room. In this one, it's titled The Dreamer. We can even see a Penrose-like impossible triangle drawing, or I guess even almost like a portal, as well as a drawing of a red eye. Let's go ahead and piece this one apart.
The Dreamer. A prison in which the only escape is death. Deep below, the Dreamer floats in the sea of flesh.
So somebody is trapped in a prison of flesh, constantly dreaming, and their only escape from this prison is death. So immortality itself is the prison, and death is their escape. This is a pretty big keep in mind for the main plot.
The Red Eye birthing a new world from their dream for eternity, and each time the dreamer turns over in their sleep, the world turns over too, until only flesh remains.
So a red eye births a new world from this dreamer's dreams. There's also talk about each time this dreamer turns over in their sleep. I think this is describing different cycles, timelines, planes, new dreamers even, and these new worlds birthed by these dreamers. And so this turning over and over repeats until only flesh remains. Fitting. But who is the dreamer? Rest in peace, David Lynch. Ariane in some timeline dreaming in her cryosleep? Falk in some timeline dreaming in her corrupted convalescence? Or, in some other distant timeline, did the Empress also dream, form reality from her powerful bioresonance? Perhaps we can also interpret the dreamer turning over as the baton being passed, perhaps from civilization to civilization, dreamer to dreamer. If whoever this prime dreamer is directs reality, could it be that the corrupted replicas are a product of Falk's dreaming, and everything turning to flesh is a product of maybe Ariane's dreaming? Is this a war between two dreamers? We're a bit too early in this game to ponder on such topics, but it's an interesting topic nonetheless. Perhaps it's a lot more simple. The dreamer, whoever it is, turns over in their sleep until only flesh remains, until discernible forms become indiscernible unity. Gestaltzerfall. Keep this in mind. Now, it may seem like I jumped the gun a bit by referring to the silhouette as the Empress, but let me show you why I think there's something royal to these hallowed halls. With the three rings, we go back to the classroom, and through the previously locked gate, we rush past some mules and find what looks like a sort of church hall. Maybe a sort of adoration area where people pray or adore the image of, well, this person. The Empress, perhaps.
A painting of a hooded woman, with mottled hands covering her face.
But doesn't that also look like Ariane with her white hair? Let's go ahead and read this note for a hint as to how to solve this puzzle.
The Empress's hand. the Empress. On the first day, she was crowned. On the longest day, nothing was done. On the next day, she was wed. On the last day, she took her life.
These are the fingers of the hand: the Regent's ring, no ring, wedding ring, and serpent ring. Before placing these, let's take a closer look at these rings. This is the Regent's ring.
A ring cut from black marble. The phrase, "This too shall pass," is inscribed on the inside of the ring. This too shall pass.
This too shall pass. Again, hinting at the cyclical nature to all of, well, this. An empress thwarted by a revolutionary thwarted by some sort of chthonic dynasty reawakened. Who? That sounds kind of cool. Chthonic dynasty reawakened. Yeah, you gotta use that for something. Someone's gotta use that for something. $75, that's my royalty, and a Big Mac. The next ring is the serpent ring.
A smooth ring made from green jade, fashioned to look like a snake biting its own tail. It resembles Ouroboros, sometimes called the Serpent of Eternity.
Okay, so here we have this ring. This ring signifies death. Specifically, according to the puzzle, death caused from taking one's own life. And of course, the ring takes the shape of an Ouroboros. Think about how I described the shape of liminality. It's a circle, a constant cycle of self-consumption, just like the Ouroboros. A paradoxical symbol of constant change, constant metamorphosis. This theme of a self-consuming loop will come up once again when it comes to our timeline. Don't worry, we'll get there when we get there. And finally, the wedding ring.
An old golden ring. The phrase, "Till death do us part," is inscribed on the inside of the ring. Till death do us part.
Aha. Till death do us part. A loop broken by death. Simple enough. We place the rings in the correct formation, and this happens. The face is uncovered, and we have the plate of knowledge. Removing it causes some blood, or I guess just blackish red liquid, to seep from the hole of this Empress's face. She's got the same sort of white hair as Ariane. And come to think of it, if we really wanted to get floppy, if you remember, when we first entered the Shores of Oblivion, I kind of got a little bit jump scared when reviewing some footage. What if this is like the silhouette? Yeah, you know what? Do like a crossfade and see if that lines up. And if it does, Illuminati confirmed. Regardless of who this person is, they do have a likeness to those long-haired renditions of Ariane. And on top of that, also that white, long-haired or robed figure in the Isle of the Dead. I think me and the rest of the Signalis fandom are in agreement that this white-haired or robed silhouette figure depicts the Empress. We've just picked up the plate of knowledge. It has a symbol of two vertical rectangles, similarly to the air key symbol. Interesting how we found this plate lodged in the facade of the Empress. So, the plate of knowledge. It's almost as if we passed a Rubicon. If you remember from the King in Yellow video, the phantom of truth has been laid. We now know what can't be unknown, and so we can't plug up the seeping wound in the face of this mysterious figure. Oh, and you know what? While we're here, note the halo on this figure. I think this position of Queen of Reality is one being sought after, perhaps, by a few characters. We'll see the halo re-emerge once again on a different character in a later cutscene. I'll keep this in mind for now. Now, using the rusted key, we find a new room, finding the third and final Matryoshka doll, and we enter a new keypad puzzle room. This one is intense. We must make our way through a nanofiber maze and kill or avoid Yules and Auras. At the end, we can find the Plate of Sacrifice. The Plate of Sacrifice is signified with a hexagonal shape. A similar hexagon is seen with the fire key. And we will soon have further linking between the Empire and its favor towards the symbol of the hexagon. I don't want to get too insider baseball, but there is a realization that I'm going to make at the very end of this video. Sadly, it's a bit late, but there will be some linking between sacrifice, the Empire, of course, this labyrinth that we're in right now. Maybe it's not just a sacred resting ground, but a sacrificial ground, and the namesake of Ariane. While the nation is a very political civilization, the Empire strikes me as very occult. With one more plate left to find, let's see if we can resuscitate Isolde by using the small bottle we found in the ancestral resting place.
It's you, Elster, right? Thank you for your help. Did you find who you were looking for yet? That rifle. I don't think I want to use it again. You can have it. I'm so exhausted. I feel sick. It's hard to breathe. The air in this place feels thick, Like you could bite it. It's like there's fog inside my head. I think I need a moment to rest.
Not much we can glean from here, but I'll gladly take that rifle and stow it in our chest. Reviving Isolde just makes it so that we get this rifle. As far as I know, it doesn't affect any future cutscenes. All that's left to find is the Plate of Balance. We simply need to combine the 3 Matryoshka dolls. I do find it interesting that you've got the middle layer being red, maybe a muscular system of the Replika. You've got the dark gray core being the endoskeleton, and then the decaled outside being the exoskeleton plating. And of course, this resembles the Mina. The description says it was a toy on Rotfront. Conveniently, the insertion point of this item is behind this previously gated door. We rush past the Yules and enter what looks like the end part of an Oblivion gate. We pick up the Plate of Balance, and if we try to leave, the way is cut off by these blades. So we simply have to replace it with this Mina doll. I'm not sure if this is intentional, but it's pretty interesting that a Mina doll would be used to signify balance, given that they have a very intricate hydraulic system that, if damaged, will completely incapacitate them, much like Bayo in the mines. The Plate of Balance is in the southwestern position, occupying the same position as the blank/Earth key and the Kitez planet. Now that we have all of our keys collected, I want to point out something very fascinating. From the beginning, each major level is completed sort of with the opening of a seal. Cracking open safes, whose combinations are associated with specific symbols, the collection of various keys to open a door in the medical wing, and then again, back to the safes. We're opening a safe now, aligning some of those planets in that little astrolab turnkey thing. And then here we are again, opening another hexagonal door using plates. And of course, these various codes that we use to open gates. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then of course we have one more level after this with another set of puzzle pieces. So that's basically 6 seals that we are broken, 6 puzzles that we are breaking. The reason why I say seals is because right before the final segment of this game, there's going to be talk of the final seal being broken. And so I don't think it's any coincidence that there are 6 sets of 6 puzzle pieces. We go back to the safe room with all our plates collected to find that Isolde has moved on. We make our way back to the hexagon and place all 6 plates in their positions. Passing through, we enter a bored out hole, similar to the one in that strange snowy exoplanet. But instead of us climbing down, we're climbing up and out. But this planet, or realm, isn't snowing. The sky is totally red. Adler, having just had his confrontation with Isolde, still has a knife in his eye and has made it to the threshold. Just going to place these data points here. Elster found the bottom of the mines, got into nowhere, and then escaped, finding that strange gate world, or exoplanet? Let's just call it a gate world. The more I think about it, just the sense of space is just making my head hurt. But in this threshold realm, we have that bored hole, but instead of going down, we're climbing out of it. We find that threshold, where we see Adler with a cut eye, placing this after his confrontation with Issa. Now, unlike in the prologue, where this realm of the threshold or exoplanet was snowing, here the sky is totally red. And just a reminder, we are still playing as the same Elster, 0 suit, holster on the side, that we've been playing as since we were possessed in the bathroom of Sierpinski's top level.
It's impossible to move on. I've been here so many times, but I have never returned. The commander never spoke about what she saw out there. I'm sure whatever it was what made her fall sick. Something about her changed when she returned. She was no longer our beloved leader, Falk. What waits beyond the threshold? It doesn't matter.
We see the words, "At the end, the way home," and "I'm waiting" in German. It seems Elster passes through the threshold and begins her walk on foot back to the Penrose. I mean, think about how many times she must have woken up on that Penrose, went into that strange hole on that exoplanet, entered that old bedroom, and through the strange topsy-turvy cosmic magic that is the King in Yellow and memes, transmitted her persona into so many Elsters and all these Sierpinskis. Not just on a different planet, but different timelines, all in this effort to fulfill this promise. In Chinese, the word hollow or false flashes on the screen, foreshadowing a coming failure to follow through. Or could it just simply mean empty? Because in English we read, "Beyond the gate, emptiness."
Who are you?
Who are we? You and I, given the meta aspect of being familiar with this game, know that the character Elster should be looking for is Ariane. But since our reawakening on Sierpinski, the photo in our inventory, the woman we've been looking for, asking people about, is Alina Seo. Something about this mission, about the likeness between Ariane and Alina, has affected Elster. What we begin to see is her persona degradation. Elster has made it to this point many times before. We see at least 4 previous attempts that just fell short.
Come closer. I've been waiting.
The corruption begins to set in. A long-haired Ariane flashes on screen, and the phrase keeps repeating over and over. Who are you looking for? Alina? Ariane? Who? Within Elster is 2 personas at war. That of the Elster of Penrose 512, and perhaps of the Elster S2301. But see, that Elster is based off of the decommissioned Penrose Elster. Deep, deep down, much like a Matryoshka doll. But alas, it's clearly all becoming too much. The 2 personas at war, the 2 promises at war, are between Elster 512 and the person of whom the neural pattern is based off of. We'll get to meet this person, or see this person, very shortly. After all, we're going through a persona degradation. The name Alina Seo flashes on screen, and we see Alina in a line of slowly transforming Arianes, all of which are culminating into what looks like a queen or empress, maybe even Falk. Elster's name is then called. We have 6 different iterations of Elster. Zero Suit Elster, the Rotfront Armored Elster, Elster with a missing arm, which, spoiler alert, is going to be this Elster. We have Ava Suit Elster, maybe the S2301 Elster, the Penrose 512 Elster with her little hat, and then, again, this sort of what looks like Falk. Apologies if it doesn't look clear on the screen. Let me go ahead, zoom in, tweak the contrast and brightness, because I can definitely see this laurel on the side of the head, one that we associate with Falk. So, I've been waiting for you, for us, and then Ariane's name is called, and all of the Ariane iterations, including Alina Seo, turn their heads. Give me a second, we'll have a full picture soon, God willing. I believe Elster begins to succumb to her corruption, and after the words, "Be not afraid," shows up on screen, we see Falk with a halo pointing down to Adler. Adler too was on his mission to find Falk, and so his goddess, his empress, is Falk. That makes sense. Falk is made in the image of the Great Revolutionary. She wears a halo much like that white-haired or hooded empress painting where we get the Plate of Knowledge. Could it be that somehow Falk is based off of the neural pattern of the empress as well? Maybe even Ariane? It's like copies upon copies upon copies stacking upon each other. Where does it start? Where does it end? Well, that's the theme we're working with. This is a bit more abstract. The box goes from white to red, almost like this strange realm or exoplanet. White snowy skies to red skies. We then see an iris and it begins to warp, again foreshadowing something very grave. We see every bit of Elster's being is torn up and occupied by this corruption. She can't get the vision of the Isle of the Dead out of her. It infects every aspect of her. Speaking of which, this hauntingly beautiful song is called Die Toten Insel. This is the German name of that painting. The shape of the Signalis logo shows on screen, either reminding Elster of what truly drives her, or is the core of all this corruption and mystery, revealing itself in its divine geometry. Then images of Elster's Gestalt life rapidly flash on screen, folded in with some other images. Let's go through them. A Gestalt woman stands on a pier in Vineta. This is Elster's neural pattern's Gestalt home planet. Then the Isle of the Dead. And then that same woman, who I believe to be Elster's Gestalt pattern, stares off at a war taking place in her home planet. A war with the Empire. We'll get more information about this war on Vineta very soon. We see a flooded and clearly ruined Vineta. I'm not sure what this beam of light could be. It reminds me of a beam we will see later. Then we see in the art style of Signalis the Isle of the Dead. In other words, Carcosa. Within the island we can see a white-haired woman approaching the red threshold. Then we see a woman standing in a vast shallow body of water looking at destruction. And then she looks just like Elster, but it isn't Elster. Her name is Lilith. The fan base of this game, and now myself, believe that these memories are of the gestalt the neural pattern of Elster is based off of. Some more memories. Lilith is in some trenches. It looks like those fortifications have the number 05 and 12 on them, like Penrose 512. Strange. Another synchronicity. No wonder the Elster on the Penrose 512 is so different. Perhaps it was just that number. That was enough to cause some cracks in her mask. And now, this. When I first saw this, I had no idea what to make of this. And even now, as I'm trudging through this script, I'm still kinda nervous when we get to the end of this journey. But I think it's all gonna make sense. Here we have a memory of Lilith. Oh, Lilith, Lily, but that's besides the point. Placing lilies on one of these 6 pillars. Now, the pillars are empty and something is missing in the middle. Let's not overthink this now, but maybe Lilith became aware at some point of a ritual, and this memory has made its way back into Elster's psyche. This ritual is ultimately what much of all of this is culminating towards, and perhaps culminating from. And then finally we see a picture. Lilith, Elster's gestalt, standing next to Alina Seo. The moon of Vineta has been shattered, and maybe this is likely what caused the flooding and desolation of Vineta. Hard to say, but this confirms both Lilith and Alina fought in the Venetan War. And then finally on screen in Chinese we read, to remember or to recall, as in Elster now recalls her gestalt life.
Remember our promise.
Wake up! Elster doesn't have the strength, only able to pull up the handle up a bit. The critical damage indicator flashes on screen, and
Wake up!
Elster succumbs to her wounds. We skip the credits and are taken to the menu screen. Elster's eye is dead and no longer follows the cursor. Now, I'm not going to be coy. That wasn't the ending. That was many consider that to be the fake-out ending. But it was still an ending, just not the ending to this game. Before getting back into the game, let's real quick reframe and take inventory. Sprinkled throughout this timeline, there are key data points that help us make sense of the timeline. Moments where Elster is awoken, like in the pod in the prologue, or is possessed, like in the beginning of the Sierpinski arc. We'll see one more example of each of those types of reawakenings by the end of this game. It's easy to freak out and think that any moment we pass through a threshold, crawl through a hole, walk through a door, enter a cutscene, exit a cutscene, that we're somehow entering a new timeline, a new Elster. But honestly, I think it's safe to say that from the moment in the beginning of the Sierpinski arc when Elster possesses that dormant frame in the bathroom to this point now, as she goes from the zero-suit holster Elster to the one-armed dead Elster, fake-out ending Elster, it's the same continuity, the same linear continuity. Now, how does this planet or realm look? It's got a red sky, and it's a very, very strange detail. The more you think about it, the more it makes your head hurt. For some reason, there's a crashed Penrose at the bottom of nowhere. Ah! Oh, no, it's not that hard. I've played Minecraft. Hold on. You pass through one portal, you come out the other side. Okay, never mind. However, the sky from when we enter the threshold and when we exit and find the Penrose is red. So we have two varieties, snowing and red sky. Now, I'm not sure if the ground is red because it's just snow reflecting the light of the red sky, or if it's like a sea of flesh or red sand. I'm not sure. That detail isn't super important. All we really need to know is that Prologue planet, snowy. Fake out ending planet, red sky. And now let's also remember that in the Prologue, Ariane is nowhere to be found. Now, while we can't technically compare it to this scene just yet, I still want you to keep note of that. Ariane is not in the ship here, and when we get more data about this ship, we can compare and contrast. Another more front-facing detail is the fact that the hatch handle is left ajar. This will help in framing the three main endings of this game. Now, where were we? Oh, that's right. Elster just died, succumbing to either her wounds, angst, or corruption. Maybe all three. What happens when we start a new game? Clicking begin.
Wake up.
We wake up just like in the intro. However, this ship seems to be more intact, and Elster has a hat on. We're on the operational Penrose 512. This level is mostly inaccessible, but there are still some stuff to examine. We find a toolbox and a floor panel left ajar.
Lower deck heating system has been acting up a bit lately. I don't need to fix this right now.
This just simply reminds us of Elster's role as a ship technician specialist. Going further to the back, we enter a stern observatory.
Doodle. Colibri. A colibri cauliflower. Operation Penrose. Pride of the Usian Nation. Space vessel type Penrose, the People's Navy.
Those stars seem to be the insignia or a motif that signifies the Usian Nation's efforts. We've got 2 chairs in here. It seems that both the crewmates will lounge here from time to time. Finally, we look outside the hexagonal window.
The stern observation window. Nothing to see but stars.
Going back to the ladder, we enter the main floor and find the storage room. Here's something, well, big to me, but really just a minor detail.
The painting Ariane has been working on recently. A serene coastline.
Ariane is a painter. Many characters in the King in Yellow book are painters. Many of the stories in the King in Yellow are romance stories amidst disaster and horror. Much like how modern fiction will make Lovecraftian-esque media, perhaps this game is an authentic Chambers-esque fiction. We read a note.
Ariane's notes. Running out of ochre paint. Elster laughed when I told her. Now I have to mix it myself. So annoying.
The color of ochre paint, by the way, is yellow, a shade of yellow. And again, there's a character that has a dream about drowning in ochre paint in The King in Yellow. I believe it's the story, The Street of Our Lady of the Fields. Again, there's the dreaming, you're in a sea instead of flesh, it's paint. Ah, man. Oh, wow. Again, this is like legit, like not Lovecraftian, but like, you know, Chambers-esque or King in Yellow-esque. I love it.
I still haven't read a whole bunch of those manuals. I feel like they gave me enough to read for the rest of my life. Most of them are boring technical manuals anyway. They could have given us more films to watch instead. Half of them are war films, which Elster doesn't like, and the other half are kitschy propaganda dramas.
There's a reason Elster doesn't like war movies. Clearly it reminds her of her Gestalt life. We'll get some more confirmation of this. We enter the cockpit, and I gotta say, it's strange to see everything in working order. We're drifting in space. We enter the mess hall and take a look at the interface.
Scout vehicle status monitor. Status in transit. Location on course. Crew status. Ariana Young, Gestalt pilot, is active in the personnel room. LSTR 512, the Replika unit, is active in the mess hall. That's where we are right now. Note, remember to obey regulations at all times.
It says Ariane is over in the personnel room. We should get around to seeing her. We see a potted plant in the room and a bunch of notes across from us. Let's read through some of these.
There's a sealed envelope among the documents. It says, classified Replika information for Gestalt officer eyes only. It's unopened. I'm not allowed to open this envelope. It probably contains some classified information about me. Open it anyway?
It's just like those cautionary documents from the Protector Levels, but now describing potential triggers for persona degradation for the Elster model.
Replika known issues, Penrose program. Classified information, Gestalt officer eyes only. LSTR. Elster units were chosen for the Penrose program for their adaptability and reliability under long-term isolation conditions. Stoic and reserved, Elster units have a relatively stable neural pattern. It is best for you to leave it alone and interact with the Elster unit as little as possible. Elster's neural pattern was a soldier of Venetian origin, so their needs are basic. Avoid talking to the Elster unit about the war. Penrose vessels are fitted with a specialized calibration pod, which may help with persona stabilization. To avoid resurfacing of Gestalt memories, do not show or give the Elster unit photographs, especially of soldiers during the war. Do not show the Elster unit movies or let it listen to music, and do not try to befriend the Elster unit. I somehow lost the footage for this particular whiteboard segment, so I'll have to just pipe it in through post. So, isolation stabilizes our loner replica Elster. But any kind of exposure to culture, be it through music, movies, or war stories, causes degradation. And it's funny how you're not supposed to befriend the Elster unit, and Ariane just straight up gets into a relationship with her. Also, this document reveals that Elster's neural pattern is of a Venetian soldier, that same Venetian soldier that we saw in those visions before the fake-out death scene.
We read another note, a record from Ariane Young.
Chronometer adjustment. Technical service record, Scout Officer Young Ariane. Officer's note, I've adjusted the ship's internal clock to run slightly slower. By my calculations, each cycle should be exactly 12.6 longer, simulating what I believe is the length of a day on Veneta.
Now, that's very sweet of her to set the time to the cycle of Elster's homeland. Well, I mean, knowing what we know about persona degradation, it could really only lead to disaster, but it's sweet nonetheless. What's interesting is that the common issues note of the Elster model was unopened, so Ariane is unknowingly stepping on a lot of big eggshells here. But regardless, for the first time, we see a character referred to a cycle as a day. Ariane even puts quotation marks on it. The game writers intentionally didn't use the word day, and so now it's being used in a way that we are meant to notice. Ariane comes from a family that doesn't like following the rules, reading banned Imperial serials, ignoring letters from Aeon, using language that's taboo to the nation's perfect lexicon. Remember, Adler says language is very important. In a way, it forms the very reality around us. We will come to learn that the Jungs were a bit of an outcast family on Rotfront.
I wonder if Elster will notice the difference. Judging from her accent, I'm sure that she's Venetan. She pronounces ship, just like Issa and Eri used to. It's very cute. Hearing her speak makes me dream of the ocean. I wonder if I'll ever get to visit something like it. Maybe on a distant world. Ooh, like that Coast of Death.
It's funny to hear the game footage version of me be like, bingo! And I'm just sitting here now like, yeah, duh. Like it's an obvious wink wink nudge nudge moment. Sadly, much to all of our dismay, it seems Ariane did get her wish. We enter the infirmary with some briefing messages. Let's take a read.
Penrose Briefing, Phase 2. Start of decrypted transmission. By our calculations, 1,500 cycles of mission time will have passed when you receive this message. Congratulations, comrade. By now, you should have become fully acclimatized to your new life on board your ship. As you approach the Oort cloud, your search for new worlds will begin. Utilizing the long-range sensors, you will scout for valuable resources, habitable worlds, or signs of alien life. Remember to rely on your Replika to assist you in maintaining your vessel. We all wish you great success in your mission. End of decrypted message.
So we know that the Penrose 512 broke 1,500 cycles. Jeez. If Veneta is the solar system version of Earth and Ariane successfully calibrated to Venetan time, that's a bit over 4 whole years, just darting towards the edge of the solar system, or the Oort cloud. Still, as long as that seems, that's very impressive tech. And now, something a bit more grim.
Penrose Emergency Procedures Appendix H. Based on data from previous long-range survey missions, salvaging the Replika technician for sustenance is not recommended, even in extreme circumstances. Replika biocomponents can cause various health problems when ingested. It may look and taste like ordinary flesh, but bioengineered tissue may cause more harm than good when eaten in an emergency situation. Occident may look like blood, but it's indigestible to Gestalts. It should also be considered that Pioneer replicas statistically have an 860% greater survivability than Gestalt Pioneer officers. For the sake of a successful mission, keeping the replica operational rather than prolonging your own suffering may be preferable.
So Aeon sends out these scouts with the full understanding that many of these operations are going to go tits up. But according to Aeon, it's best that it goes Gestalt tits up rather than Replika tits up. It's such a great framing to the story that this couple that we are rooting for a romance in the midst of entropy is not of epic heroes, not great characters, but just throwaway scouts, disposable to the Usian nation. But if there was a chance that Ariane, heir to whatever dynasty that was alluded to in Nowhere, would ascend to her rightful station, it would make sense that the first step would be through a one-way mission. One where she would eventually crash on that exoplanet. A worthy sacrifice, in a way. Yeah, there's a picture forming for sure. For now, I think there is something very key in this emphasis of the Gestalt officer not prolonging her suffering. There is a twisted irony in that statement.
The medical diagnostic computer. Ariane's next checkup isn't for another few cycles.
We enter the nuclear reactor that powers the ship.
The reactor's coolant injection system. No leaks detected.
I wonder how long these things are meant to last. We try and enter Ariane's personnel room.
I should finish my maintenance check round before I go to see Ariane.
We read the checklist and all we have left is the cryogenic room. Let's go ahead and inspect it.
The emergency cryogenic hibernation unit. In case of a medical emergency that cannot be treated on board, Gestalt crew members can be put in hibernation here. All systems nominal. I hope we never need to use this.
When you're so far out from the Urt cloud, what point is there to hibernate? Perhaps it's more of a humane alternative to letting your soldiers starve to death. Now, even though all systems are nominal, there's an odd resonance in this room. Even the screen can get glitchy sometimes. I get cheeky and start listening to the radio module, which, by the way, what are we doing with a radio module that we found on Sierpinski? Well, found on the Rotfront memory on Sierpinski. At around 87 to 90 kilohertz, we hear an emergency beacon for the Penrose 512 in the midst of this memory where it's operational. Why is that so creepy? It's like, oh, no, this is a trope in horror movies where like you hear your doom, your very own doom repeated back to you and you don't really like, yeah, I don't understand, it's too staticky. Yeah, it's just creepy. It's so creepy. Aside from that, at 75 kilohertz, we get these weird laser blasty sound noises. And I do recall actually hearing some of these in other levels. To be honest, if there's one thing I wish I spent more time doing, it was doing a bit more kind of radio tinkering. But hey, if there ever was a time to start, it's now. Check this out. Again, why is that making my skin crawl? It's just so fucked up. Okay, if you interpret this as a dream where Elster is just steeping in a memory before everything went to crap, it's more sad if anything. But again, I've already said this, it's just so grim hearing the aspects of a timeline yet to come spill into the past like this. But yes, I think it's more likely, story-wise, narrative-wise, this is just a sort of dreamlike scenario. We haven't really gotten into this, but I wanted to mention, if you were hunting for endings in this game, you'd want to stay here for at least 5 minutes to get a point towards the leave ending, if that's the one you're going for. Now, let's go ahead and finally meet with the paramour of Elster.
Elster! You're up! I missed you.
I missed you too.
Ah, it's our 3000 cycle anniversary. We'll be getting the updated mission parameters later, so I thought it'd be nice to celebrate. Wait, let me put on some music.
3,000 cycles. Well, we're about to read that incoming mission update, and let's just say Mission Command doesn't seem to be very optimistic about 3,000 cycle long missions. But enough of my pessimism, we wallow in the last joyful memory of Elster, dancing with Ariane and chilling with her in her sleeping quarters.
That right there. That sounded kind of like the save noise.
Interesting catch. I kinda hear it, but that might just be pareidolia. I've used that word a couple of times. That's a theme we'll be getting into not too long from now. Now, I'm going to have to mute this part. For some reason, YouTube thinks that the Achtung part is from a copyrighted song. So I'll just go ahead and play Die Total Die Total Schnitzel.
Das ist mein Fischbraten!
I'll play Die Toteninseln instead. We hear the Achtung message from the beginning of the game. If you remember, we sent this message from this computer in that strange room, and it traveled across both space and time, perhaps using that exoplanet's chthonic space magic, transferring Elster's persona into an Elster on-lung orbital Sierpinski, and now it's being sent somewhere else. We see that vision of the Isle of Death again, but the figure is gone. She appears, looming over the dead one-armed Elster's body. This figure, who I believe is Ariane, it'll be very obvious soon, has bloodied hands and feet. I can't help but feel that she tried to take her own life in the cryogenic liquid. Maybe with the shards of the ID card. Maybe. Her wounds fade to Elena Seo's wounds. However, keep this pose in mind for a later, very sad cutscene.
Do you remember our promise?
After sulking for God knows how long, we are woken up. Now the exoplanet, or realm of this threshold, is snowing again. Despite failing to get into the ship with both our arms, mind you, we lost our arms trying to do so, we're able to climb in through an opening. Somebody was able to get in, and the door was left open. Did another Elster get in while we were dead? I miss a note in this room, but no worries, we'll be back to read it. In critical condition, we begin to explore. The door to the cockpit is locked, and we see a small pool of blood on the floor with a note.
Lost another tooth. There was so much blood. My hands were shaking. Why is my hair falling out? I can't sleep. I just want to sleep. Please, just let me sleep.
The nuclear reactor is evidently failing. The Penrose has run its course, and Ariane is dying from radiation sickness. We enter the cryo-hibernation room, and there is a lot of data to keep track of here. We see Elster in what I'm going to call her Rotfront armor, and she lies dead next to the cryopod, with a mass of flesh growing from within it. That mass of flesh is Ariane. I feel like it has to be. Two peripheral things. One, it was snowing. Two, the door to enter the ship was open. That's because this Elster got in before us. Now, note the pool of red liquid on the floor. Of the three main endings, only one has basically an identical detail, but with a slight difference. All of these data put together indicates to me that this sequence happens after the three endings of this game. Now this will be proven in due time, but I would go an extra step and posit that the promise ending happened directly before this. Specifically because of that pool of red liquid. We still need more data though. Sorry, let me play this out. As we approach the dead Elster, needing some of her body parts to continue to function, we see a convergence of ichs, meaning me's or I's, and z's, meaning she, into a singular wir, meaning we. Some sort of synthesis is taking place, it seems. And now I'm reminded of both of those evolutions of Elster and Ariane converging into Falk, of all people.
I made a promise. I'll do anything. There's a huge mass of flesh in the cryopod. I've taken what I needed.
Now it's suddenly switched. This, isn't it weird? We've switched places.
Good catch, game recording, Chris. Yes, it's like an Ouroboros-like paradox. This whole story is a paradox feeding into one another. And it's mixed with this whole ship of Theseus conundrum. And see, it's not as simple as we've replaced our armor, now we're back in business, because when we walk out, there's a new note with a trail of blood leading toward the cockpit that wasn't there before, and before that door to the cockpit was locked. Could this just be survival horror game shenanigans, or are we in a new timeline? Or can I feel a migraine coming on? I'm just gonna go ahead and say this is just horror game shenanigans. You did something and now the thing changes, oh, creepy. We read the new blood red note.
Please, just make it stop. Please.
Grim. And then let's read the note that we missed earlier. Now this note hasn't been decrypted, but it looks like the number of cycles is in the 6 digits. Jeez. Well, I'll have a whack at it. I think it says, no longer can tell whether awake or asleep anymore. Everything hurts. My vision is blurry. My fingers hurt. My back hurts. My feet hurt. My teeth hurt. Everything hurts. All the time. I can't go on any longer. Please make it stop. Is that our promise? To make it stop? If you remember, there was this sort of ironic emphasis on not prolonging Gestalt officer suffering, to leave it to the lone Replika to spearhead the salvaging of the failed mission. But alas, these two were in love, and maybe Elster took measures to prolong Arion's life, worried to lose her, but effectively prolonging her suffering. Well, there's only one more thing to do. With the south door unlocked, we enter to see the ladder going down is replaced by a gaping fleshy hole. In this case, I think it's safe to say that this is a threshold that will move us through space and maybe, actually definitely, time. But where will it take us?
I can't stop now.
Well, that makes sense. The last time we jumped into a strange gaping hole, it took us to this liminal realm between space and time, dim and lost Carcosa. If we about face and look for that crevice with the king in yellow in it, not only can we not find the book, I can't even seem to find the crevice. It's almost as if the snow or sand has increased in level. It certainly looks like it's snowing a bit heavier. We also have some new notes.
Those who sing the same song have heard it in their dreams, a dark tone at the edge of hearing, a silent voice whispering to my heart. Come join us. Together we will be eternal. There will be no escape. We will be one. But I fear the dark sea that will swallow me.
I think this is linking both the cosmic sounds that bioresidents can hear and implying that it's somehow linked to the mass of flesh.
Something old, far older than humanity, sleeps deep below the ground. Those of us who can hear its call in the night. An invitation. An ocean of memories where I ends and we begin.
And there is this convergence of all consciousness inside of it. I don't want to, maybe not a hive-minded mass, but like an all-minded mass, an omni-minded mass. That's what we saw earlier, the ichs and the z's coming together into a vir. This would make sense as to why we're seeing all sorts of memories, memories of Alina, of Adler, of Isolde, converging into a we. Adler, Isolde, Elster, they're all on their own missions. Technically, we haven't seen very many memories of Alina, but we've seen memories of Lilith. It seems that there's 2 roles. Just a side note. We'll get into this on the character whiteboard towards the end of this video, but it does seem like there are almost 2 archetypes. The dreamer and the promiser. And it seems that Adler, Isolde, Elster, and side theory crafting, Lilith at some point during that Venetan War, all had promises or duties to fulfill to their respective dreamer or loved one. Now from here on this shore, we can already notice something different. There's a boat now with a bright red light to take us to our final destination. We read another note.
Great holes secretly are digged where earth's pores ought to suffice, and things have learned to walk that ought to crawl. We should have never left the primordial soup. Only through death can I escape the call of the one who rules above all life.
I see. I think this is that excerpt from Lovecraft's The Festival. In this case, I think we're supposed to see Arion's fate as deeply torturous, that she's in so much pain and confusion, that she laments her distant ancestors ever having become sentient, that this level of suffering is unique to those who have gone from crawling to walking. Only through death I can escape. I can see where this is going. No wonder it took Elster this long to fulfill this promise.
I wager it's the King in Yellow.
That's right. That's where the King in Yellow was. Let's see if there are any other changes. Oh, I see a note with a bloodstain near it, and it says, "Kill me," over and over again. Shit. Well, earlier, the last second we noticed the corner with the pulsating meat and somebody's arm inside of it. But now it looks like that arm is gone, and the meat mass seems to be growing in size, or at least it seems to be pulsating more frequently. Well, we're nowhere else to go. We enter the boat, and that strange glimmer in the sky falls down and takes us to the final chapter. But first, that was a lot we've covered. Let's take thematic inventory.
We're starting to see a much more clearer image in the eldritch aspect of this game. There's emphasis on the songs of the cosmos, which in my opinion I think references the songs of the Hyades in The King in Yellow, Gisilda's song. There's this concept of dreamers evoking the universe. Every time they turn in their sleep, the universe turns, the universe changes until all becomes one. This will lead straight into our next cornerstone theme. I believe there are 3 dreamers in this game: the catatonic Falk, the long decomposed Empress, and the hibernating Ariane. Aside from this, we also have Ariane being established as a painter. She painted the Shores of Oblivion and Isle of the Dead painting. Strange that we also saw those on the Sierpinski Protectorate levels. And of course, broken record, more red eye imagery. This time in those TVs in that weird microphone room. This was a great few levels for building up our liminality category. But now, what's the next concept we will be tussling with? What happens when the same cycle repeats over and over again? Neural patterns copied and pasted over and over again. Regimes falling and rising, timelines splitting and diverting, initial positions tweaking over and over again. Entropy or Gestaltzerfall? More on that when we get into the third and final act of this game. The next chapter is called Gestaltzerfall. Oh, well that was quick. Gestaltzerfall roughly translates to form or shape decomposition. It describes a phenomenon where repeated exposure to something causes it to decompose into its parts. Let me give you a couple of examples. If I said beer can the exact same way 1,000 times, in the beginning you'll just hear the word beer can and just think of a beer can. Maybe at the 100th repetition you start to think, it kind of sounds like he's saying bacon. And then maybe at the 500th repetition, it's just the noise of me saying beer can. It's not translating into any sort of thoughts, it's just the noise hitting your eardrums. And then by the very end, it'll just sound like It just loses its form. But if you were to get a bystander to come in and just listen to the 1,000th time I say the word beer can, it would just sound like beer can. That's a bit too hypothetical. Here's a personal example. Every time I cover a topic for a video, when I start to reach the end of my journey, I start to experience a Gestaltzerfall. In the beginning, it's beautiful, fresh ignorance. I don't know what the hell I'm getting into, and I'm just working with whatever stimuli is coming my way. And during the script writing process, every time I comb through the topic, be it a movie, a game, a book, I learn something new of the topic I'm covering. I pick up something fresh and my understanding grows greater, and thus the video becomes all the more edifying. But there is a sweet spot, the moment where all the information, all of the eureka moments are at their maximum clarity. I can see the starts and stops, the befores and afters of timeline events. I can clearly make out the happenings in the periphery. I can discern the distinctions between characters, and I can draw the lines between the complementary conglomerate of themes and motifs. But still at this point, this process requires me to do more combing through. And after combing through the game multiple times, editing my script multiple times, doing drafts for the whiteboard behind me multiple times, as I stand here in front of this camera during the final stage of this video making process, doing the whiteboard segments, I can say that although I understand this game to my most maximum of capabilities, it's all very blurry to me. It's just information, totally unified in this mess that's inside my mind. The form has degraded to the point of Gestaltzerfall. You see, every time I say keep this in mind, every time we come back to this whiteboard and chart something on it, it's to keep track of these eureka moments, plot out these data points as we pick them up, and preserve them, keep them discernible. Because every time I go back to the beginning, to dig for more lore, understand this game deeper, so that I may fulfill this promise to you, the viewer, I always come out on the other side hazier. So thematically we can tie this to Elster constantly awakening over and over again to fulfill her promise. In a way, she's become so overexposed to all of this that it's just all starting to lose its form. Reality itself is collapsing around her, going through a Gestaltzerfall. We're back at Sierpinski again, standing in the bathroom, but this time with our white and blue suit. I previously called this character model the Rotfront Elster, but yes, new Elster frame, new timeline, and same Elster persona. There's butterflies all over, and a red veinous seepage has permeated the facility. Whatever timeline we're in right now is not very relevant. We've simply awakened in a timeline position where the red mass below has made its way to the surface levels of the Sierpinski facility. The welcome pamphlet is totally obscured, and when we try to look into the reception window,
It's been consumed by flesh.
if you remember, we previously needed a key taped to this window to access the door to the right, but all that has already been done, I guess, perhaps by a previous Elster. Doors and hallways in the Sierpinski facility are blocked with undulating red masses. We thankfully find a save room, and if we try and look at the location of the save point, it's just totally obscured and glitched out. A nice touch. We enter the classroom, but some things are different here. Instead of a "Don't Run in the Hallways" poster, we have this propaganda poster.
Together to victory over the Empire.
Funny, I'm reminded of the Matryoshka dolls. We have 3 hexagons stacked within each other. We see the same design on the rusted key that we used to open one of the doors in Nowhere, so I think this helps lend some credence to Nowhere, the space beneath Lung, as once belonging to the Empire. Also, side detail, the rusted key looks like one of those secret keys we'll be using for the secret ending. Once we have all 3 keys, we'll take a closer look. We read the chalkboard.
You've been here before.
Fair enough. We go to the safe, we punch in the same code, 204512, and find the same classroom key. We rush up through corridors of corrupted replicas, we thread the needle, and make it into the classroom. The small hole from early on in our journey is now a big fleshy portal. We'll find out where to in a moment. But first, this cutscene.
You've changed.
It's easy to miss, but we can see Adler slowly transform. Adler is in his corrupted form talking to the convalescent Falk.
It's like everything was taken apart and put back together by somebody who doesn't understand how it works. I have become whole again.
It's unclear if "I have become whole again" is being said by Adler, Falk, or maybe even Elster.
I wear no mask. And I hate everything.
And I hate everything. I feel like it sounds like something that would be said by Adler, distressed at the state of his goddess, his queen revolutionary Falk. But I guess it could be Elster too. Continuing on, we see a scene of Isolde with her eye stabbed. Clearly, in whatever timeline this is, Adler turned the knife onto her. The horror that she sees in this mirror is coming from the fact that this eye injury reminds her of Lilith. Why this is significant to Isolde, well, we'll figure out in due time. Also, a cool detail is the creepy hand movement she's making. It seems to be identical to the silhouette of the arm of the Chimera creature.
Perhaps this is hell. Real quick, I want to point out that here we read, "Perhaps this is hell." This is a phrase that we will read 3 times in all 3 of the main endings. I think this may indicate that Isolde, in this moment, is, I guess, reached one of her endings. And this space is intentionally left blank, maybe is redacting this realization or fate that Isolde is doomed to. And now, Rotfront.
We're now in Rotfront, still playing as that same Elster. Did jumping down that flesh pit act as a portal to Rotfront, across space, and again, maybe time? Or is this similar to the beginning of the game, where an Elster replica unit on Rotfront has been awoken and possessed by the Penrose 512 Elster? Here's the thing, there's a clear mark of blood on this Elster's face. The same can be seen in the cutscene where she first puts on the armor from the dead Elster. To me, this maintains the continuity of the Elster from the fake-out ending to the current and now Rotfront level. Still though, if you needed some sort of storyline reason as to why there is an Elster on Rotfront, if you remember in Timeline 3, an Elster is ordered but is delayed. We'll come to learn that there was a blockade that stops up a bunch of transit between the planets, so maybe this is where that Elster was stranded, and thus we possessed it. Regardless, let's go ahead and keep an unblinking eye out for where this Rotfront arc will take us. On the wall, we learn that we're in Rotfront Sector C. In the middle of this wall, we have a strange hexagonal cube-like shape. This, of course, is the Signalis logo. Looking into the hole, it's clear that on the other side of this mystical seal is that room we started the game off in. Above are 6 rings representing moon phases and their associated planets. This will be used at the very end of this level as a puzzle. The Rotfront circle is missing its ring. That's what we saw above our head in that cutscene starting off this level. Something tells me that detail will sort itself out. We enter the west residential hallway and dip into what's called the Blockwart office. The Blockwart is basically a neighborhood watch, headed by a colibri for counter-espionage and surveillance purposes. Remember, colibris are strong bioresonance, they can read people's minds. We pick up some ammo and a sweet submachine gun. We crack open the computer of the colibri Blockwart and read through her emails.
To Colibri R1604, from Aeon Commando, on the subject of requisition. Your requisition request for a Type 84 submachine gun was successfully processed. Responsible body, Aeon Commando Rotfront Nord. Protector, Colibri R1604. Authorization, Blockwart ROTC, or Rotfront Sector C. The requisition contains 1 Type 84 Drahe burst fire and 120 Wukyong A compact 8x22mm ammunition.
Holy crap, that's a lot of ammo. Well, if the gun is here, then where is that Colibri Blockwart? We read in the next email. This is from Young Photo, a photo shop run by Arion's aunt, Camilla. Remember, we read letters from her to Arion's mother, Iris. Evidently, the Colibri is pressing Camilla Young for a copy of her photo store keys, clearly for surveillance purposes. Her response?
Look, the locksmith said it will take at least a period until the replacement key is done. My niece currently has the only other key, but she's still at the hospital right now. From Camilla Young.
Huh. So Arion was in and out of the hospital. I wonder if it has anything to do with her bioresonance. While I'm certain we haven't gotten specific confirmation of this yet, we will in this level. This next email is from a new replica model. Fans have surmised that this is Kranich, or a crane replica. Sadly, we don't know what they look like or what their duties are, just that the Blockwart Colibri reports to one of them.
So Crane R1622. Subject. Be careful.
To the Blockwart of Sector C. There are rumors that there is an Imperial spy active in your area. A Protector Special Operations Unit has been dispatched from Aeon headquarters on Heimat to investigate and should arrive within 6 to 12 cycles. Needless to say, should the spy be successful, this will not reflect well on your record. You know what to do.
So that part was a bit confusing. Heimat is the home to Aeon headquarters, but the dispatched Special Ops Unit was sent to Rotfront. I wonder if this Elster frame we're playing as was a part of that Special Ops cadre. That could place an Elster frame on the planet Rotfront at this time. So, should the rumored Imperial spy be successful, this will look poor on the Colibri's record. For now, let's go ahead and keep this Imperial spy in Sector C in mind. Colibris are known for being strong bioresonance. Why is the Colibri Blockwart having such a hard time finding him? And were they ever found?
To Colibri from Aeon Commando, on the subject of seasonal review. Colibri R1604. As every season, your performance will be subject to a review by local command soon. Remember that this review will determine if you will be marked for replacement.
Simple enough. This next email is from Anya Ito from the Ito bookstore. So this confirms that the Youngs and Itos both lived on Rotfront. We read another email from
to
the Aeon
Colibri
Commando.
R1604 from Itu Bucher. In response to Colibri's request for the bookstore keys, just like the request for the photo store keys. I understand that you need entry to the bookstore for your patrol, but we do not have a spare key for the front door. However, you can use the back entrance to get into the store. It's secured with a keypad. The code is the birthday of my daughters. Note, they were born on Veneta, so check the last 6 digits of their PKZ numbers. Kind regards, Anya Ito.
It seems the Colibri is also having trouble with the Itos in getting a spare key. So, we'll need to find the doctor's office where Arion frequented, and some sort of documentation that lists the birthdays and ID numbers of the Ito twins. The last one is from Aeon Commando, in response to the Colibri's request for relocation.
No.
Fair enough. A nice bit of world building. Let's see how this fleshes out. We can download the emails to our memory module, which gives us a cool little animation. The next room is a safe room, which was once the bedroom of the Blockwart Colibri. And we can tell because of the personal library, kettle, and mug, which are all things that Colibris need to stabilize themselves. In the apartment hallway, we find some propaganda for the Blockwart.
The Blockwart. It's your duty. Report suspicious elements immediately to the Blockwart.
I'm sure I've pointed it out already, but it's strange that the Empire is signified with a hexagon. And yet Aeon, the Labor Industry Council, also uses a hexagonal cube shape. I mean, I get it, just because two space civilizations are enemies from each other doesn't make it strange that they both use the same geometry in their logos. Thematically, it's interesting to me. We'll be exploring a theme of kind of copying someone else's work, but change it so that the teacher doesn't notice type thing with technology and motifs and stuff like that. Anyways, let's keep pressing forward. I dip into a storage room fashioned into a sleeping quarters for some loot, evading some aras crawling from the floorboards. All the way down the hallway, we find a higher capacity dormitory with a painting on an easel inside of it. Is this where our beloved painter Ariane stayed when going to school in Rotfront? So we need turpentine to access what is clearly a tarot card, the Lover's Tarot card, fitting that we would find the Lover's card in this painting. It's almost as if two people, maybe Elster and Ariane, are in the boat approaching the Isle of the Dead. Also, I have to point out, turpentine is like a minor thing that's touched on in The King in Yellow, specifically the story, The Yellow Sign. But again, that's just because there's a lot of painters in that story, so naturally turpentine is going to come up. Going up one level, we find a locked door, this one requiring a key to room 0512. Weird. Of course, this reminds us of the 512 from the Penrose program, but also 0512 kind of also reminds me of the number formatting of those fortifications in that Lilith memory when she was in that trench. Well, this room won't be relevant until the end of this level. We enter a darkened apartment, dispatch some corrupted replicas for some breathing room, and find an interesting document. It's labeled Stolen Document, and what's interesting is we can tell that it was previously shredded, and now it's been put back together intricately. Could this be the work of a spy, an enemy of the nation, or just a curious citizen, a whistleblower?
Stolen document. Classified information. Replica technician Gestalt eyes only. Carefully selected by Aeon, exemplary citizens of the nation are permanently cryogenically preserved in neural archives, each becoming a neural pattern for a new replica model. To preserve the image of the replica as an incorruptible ideal, the original Gestalt is erased from records and public memory. This is key, keep this in mind. During the production process, when experienced bioresident technicians copy that neural pattern to a new unit, a majority of episodic memories are altered and suppressed. While the resulting replica maintains the skills and personality of the original Gestalt, it will be incapable to recall specific events from the life of the donor under normal circumstances. This ensures the replica performs its duties without distractions created by personal memories from the donor. However, even the best maintained replica unit will eventually be exposed to stimuli that may cause Gestalt memories to resurface. While units degraded in such a way pose no particular danger, like all units with persona degradation, they will eventually lose many of their advantages over Gestalt workers. Because persona degradation is usually difficult to identify from the outside, bioresonance is used by command units to surveil units under their command. Generally, it is recommended to swiftly decommission and replace units before their productivity decreases or when they begin to show clear signs of individuality. When ammunition is rationed, alternative ways of decommissioning may be deployed at the discretion of the local operational command.
That's kind of nuts. So when somebody donates their neural pattern to Aeon, they are afterwards completely wiped from the record. Not only that, wiped from public memory. This is likely why it's so hard to surmise the original Gestalts that donated their neural patterns to these various replicas. So, if it's safe to say that Aeon is very thorough with their process of damnatio memoriaing the Gestalts that donate their neural patterns, then I think it's safe to say that any character that is thoroughly featured in a database is disqualified from being a possible neural pattern to one of these replicas. It should also be pointed out that the inscription process of copying a neural pattern to a replica requires a bioresonant Gestalt. These are called replica technician. It's a very wonderful mix of sci-fi and fantasy. It's not just a simple copy-paste, but a sort of telepathic injection of information and then a re-injection of that information into a mechanical body. I think that really lends to a lot of possibilities for that entropy of data regurgitation. It's like you're retelling a story. Certain details are going to get mixed up. You're going to get certain things wrong. So it is very creepy to think about. What I also find interesting is how you can't be selective with the neural pattern. You basically take the entire being of it and inject it or house it within the persona, hoping that it will encase it properly. No matter how much you indoctrinate and craft a persona, you still have to be mindful that the neural pattern doesn't leak out. Let's say I want a fighter. So I get a Gestalt who's a really good fighter, copy and paste their neural pattern and put it in a persona. And it seems that no matter what I do and try and indoctrinate and force the replica to act the way I want, in a strange, both mimetic and mystical way, the soul of that neural pattern finds its way out. And it's so hard to describe how, I don't know, there's something about this concept that makes my skin crawl. It's very, very cool. Now, who is trying to repiece this information together? Who painstakingly took this shredded document and unshredded it? Well, we pick up some developing fluid. This is one piece to a future puzzle, and enter an adjacent atrium, overlooking the main courtyard we started in. We can even see the ring we need on top of some grating. Don't worry, like I said, that little detail will sort itself out. In another apartment, we find a gas valve wheel and a news article.
Mondfest celebrations cancelled over safety concerns.
Mondfest may roughly translate to Moon Festival or Month Festival.
The seasonal Mondfest celebration, a young but well-established tradition in most Rotfront sectors, will not be allowed to take place until further notice. The Protector Public Office has announced this today. Quote, "There is a credible threat to public safety that is currently under Protector investigation. Citizens are only to leave home for work and report all suspicious activities to their block warden." End quote. When pressed about the rumors of an Imperial spy living in Sector C, the Protector Public Office only repeated their appeal to citizens to report all suspicious activities to a Protector. Now keep this talk about security concerns in mind. It's easy to assume that this simple festival was just cancelled for security reasons, but what if the nature of those security reasons were mimetic? Let's keep an eye out for any traditions that are linked to Mondfest. Maybe that'll give us our explanation.
I clear out the room for loot, looping the corrupted Storch, and enter the doctor's office. First, we find an evaluation of Ariane Young. Before reading this, I do want to point out this detail. Here we have bona fide documentation of Ariane. So it's safe to say that she's never been used for a neural pattern, because anyone who's ever been used for a neural pattern, now that we've read that secret document, has been wiped from the record. But yet something still links her to Falk. Let's go ahead and read this document.
Teacher's evaluation, Ariane Young. The girl, without a doubt, is remarkably odd, certainly due to her being raised solely by her mother, rather than by a community of good people overseen by a block warden, as is normal these days. Her obsession with paintings, music, and other such nonsense was clearly implanted during her time living in the mountains on that desolate radio outpost, and surely her friendship with those Venetan-born E2 sisters also exposed her to some of the questionable literature that is illegally sold in their parents' bookstore. She does not seem to understand that these distractions are no longer acceptable now, that she must partake in the society of our nation like anyone else. Personally, I can only hope military service will beat those frivolous ideas out of her in a way that this school has failed to do so far.
So, this confirms that Ariane did live with her mother at the radio tower, and there is further emphasis on banned books, mind you, some of which Ariane's mother owned and kept in her radio office. Speaking of outcasts, the Ito sisters are confirmed to be from Vineta. This is alluded to when Ariane compares Elster's accent to Eri and Issa's accents. Now, maybe things are more libertine in the flooded metropolis, but clearly the Ito family has some disagreements with the Protector laws, selling banned books. Maybe it's no coincidence that the two families that were giving the Colibri a hard time with forking over their keys have some possible linkings to anti-nation efforts.
Before moving on from this room, I forgot to mention that there is also another puzzle piece in here. We have a box with a decorative magpie decal on it. If you recall, the bird mascot of the LSTR units are the magpie. Just like that owl tin that the Falk was holding, this box has a microphone on it, so we'll need to find some sort of noise that we must pipe through our radio module to open this box.
With all options exhausted on this side, we cross over the courtyard, use the hand wheel to disable the pipes, go to a dump site and pick up some loot, and more importantly, a blue diskette. Side note, this is something that's very easy to take for granted. Funnily enough, we even had a similar conversation in the Inscription kind of series. Isn't it interesting? This is a futuristic space civilization where you can literally create and culture synthetic humanoids. And yet they're using diskettes. They have to culture brains instead of using like SD cards or some sort of high-tech data storage. Kaminsky data storage. very cool little detail that we're going to touch on a little bit later. The world building in this game is phenomenal, and I'm gushing. I'm sorry, I'm wasting your time gushing. We pop inside what looks like a decontamination room and find some acetone. Before committing to this line of exploration, let's go back and put the blue diskette to use. The acetone can wait until the very end, but theoretically we could use it now on that painting. We go back to the Blockworks PC and put in the blue disk. We now have access to software that allows us to access the Rotfront satellite controls. What the hell was this doing in the trash? Remember, Arion's mother Iris, and we'll come to learn even Arion herself, were radio officers. Could it be that this blue diskette that taps us into the radio towers was left by Iris, or some sort of conspirator? Or is this just a video game placing puzzle pieces in non-diegetic locations? The puzzle is simple enough. We must simply cross the Sector C west dish to the east dish. I personally found this only works when you cross over Satellite 43. Once they cross, we simply double-click the transmit executable, type our Satellite 43, and choose a sound to transmit. Of course, that box with the magpie on it was the key hint. So let's transmit the magpie signal. There's a text file that explains the reason why only one relay can transmit at a time. Apparently this is due to energy rationing. This is why I get my energy from Lobotomy Corporation. With the magpie sound file transmitting from the dishes to relay 43, if we tune into either satellite dish 210 or 125, we hear this. It's the signal from the beginning of the game. That's the magpie signal. If we play this radio signal into the magpie box, we get a store key and our first tarot, the star. Going back to where we left off, if we pass through the disinfecting room, we enter the meat grinding room, and there's already some fleshy undulating bits enclosing this room. The corruption has somehow made it to Rotfront. Well, I mean, obviously, the enemy should have given it away.
The meat grinder seems to be broken. It looks safe to drop to the floor below.
When we drop into the meat grinder, we get this small cutscene. Zahn means tooth. This is referring to Arion losing her teeth and her hair during the early stages of her radiation sickness. I've played through this game so many times, and every single time that little shot of her with the blood coming out of her mouth fucking breaks my heart every time. Dropping down into the cooler, we are surrounded by meat, and we can hear even piping in some somber music. The next scene is just sad. We enter a restaurant and can see the ashen outlines of previous Gestalt bodies, clearly having succumbed to the corruption. If you recall from the Sierpinski hospital filings, while replicas may reanimate, Gestalts just full stop die. It seems the restaurant is called Zur Turm, which translates to the tower. This is fitting because this room is where we find the Tower tarot card. But first, we read some interplanetary news.
Millions starve as Imperial blockade continues. Due to the ongoing transit of Kitze, ration shipments to Vineta have been disrupted by Imperial forces again. Millions of Yusian citizens must starve for yet another month as Imperial missile frigates in Kitze orbit critically damaged one of our humanitarian convoys on their way to Vineta, sending diplomatic efforts with the Empire into another crisis. The orbit of Kitze will continue to block free travel between Vineta, Rotfront, and Heimat for another 8 seasons, which leaves our liberation troops on Vineta stranded on the desolate ocean world with minimal support. Convoys will continue to be sent despite the Imperial blockade. Only through perseverance can we rebuild what remains of Vineta.
So the Empire is using Kitez as a launching point to blockade efforts against rebuilding Vineta. So I think it's safe to say that this is all taking place after that Vinetan war that we saw imagery of in Elster's Neural Patterns memory. So forces on Vineta are stranded, and travel between Vineta, Heimat, and Rotfront are stifled because of this blockade. Now, when we find the Tower Tarot, we find that there's also teeth and pulsating pools of blood near it. Freaky, but fitting, given the Zahn or tooth imagery we saw when jumping down here. The Tower in Tarot signifies the breaking of the way things are. It could signify the nation's revolt against the Empire, or the Empire's revolt or espionage within the nation. Very cyclical. We enter the shopping corridor and are mentally assaulted by a corrupted Colibri.
Fuck you.
Well, that's one way to do it. Using the store key, we get access to Young Photo, Camilla Young's photo store. Inside, we pick up developer fluid and can combine it with the developing case tank to find a picture inside. We'll use this later. On the counter, we can look at this photo. It's a stack of at least 3 pictures. Front and center, the picture is of Lilith and Alina. This is either a facsimile or maybe even the same photo that Elster carries on her when we first wake up in Sierpinski. Here are some of the names written on the left.
People's Army, 5th Venetian Infantry Division, Unit 12. We have Birgit Fukuyama, Anna Wong, Lilith Ito, that's a big one, Rebecca Liang, Elise Ng, Not Burga Park. Not Burga! Not Burga. So why not just call him a hot dog? Alina Seo, another big one, and Helena Wong.
Now, obviously the person on the right is Alina Seo, and we can deduce that the person on the left is Lilith Ito. How do we know this? Well, technically we don't, but Ito is of course a recognizable enough surname. This could be an aunt or older sister to the Ito twins. The only thing is, why isn't there any mention of her? Well, this person is identical to the individual in the Gestalt flashbacks that Elster had. So if Lilith were the neural pattern that Elster is based on, then it would make sense that any public memory be wiped. Maybe Aeon never got to wiping this photo, because they never got access to the photo store. Perhaps this was a secret kept by Camilla, the only memory of the Damnatio Memoriae, Ito's sister. This would explain why, when Isolde's eye was cut and bandaged, when looking in the mirror, she looked so distressed. Just like how replicas will remember the Gestalts they used to be, Isolde remembered the Gestalt she was once related to. Her resemblance, the eye injury, it brought back these previously wiped memories. This, to me, I think really solidifies this as Lilith Ito. Some other names. Rebecca Liang is a minor character that will come up again in some medical documents. And then, Anna Wong may be related to Emily and Julia Wong, who died on Sierpinski. This would be a fascinating synchronicity. Anna and Lilith served on Veneta only to have their services compensated through their relatives being sent to a labor camp. I mean, they threw Alina Seo into a labor camp, a hero of the Venetan War. I think now is a good time to actually officially put Lilith on our whiteboard. So here we have it. The love of comrade, the love of family, the love of a leader, and of course, our premier love of lovers. What lengths are we willing to go through for love? If you recall, during our persona degradation flashback, we see Lilith in her wartime uniform placing a lily on a pillar, committing some sort of ritual. It seems the occult goes hand in hand with having a family who sells illegal and banned books. For if you remember, at the very beginning cutscene, that rapid-fire flashing of images, we see Issa with a knife and the hexagonal cube shape getting drenched with blood. Betwixt this is the Chinese word for sacrifice. Could it be that Alina died in the Venetan War and Lilith brought her back through this ritual? Is that what we as Elster are trying to do? Was I mistaken? Was that ponytailed Gestalt actually Lilith? Well, we don't have enough data yet. We leave the photo store and head to the right to find an electronics store full of those red-eye TVs in the windows. Another safe room. Here we can find the key to the apartment 0512, but it's called Patient Key. We won't need this key until the end though. We take a bit of an exploratory detour through the back door alley. We rush towards some mules to read a magazine article. The magazine is called Heimat Spiegel, which translates to Homeland or Heimat Mirror. Maybe there's a German nuance I'm missing there. Maybe Spiegel is like how we use Gazette or Times when referring to newspapers or magazines. The title of the article is The Red Eye. Finally, some thematic food.
The Red Eye. There exists a strange folklorish idea in many sectors of Rotfront related to pareidolia, the tendency to see meaningful images in random patterns, like seeing a face in an ink blot or letters in a smudge of dirt. It is well known that the so-called red eye is simply an anticyclonic storm produced by a high-pressure region in the atmosphere of Rotfront's planet. Yet for some of the early settlers of Rotfront, this natural phenomenon became symbolic of their struggle and way of life. That red spot in the sky became a perfect metaphor for the ever-present surveillance by the Protectors and the tight grip of the central government on Heimat. Even today, the idea of an unblinking, watchful eye observing every move still resonates strongly with the people here. During the celebration of Mondfest at the end of each season, adult citizens will sometimes give students ration marks that have been dipped in red paint. Officially, the red paint is said to represent the blood of those who died in the revolution, but the red coins share an eerie resemblance to that of the red eye. Or is it just pareidolia too? Should you ever receive one of these red eye ration marks, remember to clean off the paint with acetone or a similar paint thinner. Spending or regifting paint-covered coins is considered to bring bad luck.
That last part is just a hint for us to look for acetone for the paint canvas puzzle. So the red eye as a Rotfront tradition was just based on the natural phenomenon regarding cyclones. I made a rookie mistake here. I didn't realize that this magazine is referring to the red eye being a phenomenon on the gas giant that Rotfront orbits. I just sort of translated this in my head as, oh, there's just these red cyclones that just look like eyes on Rotfront for some reason. This, of course, mirrors our solar system. Jupiter has a red eye on it. Full disclosure, I don't really explore this concept of our solar system and the Signalis solar system being one and the same, but now off the top of my head I can think of Saturn having that, I think it's a hexagonal shape at the top of it. Again, a rookie mistake. Usually I'm a lot more thorough, I feel. Now, the people saw this red eye as a symbol for the struggle of the Rotfront settlers. The tradition of giving red painted coins during Monfest seems to be a fusion of previous folk tradition and an emphasis on the bloodshed during the revolution on the part of the Yuuzhan nation. So why was this season's Monfest banned? I believe, and this might be a bit of a stretch, that there is some sort of mimetic espionage going on here. Or at the very least, the nation is paranoid enough to think it's happening. We will come to learn there was a spy on Rotfront. Now, could it be that this red eye emphasis, inspired off of the planet Rotfront orbits, and the dipping of red hexagonal ration marks in paint, act as a mimetic backdoor for, I don't know, something? I don't know, maybe this corruption? We'll have to see if this spy was successful or not. Maybe it was a red herring. Maybe this corruption was spread through this hexagon and red eye mimetic resurgence, it's just the Empire had nothing to do with it. Maybe, just like the right stimuli could cause a replica to go through persona degradation, the right stimuli, red hexes, red eyes, forbidden knowledge of a progenitor civilization, and people will go mad. But that's me really leaning into the King in Yellow significance. Let's move on. We enter another apartment. After dispatching some corrupted replicas, including a colibri, we find a poster. Let's give it a read.
Reunification. Reunification at any cost. Orbital Defense Cannon Battery Vineta 12. Bouillon and Kitze in our crosshairs. Artillery divisions of the People's Army.
Lilith and Alina were part of the 12th company that defended Vineta. There's a chance that this could have been the Ito's apartment. Or maybe, based on a nearby room we'll be exploring, this could be Alina's room. What's cool is that we can also see those everlasting gobstopper-shaped fortifications that we saw in those memories from our neural pattern. Now, Kitez and Bouillon being in the crosshairs helps further enforce that those two planets made up the enemies or the Empire's territory. Now, here's something fascinating. In the next corridor connecting the two apartments, there are 3 rooms, and the rightmost one is the butterfly room. The room where we opened the butterfly box was also positioned similarly back on Sierpinski, but that might be a coincidence. This room is rich. First off, there's those little bugs that turns out we've been correctly identifying as butterflies. In the corner we can see another potted plant, and here we can read a pretty enlightening document.
Bioresonance technology and its limitations. Classified. No other technology has shaped our nation as bioresonance has. Would we ever have been able to free ourselves from the stranglehold of the Empire without the support of replicas? Essential technologies like climaforming and induced gravity would be impossible without bioresonance technology. Despite that, it feels like we've made little effort to really understand or replicate bioresonant effects with conventional technology. Our progress in the development of electronics and microprocessors has stagnated for nearly a century now, as we focus solely on new ways to instrumentalize this barely understood phenomenon. Take replica production, for example. The process of duplicating a neural pattern from a Gestalt donor to a replica brain is still not fully understood. How does synchronicity happen? Why is the duplicate imperfect? What happens to pre-existing patterns in the receiving brain? Recreating a replica purely with microprocessors and digital programming may be far out of reach, but I believe that we've become overly dependent on a poorly understood technology controlled solely by a few gifted individuals. It may not be long before we're back where we were under the Empire.
This is very thematically and lore-wise rich. First off, we have this clear indication of one of the key flaws of the Yuuzhan nation is its over-reliance on technology really only understood by the Yuuzhan Empire. We can almost kind of see a piggybacking in the way that the nation designs its logos. Speaking of which, in this document it's spelt out explicitly that bioresonance technology was the cornerstone tech of the Yuuzhan Empire, and it just sort of was piggybacked off of, almost like an imperfect bootleg by the using nation. All the eggs were put in that basket, that inherited basket, and no real strides were made in other technological fields. They're ultimately relying on tech developed by their enemy, if there wasn't a progenitor civilization that they inherited it from. And so to me, this is very subtly and thematically massaged into the plot, the design of this game, the level design of this game, with how many hexagons we see in Fusion Nation architecture. The hexagon, at least from my perspective, is a very imperial symbol. Even the Falk unit is adorned with laurels, a very imperial motif. But when we zoom out, this impossible hexagon, this sacred shape, the impossible Lovecraftian logo that is the Signalis logo, seems to have some sort of preternatural, chthonic baggage to it. It will be confirmed as much at the very end of this video. What if, much like how the nation inherited imperfectly technology bootlegged off of the Fusion Empire, so too did the Empire rely on some sort of chthonic tech to use thoughts and memes to ensoul flesh and machine combined. And so you have cycle after cycle of imperfectly copying this technology, this forbidden knowledge. It degrades like entropy, like re-rendering a video, like a technological game of telephone. In other words, Gestaltzerfall. Let me real quick replay the first sentence of that last page.
Recreating a replica purely with microprocessors and digital programming may be far out of reach, but I believe that we've become overly dependent on a poorly understood technology, controlled solely by a few gifted individuals.
In a way, this society isn't as high-tech as we think it is. All this time, the reason they never used microprocessors and memory chips to simulate artificial intelligence or store data is because they just never could invent it. Perhaps this is why they had to use aperture filament, tape recordings. The most advanced data stores that we have are those diskettes. Yet despite this primitiveness, the nation has access to very advanced technology, the ability to culture and manufacture biomechanical body parts and organs, and of course the bioresonance itself, growing fleshy mass and evoking information through telepathy. Perhaps this technology, to its core, is corrupted. It comes from something eldritch, something that predates even the Empire itself. This may not help in our making sense of the timeline or understanding Elster's story, but it's just so rich from just a sci-fi world-building perspective. And also that last sentence, it may not be long before we're back where we were under the Empire. I think this is foreshadowing to a cyclical nature to all of this. We have a safe here which strangely has the letters LSTR in it, but the code can simply be found in the case of butterflies labeled pareidolia. Simply, we have to tap into our pareidolia senses to find the acausal patterns in the butterfly wings. They spell Aeon. We punch in the letters and, ooh, what the hell? Are those beetles? No, wait, hold on. Ooh, those are butterfly cocoons. And suddenly I'm reminded of the emphasis on butterflies in the Street of Our Lady chapter of The King in Yellow. There's an emphasis on butterflies and visions of milkweed. Okay. Bit of a last-minute realization, but could this butterfly room belong to our proverbial butterfly, Alina Seo? The cosmetic box with the butterfly inlay, that belonged to Alina Seo. She is an anomaly in our timeline structure, in our structure of characters. She looks like Ariane in such a synchronistic, borderline preternatural way. And you know, I've been so distracted with all of the small mysteries in this game that it's a bit of a pity that I didn't really fully explore the butterfly aspect to Alina. What makes her the proverbial butterfly of the butterfly effect? If you remember the persona degradation segment of Elster, when we see that line of Ariane's and it evolves into Falk, Alina quite literally occupies the initial position of that chain. It's as if Ariane could not exist in the way she does in this game, as we experience this collapse of timelines without Alina, without this initial position. It's as if she's a glitch in the seed number, of which small changes, small things, every cycle, things slowly fall apart. And if you wait long enough, right? You remember that pendulum? If you wait long enough, you'll start to see changes in the sequence, even if you slightly tweak that initial position. And in the weirdest synchronistic way, somewhere on some timeline or on the same timeline that Alina existed, you have Ariane, who looks like Alina, and you have Elster, who's derived from a neural pattern that Alina served with on the Venetian War. There are just so many words. The model is there. It's just hard to convert it into words. And I'm going to say this a couple times more. This is a game about Elster and Ariane. It's great. It's juicy, floppy, that we get glimpses of our proverbial butterfly. But this is not a story about the butterfly. She is just simply an ingredient in the larger story of collapse that surrounds what really matters, the love story. We pick up the Moon Tarot, which actually looks a lot like the Moon Safe logo that we find in the re-education level of Sierpinski. Oh, duh, it also looks like an eye. We go into the dentist's office, which is being taken over by Red Flesh, and pick up the red diskette. This will have patient info on it. Wonder if there's some sort of emphasis on teeth, since we're finding this in the dentist's office. Oh well. We go all the way back to the store corridors and dash to a package drop-off area. Now, let's remind ourselves.
In that dark apartment is where we found that undeveloped photo enclosed in that little plastic box. This is also the same place where we found that classified, unshredded document regarding neural patterns. In the photo store is where we found the developing fluid that we combined with this little tank, and that's also where we found the picture of Lilith, someone who should be wiped from the record as per the information we read on that neural pattern document. And so this small mystery takes us to this point.
This is the Imperial Spy's dead drop.
Leaving. I've been found out. I'm sure the white-haired girl working at the photo store in Sector C is bioresonant. Be careful. They don't pay me enough to take any more risks. I'm on the next ship to Kitze tomorrow. Meet me at the docks in Sector N if you want to bail too, son.
Fascinating. So this puts a dent in my theory crafting that the Jung family is descendant of royalists, imperial royalists, because I feel like if they did, the Imperial Spy wouldn't be scared that Ariane was bioresonant. If anything, I would think that the spy would recognize her. Now, there are minor ways we can explain this away. Ariane wouldn't be aware of her royal ties, and so naturally, the spy wouldn't either. Or maybe the entire Jung family itself is unaware of their ties to Lung. It could be that whatever succession they come from even predates the Empire, or at least very early parts of the Empire. Honestly, all this time I was thinking that there's this secret plot to ascend Ariane to some sort of dream or godhood, but maybe that's just not the case. Maybe Ariane is just a sort of incidental chthonic sleeper cell. That honestly would be a cooler idea. Two large space civilizations going to war with each other, using their citizenry as fodder. And it just so happens, the nation uses the wrong lesbian couple as fodder. Now, here's another small detail. If Ariane's bioresonance was a problem for the spy, why wasn't the Blockwart's bioresonance an issue? We know that the person who collaborated with this dead drop literally lived above the Blockwart's bedroom, like just a floor up. Could it be that the Blockwart was in on this? Well, what we can confirm is the fitting link between this Imperial Spy and the Sun Tarot. The capital of the Empire is Buyan, and is super close to the sun. And on second look, the character on the card kind of has a bit of that boyish haircut, kind of like the Colibri. I don't know. Well, now we know that the Imperial Spy, codenamed Sun, dipped out of there into Kitez, probably with whoever they were collaborating with. So then, if their mission failed, why is everything still going to shit? Well, forgive me for jumping the gun. It's because the world isn't falling apart because of either the Empire or the nation. It's something else. Someone else. We go back to the Blockwart computer and load up the red disk to find a bunch of records. On my first playthrough, I thought all of these records were of Gestalts whose neural patterns all the various Replika types are based off of. But the problem is, even if some of them may have pictures missing, their info hasn't been totally wiped. They haven't been damnatio memoried. There are some exceptions, however. We have Gabrielle Ang, a construction worker born and raised on Rotfront with severe hearing loss, likely from work. She's also dealing with asthma. We have Roswitha Fong, who interestingly has a bioresonance augment on her forehead. This is because she's a retired Replika technician, so it was likely her job to transfer neural patterns from the database to the Replika husks, using her bioresonance. Of course, because of this, she deals with forgetfulness and insomnia. She's born on Veneta. Interesting. Oh, and she's dealing with COPD, a respiratory disease. So we've got 2 medical records mentioning respiratory issues. Waltraud Gao's image is missing, but also the logo for the missing picture also seems corrupted. Born and raised on Rotfront, a factory worker, and irritative bronchital asthma, 3 respiratory issues. Isolde did mention that in Nowhere she had trouble breathing, the air was thick. Maybe this has something to do with the corruption. We have Erika Ito, the missing Ito sister. And aside from her heavily corrupted image, we can kind of make out a creepy smile. No respiratory issues. She's a uni student born on Veneta and very sporty. We've got Isolde too, who has a litany of accidental fractures, lacerations, lesions, cuts. Kind of reminds me of Alina in a way. Very prone to accidents, fainting. We're seeing this repeated theme of characters having bandages all over their faces. Of course, she's born on the same day of her twin sister in Veneta, and she's a shop assistant, likely for the Ito bookstore. We have Ulrike Ko, a mechanic. Born on Kitez, so enemy territory. And she too is dealing with bronchial issues. Her records, however, are removed. Was something found out about her? Is she the person who collaborated with Sun? Is she Sun? The spy fled to Kitez, and that is Ulrich's birthplace. Something to think about, I guess. We have Saskia Lee, a student born and raised on Rotfront with a bronchial infection of unknown origin. I think this is all pointing to the corruption. Here's an interesting one. We've got Rebecca Liang, a biologist. But if you remember, her name and even half of her photo were seen on Lilith and Alina's photo package. Of course, having served in the Venetan War, she's likely dealing with some sort of trauma, so she's been prescribed antidepressants. We have Nikolai Nguyen, born and raised on Rotfront and a writer. It's easy to think that this guy is the neural pattern for Adler. There are no other depicted men in this game aside from Nikolai and Adler. Oh, and that one guy with the confiscated fountain pen back in the Arbiter levels. But as we've learned, if Nikolai did donate his neural pattern, we wouldn't have any record of him. Finally, we have Ariane Young. Some interesting things to note. Her picture on file is a mirror image to the ID picture of Alina Seo, of course with white hair. Characters in this story do actually acknowledge the likeness between Alina and Ariane, but still, this is a pretty nutty detail nonetheless. Wait, hold on one second. World of birth, Lung. So she was born on Lung and was raised in the radio operating tower in the mountains of Rotfront by her mother, and then here as a student by her aunt. She was born on the same planet those creepy sacred ancestral halls are. That's kind of nuts. Her insomnia can be explained by her bioresonance, and premature achromatopsia simply means that her hair is losing color at a much earlier age compared to most people. Her doctor notes have been removed. I wonder why. And last we have Siegfried Yi. Nothing of note, just bronchial issues. We already have so many things that links Ariane to the strange, chthonic, sacred grounds beneath Lung, but it's really good that we have something in writing that connects her to Lung, her birthplace being Lung. Apologies if I repeat myself, but I mean, it is just strange. When I think of Lung, I think of a mining facility. It's like saying somebody was born in a Nestle factory or like a quarry or a coal mine. A Nestle factory. One of these is not like the other. Strategic resources. Infrastructure resources. Chocolate. It's the sequel to Guns, Germs, and Steel. Now, let's download this info into our memory module so we can have the Ito sisters' birth dates saved. We head back to the alley of the Ito bookstore and input the number 560524. Now, there is a strange bookcase that sticks out. If we set our radio frequency to 240, we find the key of sacrifice. The inventory description says, "On the horizon I saw a star fall into the sea, and a sound of thunder like trumpets of angels flew over the water." The inspect description says, "A mix of hail, fire, and blood hit my wet face, and a third of all creatures that lived in the sea died." I think this is describing the star that fell in Revelation, the star called Wormwood. Now, the significance of Wormwood, Hebrew lana, may be lost on me, but from what I can gather, the symbolic significance of Wormwood in the Bible is as a motif for bitter pollution. It taints water and justice and righteousness to become corrupted, bitter. And so, after the uniting of all 3 keys, maybe 3 trumpets of the apocalypse, we will see this wormwood fall from the sky and poison all of reality, corrupt all that simply is. But that's kind of already happening. So what gives? These are all 3 keys that we need to unlock the secret ending. We first found the key of love in the isolation cage on the Arbiter level, and then we found the key of eternity hidden in the painting of Saturn eating his own son on the Protectorate level. And now we find the plate of sacrifice in a strange-looking bookcase next to the book called Song of the Gods. Of course, each of these keys in name and of course in symbol have a linking to their respective plates that we found in Nowhere. Being that there are 3 of them instead of the usual 6 might indicate to us that these symbolize the 3 main endings of the game, possibly hinting that canonically all 3 of the endings had to have happened before the secret ending. Now, gameplay-wise, you do need to complete at least 1 main ending in order to get any of these keys and of course get the secret ending. And I think we actually hit a bullseye here. The key of eternity thematically links up with what we will know to be the memory in the code. It's called the circle ending. The key of love links up thematically with what we will come to learn is the leave ending. And of course, most fitting, the key of sacrifice thematically links up with the promise in the code called death ending. Once we actually achieve those endings, this will become very, very thematically apparent. Let's go ahead and read this Song of the Gods book. Apparently, this is one of the banned books that the Ito bookstore is known for.
Song of the Gods. Banned. Possession and distribution of this publication is prohibited and punishable by the 4th Cultural Protection Act. There exists a connection between all of us that few are fully aware of, a song that we all dance to, but few can hear. This deep vibration of the cosmos cannot just be heard and felt. We all resonate in harmony with it, shaping it, deforming it around us. Those select few who can consciously perceive it often fear it. Too oppressive is the sound of the stars, too invasive the noise of the unaware around them, polluting the song with their fickle emotions.
This could explain why Alina fainted when she was in the mines.
But every once in a while, some are born that can not only hear and play this music of the worlds, but who can conduct it. Gifted individuals capable of manipulating the essence of the world around them.
What Falk was built to do, and what Ariane was born to do.
Many believe that the Grand Empress is such a being. Her immense will bent humanity into the empire of Yuzin and lifted us to the stars. It was her power that imbued life into the first of the machine servants that now carry the weight of the empire on their carbon steel backs.
I see. So one main reason why this was likely banned is because it seems to imply that replicas were an invention of the Empire. It was the Empress who was able to breathe life into the machine servants. This went from divine ordination to an industry of the nation. But was this ability simply of the pure will and power of the Empress, or did she inherit this tech from something ancient? Entering the main room of the Ito bookstore, we get this cutscene.
I couldn't find her. I've looked everywhere, but she's not here anymore. I can't go on. I'm sorry.
She's standing in the same position as Ariane did when she woke us up after losing our arm, and also in the same position Alina was in when traveling down the elevator at Sierpinski.
Forgive me.
We don't know what she saw and what happened. If we take a look, it seems that there is a shrine to both Isolde and Erika. Between their pictures lies the Death Tarot. Did they both die? Is Issa like the inhabitant of Carcosa, wandering the desolate solar system, only to find that who or what she was looking for was dead the entire time? In Ambrose Bierce's Inhabitant of Carcosa, there's also a strange shaman character that sort of crosses paths with this ghost, this inhabitant of Carcosa. Maybe we, Elster, are that shaman. A bit more off-the-cuff theorizing here. If you remember, there's that whole thing about there being diverse sorts of deaths from the inhabitant of Carcosa. I'm almost thinking of the actual death of the body, but the spirit still lingers. That's Isolde. And Erika has both died physically and in spirit, and maybe even like in memory. That's why every image we see of her is totally like obscured, but not completely wiped. And that's so cruel. That's so cruel. Two siblings, both dead, and yet still separated in how they are dead. Could there be another reason why Erica's face is blotted out? Could it be that she was used in a neural pattern? I don't know. I think it fits this game's tone that Erica is simply fading from memory, fading from reality itself and becoming a part of the amalgam that is this corruption. Erica is still a mystery that perplexes me, and I think that's by design. We find a book labeled Prometheus.
Prometheus. Here sit I, forming mortals after my image, a race resembling me, to suffer, to weep, to enjoy, to be glad, and thee to scorn, as I.
Maybe we're supposed to compare this to the Empress. Prometheus is mocking God or Zeus, a creator who formed mortals from their image to suffer, to weep, to feel joy, and then feel scorn, maybe like how the Empress did. Maybe this is referencing the scorn that replicas go through. The Empress discovered a way to ensoul machines, and this was used to create slaves by the nations. Maybe the replicas are God's chosen people, and the nation is a sort of larger nation that subjugates the chosen people, like Babylon, Persia, Rome. We can also read another book, this one not banned, Resonant Phenomena.
Resonant phenomenon. Synchronicity, phenomena that are meaningfully related yet lack causal connection. We've yet to discover the true source of the ability of the mind to alter the physical world, yet creating physical phenomena remotely simply by consciously or unconsciously willing them into existence forms the basis for the entire field of bioresonance technology. Before the advent of bioresonance technology, acausal correlations were often falsely interpreted simply as chance. Many phenomena such as remote viewing, doppelgangers, or the Pauli effect have since been classified as synchronistic phenomena related to bioresonant effects.
Ooh, that's nuts. Okay, remote viewing. We've seen this constantly throughout the story. Doppelgangers is huge, Alina being a premier example, and the Pauli effect describes a phenomenon where machines critically fail in the presence of cursed people, which kind of tracks with stimuli causing persona degradation. I guess there's also this theme of replicas being kind of dumb, causing power outages, bumping their heads on doors. But it's crazy to think that all of this has some mystical preternatural basis linked to bioresonance in this world.
The world we live in would be impossible without bioresonance, but its origins remain unclear. If it was truly a divine gift from outer space, as the late Empress claimed, why was she defeated by our great revolutionary, who had no such divine powers?
Perhaps because, like the Regent's Ring said, this cup shall pass. The force of the cycle trumps all kings and queens. And who knows, maybe the Great Revolutionary did have bioresonant powers. I mean, the nation's doing a bang-up job with this replica industry. With nothing else to examine, we thin the paint and free the lover's card and unlock the room to, oh gross, this whole place is covered in meat. Even in the map, it's called Meat Room. However, the key to this room was labeled Patient's Key, likely because the tenant was sick. We can see as much with the nearby IV bag. Here's the thing. This person keeps journals, has what looks like a knife or fountain pen on their table, as well as cards linked to planets. But, like we've already established, this person couldn't be Adler's neural pattern because all records in public memory probably included their very life are wiped out. I don't know. It's a cool thought, though. I wonder who is the identity of this person in this room? Oh, it could be Ariane. This could even be taking place in a timeline when Penrose didn't even happen. It's now just occurring to me. Well, we look at the table to see the strange hexagon formed by 6 positions labeled as the various planets in the solar system. We have to figure out which of the tarot cards link to which planet. The black light will be used once we solve the puzzle. Our answers lie in the dream journal. This is the first entry.
Dream Diary. 6th night. I dreamt I was an imperial farmer. I embraced my lover in the red desert of Kitez when a storm consumed us, the sand grinding us down until nothing remained. So, Kitez, lover.
So, Kitez is linked to the lover's tarot card. There's some tempting synchronicities we can draw. Kitez, if you remember, is a red desert planet, and we are seeking our lover on that red threshold realm. So it's tempting to think that maybe that threshold realm is Kitez. Come to really think of it, those pillars we saw in the beginning of the game are labeled with right side up Sierpinski symbols, or Triforce symbols. It's a bit concerning. Was that exoplanet Kitez all this time? Well, if you'll allow me to cope. Maybe those pillars with the symbols of the Sierpinskis on them, on that intro exoplanet sequence, just simply signifies that the Empire or some sort of old remnant civilization had been on that planet before. That this cycle has happened many times in many solar systems and many different iterations. And that Elster just happened to crash land on just some echo of a long dead past. Maybe those pillars on that exoplanet didn't belong to the Empire. Maybe they belonged to whatever progenitor or ancient race that blessed the Empress with the ability to breathe life into the mechanical beings. And frankly, we see shapes repeat and repeat and repeat in all different ways, shapes, and forms. It's almost as if all of these divine shapes, these impossible geometries, are just a part of the slew of collective unconscious that is the Yuzhin people. We read the entry for the 13th night.
13th night. I was a worker in the mines of Lung, when I was consumed by a shapeless mass of flesh, my flesh joining with the flesh of many others, until only my bones remained. My mind joined the collective of flesh which persists beyond death. So Lung, death.
So Lung is associated with the Death Tarot. But thematically it is fitting, right? Because you have death. Underneath Lung, you've got this resting place for the dead. You have, again, like I said earlier, you have the gold element that's associated with kind of revering long past ancestors. And it was within these mines that evidently this corruption, or at least this fleshy growth, bubbled up from. Starting in the Penrose, making its way into the gate, passing the threshold, into nowhere, crawling its way up into the Sierpinski mines. That's how it did it. That's what happened. But we're not there yet, I'm sorry. What I'm trying to say is it makes sense that the dreamer associates death and Lung with this sort of metamorphic red mass. Going back to that little eureka moment I just had, I'm specifically thinking about that moment when we enter the Penrose in that red threshold realm, and there's that red mass growing from the cryo chamber. It's almost as if that's where it started. Something to think about, really something to think about. Okay, the 16th night?
16th night. As a storm raged in the sky, I fell from a ruined skyscraper on Vineta, but I never reached the ocean below. I kept falling, when suddenly lightning struck the building, and I woke up. So Tower, Vineta.
It's funny, we'll actually see a repetition of this theme of somebody falling from a high place very soon, actually. So Vineta and the Tower. Well, those symbols that we see in this quadrant do kind of remind me of towers. And the Tower Tarot itself is symbolic of the breaking of old ways, or the breaking of status quos. Perhaps from the perspective of Venetans, they were breaking the old ways in the revolt against the Empire. Or it could signify the Empire having besieged Vineta during the Venetan War. I wonder if there's any sort of significance to the moon in the background being destroyed in Lilith and Alina's photo. The 18th night.
18th night. I was floating in the sunless sea below the ice of Rotfront, when I saw a large creature move in the darkness below me, in the moon's dark core. So moon, Rotfront.
Okay, so the moon is linked to Rotfront. This will be fitting once we get the second part of this puzzle, these moon phase symbols. This links up perfectly with of course, that circular plate of flesh symbol and this weird kind of half moon phase symbol in the water key. Definitely something there. I'm going to be honest with you, full disclosure, I'm not super knowledgeable about moon phases. The 19th night.
19th night. I saw a burning eye in the sky above the clouds of Bouillon. I was walking through the floating Imperial Palace, when the gaze of the sun-like iris burned my body to ashes.
Out of all of the quadrants on this hexagon, the top left one just has the most unison. I mean, repeated over and over again. Bouillon closest to the sun safe, the sun tarot, the fire key. It's mentioned that the Imperial Palace is floating. This is further evidence that Bouillon is a gas planet, evidently only inhabitable because of the climaforming technology of the Empire. Also, this emphasis of a burning iris burning the dreamer to ash further links this sort of sun god motif to the Empire, or at least whatever occult it followed. Interesting how this madness causes Gestalts to burn to ashes as well. The only planet that the Dreamer doesn't mention is Heimat for some reason, so we don't have a knight associated with it. But process of elimination puts the Star Tarot, and thus the Heimat, at the northmost position. We place all the cards in the correct sequence and turn on the black light. This would be a good place to screenshot for the final puzzle of Rotfront, the final puzzle of Signalis. With the moon phases and their associated tarots and planets charted out, we now have a full picture of this hexagon model. Since it's most fresh in our mind, let's start off with the aspects we explored in Rotfront. We've got a really cool and complementary picture here. You may notice that the Sun Tarot is directly across from the Moon Tarot, and even their moon phases are opposite of each other. On top of that, you've got the Imperial Bouillon, which is close to the Sun, and you've got Rotfront, which is a cold, cold planet. And then there are the Lovers across from the Tower. These are very deep-cut opposites in Tarot. The concept of things being brought together straight across from things being broken apart. A unification, or overclustering, and a fragmentation. And like I said, I don't know too much about moon phases, but the Tower and Lovers have opposite moon phases of one another, just in the position of that dark side. And then the top and bottom segment of this chart, the wild cards, really. How is the Star Tarot opposite of Death? Death is a very fascinating archetype in Tarot. In general, it typically signifies a great change, typically one that follows the completion of a cycle. So for example, death signifies the end of life, the completion of life. The star is also quite interpretive. It signifies the hope that could come from a new beginning. But interestingly, there is this emphasis on dreams, fitting given the themes of various dreamers in this game. In an odd way, we can consider these two not opposites of one another, but strange bedfellows. Because of this corrosion of reality, dreaming is indiscernible from death. Characters that are dead or should be dying are torturously being brought back to life and kept alive. So in a strange way, life is the negative here, and death is emblematic of the promise that we have to keep. And you know what? We can even see this complementary association in these moon phases. They're almost very yin and yang. So I don't know, it's hard to call them opposites, but it's also hard to call them complementary. It's a bit more liminal that way, I guess. Also, Lung and Heimat are very complementary to one another because they're very close to one another. They're both Evenation planets, albeit Lung was very likely once Empire territory. While we're here, why not get right into the elements? Gold is not opposite of any elements from the north side. If the north and south positions are more complementary than opposites, then what could be complementary of gold? Light, maybe? Of course, we have some very satisfying opposites. We have water across from fire. We've got air across from earth. And you know what? We did talk about ice in the beginning of the game. If you remember the cryo chamber, could this belong in the north position? But then how would that make it complementary or opposite to gold? Actually, hold on. Within the context of the cryo chamber, ice is an ingredient that slows down decay, the march towards death, and gold is an element that signifies that death has completed. We give gold in offering to our ancestors, at least within the context, again, of the resting grounds of nowhere. And hey, ice, in German, starts with a K. I don't know, cryo. The safe symbols, of which are mentioned very early on, I think almost perfectly line up with this model, even though we have no data that like one-to-one pegs it. It's purely thematic. Of course, we have sun to sun, moon to moon. A rook could be referencing the chess piece, which of course is a tower, and scales perfectly lines up with the plate of balance. The only real tenuous ones are, again, bottom and top. I put the tree in the north position because in the Star Tarot, we see a picture of a nude woman pouring water, and behind her a tree is growing. And I put the sword safe in the bottom position because in the picture of death, he's typically holding a sword. I mean, it's a bit weak, but hey, I gotta chart it out somewhere, you know? All that's really left to analyze are the plates that we assembled in nowhere. However, that is a whole segment in and of itself. We still gotta beat this game, so we'll get back to this later. With all 3 keys now in our inventory, we go to the courtyard. The ring dial is now on the floor. When I go to pick it up, I notice this.
Whoa. Oh, shit. And Elster literally just came down and just smashed through the fucking ceiling so that... Oh my gosh, that's fucking crazy. What the fuck? That's fucked up.
It's so crazy and a little bit funny to think that there was just one Elster whose sole purpose was just to interdimensionally fall from the sky of Rotfront and crash through the glass to free up the ring dial. Like, what a legend. However, this does kind of remind me a bit of that tower dream that we read in that tarot journal. We fit the missing ring dial onto Rotfront and fix all moon phases accordingly, breaking open the final seal. We crawl through the hole and are now in the room from the beginning of the game, but now Elsa remembers whose room this is. Or was. It's Ariane's room, from when she lived with her aunt here in Rotfront. There's those eyes on the wall which are about to take on a whole new meaning. There's the Yusian flag.
The national flag. It's meaningless.
Interesting. This journey has made Elster pessimistic about the supposedly revolutionary nation. I don't blame her. We examine the words on the wall.
This used to be her home.
Not sure what we can glean from that. Now the photos.
Black and white pictures of the paintings Ariane used to make.
I see. So she's been obsessed with painting those islands for a big portion of her life. We examine the computer, but nothing has changed there. How about her library?
Textbooks on radio operation. These used to belong to Ariane's mother. Old Imperial serials. Ariane loved reading these.
Okay, nothing that we don't already know.
Ariane's old radio transmitter. It's still transmitting.
I noticed the display on the radio is on, and so I tune into that specific frequency, but nothing comes back. It looks like we're still technically in Rotfront, gameplay-wise. When we examine the King in Yellow book, Elster says,
"The last seal has been broken. It's time to go home."
I mentioned this already, but this whole interdimensional journey of 1,000 Elsters throwing themselves into the fleshy pit has been all in one large effort to break these seals. Safes, keys, plates, tarot cards. It's almost as if this whole journey is just a front to symbolize something far less understandable just beneath the surface. But before we pick up the King in Yellow, let's just examine a couple more things, even if they're just mundane bits of information.
An old wooden wardrobe. Ariane used to keep her clothes in here. A light switch. I don't need to turn off the light. The door won't open yet. A dusty bed. Ariane used to sleep here.
Just like before, the seal has been closed behind us, and oh, that's right, the safe. We use the key of eternity, sacrifice, and love to access the safe's keypad. However, we should first do the main 3 endings. There are 3 endings. I'll break down the details of them after each one we explore. There is the leave ending, the memory ending, in the code it's called the circle ending, and the promise ending. In the code it's referred to as death. I personally believe that all 4 endings, the 3 main ones and the 4th secret one, belong on our timeline. The game from here plays out the same, up until a specific point. So let's table those 3 endings for now and just play the game as normal. If we didn't collect the 3 keys or are just gunning for one of the 3 regular endings, after interacting with the King in Yellow book, we change our view to a top-down perspective, and now that the seals have all been broken, we can enter the next room. This is Ariane's home. We pick up a letter with some key information.
Workforce assignment for young Ariane. We've been informed that your compulsory military service period was recently completed. According to our files, you've previously graduated from Mandelbrot Polytechnical High School in Rotfront Sector C on R3459C, and have recently submitted an application for a military service assignment, Penrose program.
Okay, so Ariane wanted to become a Cosmo pioneer.
You've been processed by Aeon Workforce Assignment. Previous work experience: store clerk, Young Photo Store, part-time, compulsory military service, Rotfront Orbital, and long-range radio operations officer training.
I see. So she, like her mother, worked for Rotfront Orbital. I still believe that flashback cutscene was during a time that her mother worked there and not Ariane, mainly because we have letters directed to Iris in that sequence. Long-range operations officer training is a bit of a wild card. Does this mean that she went through training, or this being previous work experience indicates that she taught radio officer training? It's not a big deal, it's probably the former. Now here is the kicker.
Should you not be accepted by a military service program by the end of the season or find another employment, you will be assigned to the following workplace: S23 Sierpinski Production and Mining Facility on Lung.
So, if she hadn't been accepted into her Penrose program, she would have been sent to Lung. Perhaps in some other timeline, instead of Elster or Falk finding the secrets beneath Lung, Ariane found her birthplace and birthright.
Auntie's notes. Ariane, I left some of yesterday's dinner in the fridge for you. You can warm it up when you get back from school. Please pick up the books your uncle ordered from the Ito bookstore on your way home. Remember to leave some space in your school bag for them this time so that they don't get wet.
Okay, this is just a hint to the player to leave at least one inventory slot open for the coming boss fight. But this also confirms that this home is the place that Ariane stayed when she went to school in Rotfront. She lived with her mom in the Mountain Orbital Station as a child, lived in Sector C with her aunt as a teenager, and served in the military as an adult. Simple enough. Now, this note.
Letter from Mother. My dearest Ariane, I'm so glad to hear you're feeling better again. I was very worried when I heard from your aunt that you're in the hospital again. I still remember how you used to get sick so much as a child. Please, don't overexert yourself, okay?
So, Iris is still alive and communicating with Ariane after she moved to Sector C.
The photo you sent me is very interesting. What a strange coincidence that she looks so much like you. You could be twins. Perhaps she's related to us somehow, though I don't know anyone named Seo in our family. From the looks of it, it was shot on Veneta.
So Ariane, working with Auntie Camilla at the Young Photo Store, was likely given a package of war photos from the Venetan 12th Infantry to develop. She saw how much Alina Seo looked like her and sent the photo to her mom, maybe a facsimile or copy. So the characters are even aware of the two looking alike. This is really the only major confirmation of this. The only hint that we get before this is just the fact that the photograph of Ariane is swapped with Alina at the beginning of the game, possibly linking the two together. A keen player with good memory or a liberal screenshotter might have noticed that Alina and Ariane's ID pictures looked identical but mirrored. However, these are all anime girls, so it makes sense that the game needs to emphasize the likeness between Alina and Ariane through text and exposition. Now, with all that talk of doppelgangers having some sort of synchronistic linking to bioresonance, what can we glean from this? Is Alina an alternate reality Ariane? A sort of stand-in for Ariane's alternate fates? In the reality that Ariane doesn't get into the Penrose program and was sent to Sierpinski, would she be taking the place of Alina?
Your military service will begin soon, so you might be wearing a uniform like her soon enough. Please, send me a photo when that happens. Love, Mother.
That would be the photo we see in the beginning of the game. Maybe with Elster? Well, we load up on weapons and ammo and repair spray, leaving one inventory slot for the coming boss fight.
This is the end. Leave forever?
Adler's note.
All efforts to contain this illness has been in vain. All the Gestalt workers have succumbed to it, leaving only dark shadows on walls and floors where they died. And soon all of us Replika will have lost our senses and turned to writhing masses of flesh. I now believe it was not an infectious disease, nor some form of poison or radiation. It was a slow corruption of reality itself. As I relived the same cycle, over and over, each time details changed. Things are twisted, added, removed. How long until it all turns to nothing but noise?
Well, my job here is to make sense of all the crazy timelines. It does seem kind of pointless to try and see something when it's mid-liminality, mid-metamorphosis. To complement Falk's diary, we read a dream journal entry from who I believe is Falk.
A red dream.
A crashed ship, a strange gate, a hole in the ground. An island beyond reach, memories from other lives, dreams of suffering and loneliness, a promise, a search for someone lost. I saw her, in the red emptiness, waiting for me. We had made a promise. As the memories of a stranger rushed into my mind, I felt the borders of myself blur. Now I can no longer tell where Falk ends and Elster begins.
Layers and layers. Elster went through something similar when she failed to open the Penrose ship. She was inundated with memories of Lilith, including that ritual image. Maybe even remembering the promise that Lilith could have made to Alina? Not sure. But regardless, this confirms that Falk, I believe in our main timeline, had stumbled into the reality warping portal and had been infected with visions of Ariane from another reality, and perhaps Elster from another.
Stop. You must turn back. There's nothing for you there. You've tried so many times and you failed every time. Don't you see that you're ruining everything? This is your final warning. Adler.
So at this point, if we do turn around and pass through the door that we walked in from, we will find the secret Adler room with all the alternate reality diaries. But I think we basically explored as much as we need to when we jumped the gun back on Sierpinski. For now, let's head forward.
We were dancing to that song. They start the broadcast with, "We fell asleep watching that movie we had seen before so many times. If only I could take us back to that time when we were happy. These memories are mine now."
Brutal. To me, this indicates that the original Elster that fell in love with Ariane, Elster Prime, is gone. I don't know if gone's the right word, but dead. And every Elster and even this Falk are experiencing memories that aren't theirs. And there's just something very odd about all of this. It's sad to be possessed by this forlorn love that isn't even yours. But simply by nature of your possession, it becomes yours. Elster approaches Falk's sickbed.
"Why did you return? There's nothing for you here." "She'll never dance with us again. No matter what we do, she doesn't even want us anymore."
She doesn't even want us anymore. This could be key. The words, "This God won't forgive you," and in Chinese, "die," flashes on screen.
"Both of us, we are incomplete. Let us become whole again."
While we fight the corrupted Falk, allow me to organize some of my thoughts. So Falk is antagonistic to Elster. She mentioned being made whole again. I think this is a face-off between two personas. Falk feels like she needs to kill Elster to become purely Falk again, perhaps. There's also a chance that the Elster in Falk is also trying to stop Elster. When Falk says she doesn't even want us anymore, is this for real? Is the mission that we're on ultimately leading to something that not even Ariane wants? Something to think about, I guess. We'll flesh out these thoughts some more, but now we defeat Falk.
While this cutscene goes, I do want to quickly point out that it is interesting that right after killing Falk, we see Elster and Ariane reunited in some sort of vision. Ariane has her long hair. Elster is in her Zero suit. We're going to touch on this later in the video, but keep this in mind. Keep this detail in mind, that Falk was somehow this sort of linking or synthesis, perhaps even a bridge between Ariane and Elster.
Now, we are one. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Once again, you've returned. Are you really willing to go through this once more? You've seen what happens. This world cannot take much more. This may be our last chance. If you go back, it'll all fall apart. I can't let that happen. You selfish monster! You'll destroy everything!
While Elster makes her walk back to the Penrose 512, I want to bring some attention to Adler's words. He calls Elster a selfish monster, that her actions will destroy everything.
But everything is already destroyed. It's all in some sort of liminal flux, on its path to Gestaltzerfall. There is no going back. It seems this entire journey's prerequisite is this Rubicon being crossed. Keep this in mind for now.
Elster, under the red sky with her eye punctured, finds the hatch, mind you, with the pulled out handle. This places these events after the fake-out ending, the one where Elster loses an arm trying to pull open the hatch. If you notice, it's ajar when the armored Elster, now the one-eyed armored Elster, approaches it. It still has one of those handles still ajar. But of course, this sequence has to happen before the fake-out ending one-armed Elster wakes back up. I think you see where we're going here with this model. In Chinese, we read, "to return." Before committing to the ending, let's read some notes lying around.
Cycle 225. When I signed up for this mission, I just wanted to get away from everything. I was sick of Rotfront, of school, of the photo store, sick of the fake smiles and the whispering behind people's back. When I saw the photo of that soldier, I wondered who she was. Was she happy? Was her family proud of her? Did her comrades love her? Since we looked alike, could I have been like her? But in the end, I just wanted to leave Rotfront. Nothing I had done or made ever meant anything to anyone, so why bother? Here, I'm finally free. I get to be myself and do what I want. I can finally be happy.
So, on cycle 225, not even a year from flying out, it seems that there is a somber hopefulness that Ariane is going through. She dealt with bullying back at Rotfront, a constant war between the Empire and nation, and an overbearing government. Honestly, if deep down inside, Prudence told her that this mission was likely doomed to fail, a suicide mission, it's probably far more freeing than life back on Rotfront. Elster and Ariane at this point have not been familiarized with each other yet, as per Penrose protocols. We can't access the lower deck because the Hawaiian Punch fountain sprung a leak.
That's Hawaiian Punch.
No, in all seriousness, it seems that the Penrose is slowly being enveloped by pools of blood and the sea of flesh. We enter the infirmary and, geez, we see a bunch of half-finished blood-stained paintings. Brutal. We pick up the Phase 3 briefing to the Penrose program. This is sent after 3,000 cycles. If you remember, Ariane and Elster were anticipating this briefing in the flashback fake-out intro. Let's read what it entails.
Penrose Briefing Phase 2. Start of decrypted transmission. Congratulations, comrade. You've survived 3,000 cycles, reaching the final phase of the Penrose program. With the end of the operational lifetime of your replica unit approaching, it is time to prepare for the final phase of your mission. If you have not found a suitable world for landing by this point, accept that you will not. Find solace in the thought that others might be successful where you failed. As you are probably aware, your ship's spare parts and rations will soon be depleted. Life support systems and reactor shielding will soon begin to fail, and radiation may begin to leak from the cooling system. We recommend you do not attempt to prolong your suffering by reusing old filters or rationing supplies. Instead, make peace with your fate. We suggest that you ask your replica, while it is still functional, to spare you a slow and agonizing death, or that you take permanent rest in the cryogenic pod. Remember, you will die having served your nation by partaking in a glorious demonstration of our power. End of decrypted transmission.
Messed up. So there were two options. Elster kills Ariane, or Ariane take permanent rest in the cryo chamber. Given that Elster and Ariane were in love, chances are they went for the latter. Keep that in mind nonetheless.
Cycle 648. Talk some more to the Elster unit. She's different from the replicas I knew back home. Nothing like my teachers or the Blockwork Protector. I know she didn't have a choice, but it feels like she's also here because she didn't fit in. It's like we've run away from the world together. At first, I didn't like having someone around, and I was glad that she's quiet and didn't approach me. But lately, I've missed having someone I can talk to. It's been so long since I've last seen another person. I never thought I'd miss it. Except her, everything is the same in here. Always. Nothing ever changes.
Interesting. An outcast and a loner, cooped up in a scout ship. This cycle diary to me shines a light on the strange synchronistic nature to all of this. I'm sure we've already pointed this out, but there's something so fascinating that the Cosmo officer who shares a striking resemblance to Alina and the Cosmo replica whose neural pattern is based on Lilith would be, in some synchronistic way, end up on this ship together. It seems like a statistical impossibility, and perhaps all it took was just one timeline. The one timeline where they fell in love, for it to have a cascading effect on everything else. That book on bioresonance talks about how these synchronicities aren't pure chance, that there is a rhyme and reason to the cosmos, and perhaps this is where everything is meant to culminate from.
Another unfinished painting. There was never enough time.
In the next room, the radiation shielding is all screwed up. I think Ariane's sickness, the loss of her hair and teeth and whatnot, was triggered by radiation poisoning. not the corruption.
Cycle 1294. Had a strange dream. I was listening to the radio with my mother. Like back then, the numbers were on and Mother was taking notes with a book on her lap. It was that book I saw in the shop window of the bookstore where the twins lived, the one with a yellow hooded figure on the cover. When I went there to buy it, it was gone, and Erica said the Protectors had confiscated it. Or was it Issa? I can't remember.
So this cycle is still relatively early on. So the King in Yellow is a big key point to this memory of her mother. Was she just using the cover of the book as a surface to take notes, or was she referencing the banned book to decrypt a message? Mind you, this is a recollection of a dream. So naturally she doesn't remember if it was Issa she met in her dream or Erica. So this is a diary entry of a memory of a dream, of a memory of an event. And naturally these changes in medium cause this dream, this recollection, to go through its own Gestaltzerfall. Is reality itself going through Gestaltzerfall because our dreamer Ariane is dreaming it into existence? Keep this in mind. And mind you, she didn't meet Issa or Erica until after moving into the Rotfront sector, away from her mom's work. But this can be explained by the strange time-hopping nature of dreams. Oh, well. And now this reality. Again, keep this in mind.
Cycle 1840. Everything is always the same. I feel like I'm trapped inside this ship. I know every bolt on every panel in every room of it. I've seen everything. I've done everything there is to do in here. I can't concentrate on anything. It's like there's this fog inside my head, and whenever I try to do anything, I just can't focus. I want to go outside. I want to breathe fresh air. I want to feel wind on my face and in my hair.
Not much I can glean from this diary entry. She's just getting stir-crazy and is probably desperate to find an exoplanet soon. Are Penrose scouts aware of the likely nature that this is a one-way trip?
Cycle 2503. I think I lost more hair. I'm sitting here, getting older. Every time I wake up, I feel older, weaker, sicker. I get out of breath so easily lately, and my back hurts when I sit down. How much longer will this go on? It just feels like I'm slowly dying.
Interesting. It's 2,500 cycles in, and she's losing hair and out of breath already. So she must have been sick during that flashback memory sequence where she says that it's her and Elster's 3,000 cycle anniversary.
The reactor's cooling system. It's leaking irradiated coolant everywhere. I tried my best to patch it up, but we eventually ran out of spare parts.
Cycle 5000 something and 9. I'm tired of it all. Every time I go to sleep, I wonder if I'll wake up again. I'm scared that it'll be the last time I say goodnight to her. Did I say it right? Will she be okay? What if one of us just won't wake up tomorrow? Cycle 5400 and something. I don't want to die. I don't want to live anymore either. Everything is just so exhausting. I just want to lie down and disappear. Cycle indeterminate. I just want to sleep. Please just let me sleep. Please, just make it stop. Please.
The 3,000 cycle briefing made it seem that both Elster and Ariane's death were imminent, but here she is, writing diary entries up at the 5,000 cycle. Is she trapped in some sort of immortality? Are these messages from the cryo chamber? Or maybe she woke up and wandered from the cryo chamber. What would cause her to still be alive? Radioactive mutation? The magic of the cosmos? Or a ritual? Entering the officer's personal quarters, we find a dead Elster.
I couldn't keep my promise. Despite my best efforts, I eventually fell ill too. It had to end this way.
I think this is the original Penrose 512 Elster. Elster is recalling that she never got the courage to fulfill her promise, and so she kept procrastinating until she too succumbed to the failure of the life support systems. This is a very important bit of info because it tells us explicitly that the original Elster, Elster Prime, the one that fell in love with Ariane, LSTR 512, did die after that mission failed. The ship we are in is that original ship. This is that original Elster. And so, if that's the case, then the Ariane that we are about to talk to is the original Ariane. Now, at this point, the game tabulates 3 scores, and whichever one is the highest grants you their respective ending. The easiest ending to get is the memory ending.
It's time. This is all that's left. Go home.
When you start the game, you have a whopping 2 memory points that never go away, and then 2 additional memory points that only go away if you take more than 6 hours to beat the game. So it's very, very difficult to get any ending other than memory if you're playing the game even semi-efficiently. So if you take more than 6 hours, you lose those 2 points, and if you take 12 hours to beat the game, you gain a point towards the promise ending. For this reason, I believe the chronological sequence, and I use that word very tentatively, chronological sequence, is memory, leave, and promise. It's not necessarily that one happens after the other, it's just in one specific timeline, one would happen later than the other. Obviously so, because one requires you to take more time and one requires you to take less time. This will make a lot of sense very soon. Now, let's go ahead and watch these endings in my proposed order.
Wake up. I've come back for you. It's me, Elster. Elster? I'm sorry, but I don't remember. It's okay. Please, just let me stay by your side. A little longer.
Arion lies in a cryo chamber with those bandages we saw on Alina and on Isolde. The room is oddly clean and pristine. To me, that's a small detail helping place this particular event early in the chain of cycles. Also, very cool detail, she looks almost exactly like Falk does when she wakes up before her boss fight. Now, what does this mean? Is Falk somehow built on a neural pattern that is related to Arion, or is she simply signifying that this too is a boss fight that we need to overcome? In German it says, "I am me again, but you are not you anymore." And then, perhaps this is hell. There aren't any actions that add to the likelihood of the memory ending. We simply need to be fast enough and not waste time killing things, dying, talking to NPCs, or trying to open locked doors. I think because Elster was so fast, she found Arion too early. She didn't remember who she was, and Elster doesn't have time to sit there and wait. She's about to succumb to her wounds and die. Perhaps she just couldn't drive herself to kill somebody who didn't know about the promise that she came to fulfill. Is this a matter of principle for Elster, or a convenient excuse? Eventually, Elster has to realize she has a promise to fulfill. Enough cycles come and go, all ending in the memory ending, but eventually there will come a time where she'll enter that cryo chamber and Arion will remember and ask Elster to fulfill her promise. But at this point, maybe Elster still doesn't want to fulfill it. She talks to everybody she can, tries to open doors she knows won't open, looking for anything to distract her or give her another option from fulfilling this promise. Perhaps this fear, this cowardice makes it so that she takes very little damage throughout her journey. But eventually, no matter what, all roads lead to this point. If we try and enter the final scene, enter the cryo room, with our leave points being the highest, we get the leave ending, aptly labeled in Chinese.
In the end, I had to leave you behind. I wanted to see you again, but it was too much. Forgive me.
Elster didn't enter the cryo room. She turned around and left the Penrose ship because she could not drive herself to fulfill her promise. She climbs out of the ship, and strangely, it's neither snowing or red all over. This is odd. I'll have to keep this in mind for when we put together our timeline model. But she curls up and dies outside the Penrose ship, knowing that Ariane still is in there, suspended, and now likely remembering the promise that Elster has failed to keep. The leave ending is best achieved by just waiting out the 6-hour clock, and this is not paused, by the way. This is to ensure that those 2 pesky memory points are cleared out, and then accrue at least 3 leave points by talking to all NPCs, maximizing all of your dialogue options, or I guess dialogue instances. Try opening a bunch of red locked doors, lingering for more than 5 minutes in that flashback sequence before, or I should say after the fake out ending, and basically being a coward, taking as little damage as possible, and when you do, healing right away. But eventually, if you do enough cycles over and over again, even if there's just a slight chance that Elster would fulfill her promise, then it may as well happen. In this case, Elster struggled to solve a lot of these puzzles.
Why am I so fucking stupid?
Find the key items. This whole journey took a long time. And she didn't hesitate to kill. She didn't care if she was bleeding oxidant half the time. And she didn't care if she had to keep dying. She had to keep her promise. Enough was enough. This had to end. If it isn't obvious what the promise was, then I present to you the promise ending.
Remember our promise. Elster. I can't do it. You have to do it. It's time for this to end. Please. You promised. I'm sorry. Thank you.
The room is almost totally flooded with red water, evidently blood. This is a big similarity to that arm swap scene that takes place after the fake out ending. This is why I think the promise ending happened somewhere before the arm swap scene. Now, why was there a fleshy mass in the cryo chamber during the swapping of the arm and chest plate? So, the promise was to end Ariane's suffering, kill her, and I think this ultimately does end the cycle, right? The red water was about to engulf her, and maybe it was looking for a living Ariane to consume. But then why did reality fall apart? What caused the corruption to start? Why did Adler call Elster a selfish monster? Well, we still have one more ending. before Falk's boss fight, if we enter the final room with the 3 keys in our inventory, instead of activating the King in Yellow, killing Falk, and getting stabbed in the eye by Adler, we can unlock the 3 locks, remove the chain from the safe, and punch in the long sequence of numbers that we heard from the beginning of the game.
White lilies. Pick up the flower.
And in those days, the people will seek death and not find it. I want to note, Elster's eye is fine. In this chain, she didn't confront Adler, who stabbed her in the eye.
The mystery of this god is finished as she proclaimed it to her servants, the prophets. Remember our promise.
So, what does this all mean? Elster is desperate to get her Ariane back, save her, maybe using some deep occult knowledge from her Gestalt neural pattern. Remember, the Itos have an affinity for occult books, and we even see what looks like Issa or Lilith doing the ritual in the intro sequence, and definitely Lilith doing it in the ritual in the persona degradation sequence. So, with this innate knowledge reawakened, Elster puts together this ritual. In the center is an artifact with a hole going through the middle of it. If you remember, I believe in one of the Shores of Oblivion segments, there's talk of indiscernible color. This artifact is almost prismatic. In other words, opalescent. There's an opalescent liquid in the mask story in The King in Yellow. The artifact is in the shape of a cube. What's interesting though is that when you look at a semi-transparent cube from the angle of one of its corners, it looks like a hexagon. I think this artifact is some sort of MacGuffin of godhood. It's no coincidence that all things fall somewhere in the model of this hexagon. Elements, archetypes, planetary bodies. In this world, the hexagon is a sacred shape. The lily strikes me as an offering, a final piece to the puzzle that made Ariane immortal. Commonly, the lily is symbolic for rebirth, but in Chinese, Baihe, when broken down, means 100 combined. In the center of this ritual, we have an unnatural emblem of the interconnectivity of all things, the hole puncturing the strange shape, connecting one dimension to another. And the lily is a naturally occurring example of all things coming together, or simply rebirth. Now, what the fuck with those 6 Elsters? Now those could be the 6 Elsters we see before the fake-out ending. This could be 1 Elster for every ending or death, maybe. We've got the prologue death. We've got a death for every single ending. There's the fake-out death, but that Elster reawakens to become all 3 of the main ending deaths. Maybe the original Penrose 15 Elster's death counts, but this would have to predate all of these shenanigans. I don't feel like that would count. We of course have this death, this artifact ending death. If we include the original Penrose 512 Elster's death, then that would make 6, but that doesn't feel right. I feel like we're missing one. And to make matters even more confusing, this Elster looks like Falk. Could it be that the one behind the pillar at the top is Lilith? I mean, we do see a vision of her at that same ritual site in that vision. Oh, that's fucked up. Hear me out. When Elster walked into the portal, she somehow linked to all Elsters across all dimensions. This applied to LSTR S2301, which derived from Penrose Elster. Could this have somehow spilled over into Lilith E2? Could she, in some dimension possessed by Elster, have sacrificed herself in this ritual? That's something to think about. This could explain why she's standing at that ritual site, but I think in that photo though, or in that image of a memory, the lily is there, so I'm not sure. We're distracting ourselves with the theory crafting. What matters is not the ingredients. We already have the final product. Elster, I have to say, selfishly stole Ariane from death. so that she could dance with her for the rest of eternity, even if at the cost of reality itself. I believe this whole timeline, as confusing and chaotic as it looks, is a enclosed time loop. The game ends with the artifact ending, and yet everything preceding it, all of this, at least everything in this loop right here, maybe not in the early timelines, right, the pre-Sierpinski stuff, but everything else right here, including this intro, is enclosed. It leads to the artifact ending, and it comes from the artifact ending. The collapse of reality, the synchronistic visions of the red eye beyond that gate. And you know what, I'm just reminded of a quote, I forget where it was in this game, but it was something around the lines of, and in those times when people begged for death, they didn't get it, or something like that, a curse of immortality. It may just be that Arion didn't ascend to this unblinking red-eye sun god. Maybe everybody just became immortal because Elster brought back this unblinking eye sun god through this ritual so that she could preserve this time loop. Outside of the time loop, in the periphery, reality is collapsing, closing in. But within it, nobody dies. We just keep reliving the same time loop over and over and over again. That's one interpretation, at least. Before continuing any further, I'd like to give some fan art shoutouts. Shout out to Out of Space Art on Instagram for this kick-ass rendition of the Home Safety Hotline Seasonal Worker DLC's Mariluid. And shout out to Sleepy9525 on YouTube for this Tolkien-esque rendition of me with my Christmas catchphrase. What's wrong with you? On the topic of the King in Yellow, greetings from Carcosa. Shout out to Solstice Lasser on Blue Sky for this cute little postcard from Carcosa. I love stuff with like little bespoke details. I just love staring at that kind of stuff. It's really cool, the little symbols. Actually, you know, it looks like something you could recreate in Minecraft. Shout out to MGeneJack00 on Instagram for this cool little rendition of me inspired off of the Lisa series. I've yet to cover that game series, but it's certainly on the list. It's been perched diligently on my wish list. Just haven't had the time to play it. Shout out to Robin for this really cute little pixel art of the classic Flaw Peacock logo. And speaking of peacocks, shout out to Tamar Art on Blue Sky for this intricate peacock. In the feathers are symbols and motifs from various topics and pieces of media I've covered. I love fan art where I can just stare at it, and the more I stare at it, I discover new things. Oh man. Shout out to Carneem_ on Instagram for this cool portrait. It kind of reminds me of Father Garcia from Faith. Really like it. Shout out to Savanok for this really cool sketch of a sort of deconstructed peacock. It seems like this animal has too gone through the stages of Gestaltzerfall. And finally, thank you to Aponia for this picture of a turnip from their garden. If you have any fan art or pictures of homegrown produce, be sure to send it over at flawpeacock222@gmail.com. That's flawpeacock222@gmail.com. Now, back to our video on Signalis. In my King in Yellow analysis video, I talked a little bit about this phenomenon, a dream, a common trope in dreams where you fall in love with somebody. Now, I'm the furthest thing from a romantic. Sometimes I feel like I'm a reclusive grouch with the social battery of an old iPhone. But even still, sometimes I'll have a dream where I fall absolutely head over heels for somebody. And even upon waking up, there is a lingering, deep sorrow. It's as if I've awoken on the wrong side of a threshold, the threshold that's separating me from the dream world. It's as if for a moment I am possessed by, say, the neural pattern of that dream world version of me. Like with any emotional impression that a dream gives you, upon waking up it does fade away. Damn, sometimes it feels like it kind of lingers for at least the better half of the morning. It's a very strange feeling. It's as if a hypothetical you, a different dimension version of you, a dream world version of you, has wandered into your psyche and makes its impression. And so that's the closest thing I can find to a real world phenomenon that I can compare to the deep emotional cruelty that's displayed in this game. We are playing as countless Elsters, possessed by a singular desire to fulfill a promise that only a few, if not just one Elster, made to Ariane. I'm actually of the mind that the intro Elster never fell in love with Ariane, at least not in that timeline. There's no fondness in the description of the photo of Ariane, no urgency. It's just a sort of prime directive to figure out what the hell is going on. And for that reason, I think the prologue, the intro, is all the more intense. We see a platonic Elster inundated with visions of an Ariane she loves, visions of an Ariane that's trapped, visions of a promise that an Elster that isn't real made to a trapped paramour Ariane that isn't real. The prologue Elster, that's the real one. What are all these visions? They can't be anything more than dreams. But this prologue Elster is just as much reality and dream as every other Elster. And so, the most willful and desperate Elster took precedent in the fate of reality. All Elsters in all realities either succumbed to persona degradation or became thralls of the prime Elster, whoever she was. And while I get the whole, "Give me back my wife" sort of vibe, I can't help but feel like when Adler called Elster a selfish monster, he kinda ate. While I'll be going through this timeline in a sort of simple before and after model, I wouldn't be surprised if this story was also somehow pegged to an axis of corruption, going from uncorrupted to corrupted, Gestaltzerfall. But there certainly was a time before everything fell apart. The most notable event would be that Penrose mission. We have 3 timelines, 3 examples where small effects, butterfly effects if you will, potentially change the trajectories of their timelines. Timeline 1, the timeline that we're either playing in or it's on the most forefront of the loop we're playing in. Ariane is accepted into Penrose. She goes on the Penrose 512 mission and the mission fails. On that mission she falls in love with Elster. I'm of the mind that Ariane does die, and because of various shenanigans that take place in this timeline loop, she's brought back to life. On Sierpinski, an Elster is never ordered. On this timeline, Alina never meets Elster. And the point of which this more or less converges with our story in the game, Falk finds the gates beneath Lung, witnesses the unblinking red eye beyond the gate, and falls into a sort of convalescence or a coma, the state that she is in when we're in the early parts of our Sierpinski adventures. There's 2 possibilities. It could be that Falk witnesses something, gains the corruption, and spreads it as a bioresonant to the Lung facility, or it could be that she gained some sort of power, became the dreamer of her timeline, of her realm, and somehow these corrupted Replika units are kind of like pawns in her game, in her dreamer reign. The only slight difference really is whether or not Falk's spreading of the corruption is intentional or not. In Timeline 2, Ariane and Elster go on the Penrose mission. Of course, it still fails. Adler orders an LSTR unit to come to Lung Orbital. Here's where things get kind of interesting. When we look at Adler's notes, in accordance to Timeline 2, there is no mention of a sickness. And yet, in the notes that we read from Alina, in our gameplay, she says not even the protectors are safe from some sort of sickness. This is kind of confusing. However, luckily I realized this early on. It could be that these notes are being written by Timeline 1, Alina, the one that never met Elster, but after she faints in the mines and wakes up because of, the Red Gate shenanigans, she is being possessed. She's woken up on the other side of a threshold. Remember what I was saying? Of a timeline where she meets Elster. Now, in Timeline 2, we have no mention of a sickness. For me, I believe this implies that Elster is the one that finds the gate. Now, because there is no mention of a sickness in Timeline 2, I believe Elster finds the gate instead of Ariane or Falk. I believe that once Elster stumbled into the Threshold realm, she became inundated with visions of other Elsters, specifically of an Elster, her core neural pattern, that fell in love with Ariane. She became possessed by a singular will to fulfill a promise to Ariane, one that evidently from our endings was torturously suspended in immortality. Then Timeline 3. The hypothetical timeline in which I posit that Ariane was not accepted into Penrose, and she became the one who stumbles into the Threshold realm. But then, what would that implication be? There's a bit of a theoretical redundancy here. Was it this theoretical Ariane stumbling into the gate that caused her and all other Arianes to become a part of this strange, mystical, timeline-hopping mess? Or was it the artifact ending? Well, okay, just to answer that question very quickly, So I don't think it's as redundant now that I think about it. I think artifact ending specifically makes Ariane immortal. And if she stumbled into the threshold, it just simply makes it so that she's able to communicate and see visions across different timelines. I think that's pretty solid. Yeah. Yes.
What I find very compelling about that sort of impromptu model is that you are combining two different abilities. You have the Curse of Immortality combined with the ability to hop between timelines and dimensions and whatnot. So essentially, you are sort of going through a forced apotheosis, a forced omniscience, which is terrifying to think about.
But even if not, the ritual that Elster does to bring Ariane back, maybe make her immortal and into a god, would have likely spilled over into all iterations of Ariane, meaning all Arianes would converge into this final prime Ariane, just as all Elsters into this prime Elster. Come to think of it, maybe these two were to then converge into Falk, but through the power of rage, love, and sweet, sweet selfishness, the godhood never completed in that way. It remained dualistic, and the universe became a desolate nothing with two lovers dancing within its nothingness. Jeez. Okay, well that was supposed to be just a little bit of a primer on the timeline model, and I just kind of went straight into the endings. My apologies. Let's zoom out and back into the actual gameplay that we, the player, have access to. So, the Penrose crashed onto the exoplanet at the point in which Elster is awoken. Ariane is gone, likely having her Ava suit. It's snowing, possibly placing this later in this loop's timeline. The fact that Ariane is missing and there's two suns in the sky may also mean that she's already ascended to godhood. She is one of those suns. However, the safe hasn't been opened, but it's locked in all cases, so that might be irrelevant. The room isn't familiar to Elster, which may indicate that in this instance, she didn't get close to Ariane. Skipping to the boot sequence when we first wake up on Sierpinski, there's no indication that this is the S2301 LSTR, but also no indications that this is the LSTR 512. There are some indicators that the replicas do recognize her, and some don't. There's even this vibe of unknowing to this Elster. She's looking for Alina suddenly, not recognizing that this isn't Ariane. On top of that, she doesn't recognize Adler as having countless times pushed her down the elevator. This could be a simple plot-convenient amnesia, or it could indicate that this is a chronologically early Elster displaced to a later point in the collapse. Some other details. When we leave the bathroom in Lung and we try accessing that lift, Elster says, "This is where I came from." So perhaps an Elster somehow found their way onto Lung and went on standby in the bathroom. Even if that's not the case, I think it's safe to say that the Sierpinski Elster is a different frame, a different Elster than the intro Elster. Our Sierpinski Elster travels all the way down into the mines and into nowhere. This is on the tail of Adler and Issa's cat and mouse game. When we jump into the hole in the mines, we enter that Oblivion segment. And to be honest with you, now that I'm looking at my notes, I feel like there's a lot of just ore that I've yet to mine from this. One thing that sticks out to me real quick, in the first Oblivion segment, we have roughly 6 hours on that timeline. In the second Oblivion segment, we have I think 99 hours, seemingly a limitless amount of time. In Oblivion 1, the King in Yellow is inside a cave and there's that strange hand in the crevice. In Oblivion 2, the King in Yellow is in the ocean, and that crevice is more full of flesh. The arm is missing because I think it's being enveloped by flesh. It could be, because the counter is going down, Oblivion 2 actually takes place before Oblivion 1. But regardless, when we jump into the hole, even though we go through an Oblivion segment and come out the other end, I believe we're still persisting on this same chain of events. We escape nowhere, climbing up out of a bored hole, and we meet Adler at the threshold. The sky is red, Adler has one eye, Elster still has her zero-suit holster getup. So, pre-fake out, red sky. Keep this in mind. Elster walks through the threshold and on her way to the Penrose ship. Now, I interpret this threshold as having teleported her to the exoplanet's threshold. This is why she was able to go down into nowhere and then all of a sudden she's where the Penrose crashed. That being said though, the scape goes from red to snowy. So then would that mean that the exoplanet was red when they crashed onto it and it became snowy because the intro Elster woke up so long after it? A lot of details there. Regardless, Elster suffers from persona degradation, fails to open the hatch, leaving one of the handles ajar, ripping her arm off, becoming one-armed Elster, and dies. While she was dead or dying, it would be at this moment that the armored Rotfront Elster would have gone through one of 3, maybe even 4 endings. Memory, Leave, and Promise would make it so that the hatch was open. However, the artifact ending would make it so that if Elster did die, the lines between the realm of the dead and the realm of the living would be blurred, allowing her to be reawoken. This would be the first time that we see an Elster die and be revived. So, because of this, the dead one-armed Elster wakes up. Now this world is snowing. Time has passed. Maybe the universe is going through some sort of heat death. Oh, and because the Rotfront Elster from a different timeline and dimension broke open the hatch and died, the one-armed Elster was able to drop into the ship and take the dead Elster's arm and armor, becoming the Elster that would ultimately be the Rotfront Armored Elster. The cryo chamber room is full of red liquid, which is akin to the Promise ending, and perhaps because Elster euthanizing Ariane could be seen as a sacrifice, he began the process of this fleshy growth, this metamorphosis. This could also imply that the ritual had finished, dooming reality as we know it. The intention of the Promise was to end Ariane's suffering, but it seems that it simply transitioned her to a new state of being. But regardless, the one-armed Elster becomes the Rotfront Elster, still distinct with the dead one in front of her in that this new Rotfront Elster has just a streak of blood on her head. And the dead Rotfront Elster, now dead one-armed Elster, has the gouged out eye from Adler stabbing her. Remember, this injury happens right before all 3 of the main endings. Adler stabbed Elster in the eye. Again, this would be after one-armed Elster died, but before one-armed Elster was reawakened. After the fake-out ending, after the swap, Elster jumps into a hole on the Penrose station. This hole takes us to Sierpinski from a different dimension and timeline. The Elster is wearing her white and blue armor, but I can't tell if she has that gash on her forehead. When we get to the end now Rotfront level, we'll have a clear view of that bleeding head. I think it's safe to say that this new chapter is still that one continuous Elster, but born anew, either from the reawakening after the fake-out ending or the swapping of the new parts, Ship of Theseus style. Ooh, and you know what's kind of interesting? Since the Sierpinski arc, this would be the first time that we actually hop through space and time. You can interpret the whole Sierpinski arc as going through room by room, plane by plane, entering a door, coming out the other side. But the moment that I believe she crossed through that threshold, which technically would be the first time this specific frame of Elster crossed it, she achieved the ability to hop between timelines. That's how she was able to jump into that strange hole in Penrose, come out the other side on Rotfront, of all places. Now, we know this surrounding is obviously different time-wise from the earlier Sierpinski level because of how the fleshy scourge has spread. But I think we can also indicate it's on a different entire dimension because of the new poster in the classroom and the presence of different replicas. I think I'm just overanalyzing this aspect. It should just be both a given and irrelevant that we are just on different realms. It's all collapsing, and our grounding element is Elster and her promise, not the timeline. We jump into another gaping hole in the Sierpinski level, and this takes us to Rotfront, where we break the final seal, allowing us to crawl through a similar tube, again, into Ariana's room. But in this case, unlike the intro Elster, this Elster recognizes Ariana's room. I think this is because in this moment, we are now fully integrated with the Prime Elster, whereas the intro Elster woke up completely dumbfounded, never having fallen in love with Ariane, is like, what is this? Where am I? It wasn't until she crossed the threshold, entered that room, and did the whole Octoon thing, she was then overblown, inundated with all that data. Not only does the armored Elster recognize Ariana's room, she maintains her negative opinions of the nation, and can even recall memories, perhaps conversations with Ariana, about her time growing up in Rotfront, reading the radio books and the Imperial serials. I want to real quick focus in on the words, "The last seal has been broken. It's time to go home," right before we pick up the King in Yellow and prepare for the boss fight against Falk. What does that mean? What were the seals that we were breaking, holding us from Falk, and thusly Ariane? With every puzzle that we solve, from the safes to the tarots, I'm of the mind that we have been breaking seals, getting closer and closer to Falk, thus getting closer to Ariane. However, there are some other interpretations as to what seals may mean. For now though, let's just focus on Falk. What really is the significance of this final boss fight with Falk? This emphasis on breaking seals. Up until this point, up until the moment that we kill Falk, Every iteration and permutation of Elster has zero access to Ariane, has no way of finding Ariane. From the intro Elster, Ariane is missing from her cryo sleep. The fake-out ending Elster fails right before opening up that Penrose ship, the one with Ariane in it, and waking up too late after the fact to the point where Ariane has begun her metamorphosis. It seems up until this point, we only have access to dimensions and outcomes where we cannot find Ariane. Those seals and Falk are that barrier between us and Ariane, between us and fulfilling our promise to her. But why a boss fight against her? If we remember that scene where Ariana and Elster both converge into Falk, implying that Falk is some sort of endpoint synthesis, I believe this means that Falk is the only bridge between Elster and Ariane. Falk in our story is all about that blurred line between one identity and another. And so the only way for Elster to reunite with her love is to cross that bridge, break that barrier, killing Falk. So, Elster kills Falk, and through her killing of that warden, she finds the threshold again. And while she shoots Adler, ultimately killing or incapacitating him, he stabs her in the eye at this moment, ensuring that no matter what, at this point, no matter how the timeline splits off, it always ends in Elster succumbing to her wounds. Now, of course, rewinding back, she just gets stabbed, and this is the point in which now she converges with the earlier Sierpinski arc. We see that the handle, when Elster first approaches the Penrose, it's swung ajar, just like from the fake-out ending. But this Elster, with both her arms fully invigorated, opens the hatch. And while this is where the path sort of forks, I believe that all Elsters are still in unison. The first permutation of Elster gets there too early. Ariane wakes up, she doesn't remember anything, and Elster can't drive herself to kill somebody that doesn't know what the hell is going on. Or she uses Ariane's amnesia as an excuse to shirk on her promise, to kill her and end her suffering. In the second permutation, the leave ending, I believe Elster approaches the ship knowing full well that there exists a fully aware Ariane in that cryo chamber, and that when she enters that cryo room, she has to fulfill her promise. So she instead leaves, still succumbing to her wounds, but only outside of the ship. One of the very interesting details I noticed is that when she dies outside of the ship, the sky is clear, not snowy, not red, just straight up clear. So we have a strange transitory thing. Before the three endings, before she enters the ship, in all of those, it's red. When she leaves the ship in the leave ending, the sky is clear. So like in that moment, everything clears up. Because she doesn't fulfill that promise, maybe? I don't know. But after the promise ending, it's all snowy. Okay. Yes, maybe. I don't know. I think there's definitely something there. The fact that the sky is cleared when we leave from the leave ending. Because it's red. It's red before we enter it. Right before we enter it, it's red. Unless this planet has the weather of Kentucky, I think this has something to do with it. But this takes us to the promise ending, where Elster finally enters the room. Ariane has suffered for so long, and she takes Ariane's life, fulfilling her promise. One interesting anomaly to this model is when the leave Elster comes out of the ship, the planet or realm looks very different. In all three endings, Elster enters with the red sky, and the one-armed fake-out ending Elster wakes up under a snowy sky. But when Elster leaves the ship, sometime between these 2 points, the skies are clear. So where does this place the artifact ending? The artifact ending would have had to have been forked during the second Ariane bedroom sequence. So this was before we pick up the King in Yellow, meaning we never kill Falk, we never get stabbed in the eye by Adler. Thus, we find a timeline, a cycle, a playthrough in which Elster isn't doomed to succumb to her wounds. This ending has 3 seals, a seal of love, a seal of sacrifice, and a seal of eternity. The Key of Sacrifice's description and inspection notes is emblematic of the end of the world. I think the thing being sacrificed is the realm, its reality. This is the cost. The Key of Love is simply emblematic of what's being purchased. The description and inspect notes indicates as much. And then the Key of Eternity. The description says, "Are you still looking for answers where there are only questions?" And the inspect notes say, "There is nothing but heartbreak in the end." Eternity, time without end. And yet, it always ends in heartbreak. Why is there even a promise to fulfill in the first place? If the Penrose mission failed, Ariane would have died eventually. The cryostasis doesn't make it so that you live forever. It just makes it so that you die slowly and painlessly. It's like you die in your sleep. The fact that from the beginning, the realities were already collapsing, Ariane's metamorphosis was already in motion, and Elster was driven by a desire to kill Ariane and her suffering, to me, in a weird way, indicates that the ritual somehow precedes the story, even though the story precedes the ritual. They are both key ingredients that are essential for the other one to operate and exist. A cyclical Ouroboros, like the swapping of a chest plate and arm. Jeez. And no matter how long eternity lasts, no matter how slow Elster dances with Ariane, there will always be Arianes in other time loops, suspended in torturous immortality, other Elsters in other time loops, duty-bound to a promise, shirking on the promise, making good on that promise, and then backsliding, reversing the promise, bringing Ariana back to life again, dancing with her again. It's as if it's like a pachinko machine, tick, 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 and you can only hope that everything returns to this happy ending. The sickening thing of all of this is that when Adler told Elster that she was a selfish monster, that she was going to ruin everything, everything was already ruined. This makes the prologue all the more cruel. Here you have one Elster who never fell in love, and Ariane who would have died serving her nation, and when everything was quiet in that derelict ship, Ariane awoke. And remember, she couldn't sleep in those notes. She was cursed to immortality. She broke her keycard in half, maybe trying to take her own life. But with no other recourse, she must have slipped on her Eva suit and left the ship. This, of course, was followed by Elster also being woken up, wandering into the room she didn't recognize as Ariane's, and when receiving the transmission from other realms, was overwhelmed with all the unbelonging memories and died. No Elster is safe, no Ariane is safe, no version of reality is safe, all because Elster couldn't say goodbye. Might as well give my thoughts on the main characters that play key roles in this story and in its periphery. When I look at this lineup, I don't just see unique, rich characters. I also see ingredients that weave into one another in very strange ways. On the left, we have our seekers of the story, duty-bound to the characters on the right. Elster to find and revive Ariane. Isolde to find and save Erica. Adler to locate and protect Falk. And Lilith, well, forgive me for being a little headcanony, but Lilith strikes me as the seeker of her story. We don't know what happened at the Venetian War and what transpired, but I have a gut feeling that she too fought to desperately save or protect Alina. Elster is explicitly identified as deriving from the neural pattern of Lilith. And with Ariane, we have a detail in that pre-fake-out ending cutscene that somehow Alina is a sort of synchronistic progenitor to Ariane. Remember, when the name Alina is called, only she turns, but when Ariane is called, all forms of Ariane turn, including Alina. It could be pure coincidence. Iris, the mother of Ariane, said herself that they weren't related to any Alinas or Seos. But in the world of Signalis, there are no coincidences, only synchronicities. It seems that Alina was enough like Ariane, that in the same way that Lilith was a literal ingredient to Elster, Alina, the proverbial butterfly, was a preternatural ingredient to the overall fate and destination of Ariane, and thusly reality itself. That was what I was trying to say a couple whiteboards ago regarding my butterfly effect vexation. But going back to that pre-fake-out ending cutscene, it's clear that Elster and Ariane are not meant to be the final destinations. They both converge at Falk. We never get any documentation about the concerns and persona degradation of Falk. Why is the image of the revolution, the antithesis of the empire, wearing laurels? Why is she an overbearing, divine, ordinated leader like an empress would be? Maybe somehow Aeon figured out a way to get the neural pattern of the empress, or even just synthesize it somehow. And because Ariane, born on Lung, having some sort of dynastic relation to that chthonic old empire resting ground, was evoked in the inscribing of the neural pattern of her ancestor, the Empress. And, now it just occurs to me, when it comes to replicas, they don't have genes, they have memes, like mimetic data, telepathically inscribed information, personas, history. So that's what I'm going to go with. The neural pattern of Falk is the synthesized neural pattern of the Empress, and because of the nature of this ever-collapsing world, thusly Ariane. And then Isolde and Erica. This one's a toughie, only because there's so many different places we can go with this. Right now, let's just focus on the concrete. It seems that Isolde always lived under the shadow of Erica's bravery. At some point, though, Erica died or went missing, and so Issa's story is defined by her trying to find her sister, only to find out that she's been dead the entire time, on her way to becoming forgotten in this realm. I'm almost tempted to posit a theory that somehow, just like Alina Seo is the proverbial butterfly in the story of Elster and Ariane, could Lilith somehow be this sort of butterfly for the Ito family? There's just not enough data there. All this floundering about trying to make sense of all these peripheral character stories, but in the end, there is only sadness. The sadness of all of this is that many of these stories are enveloped in Gestaltzerfall. This entire game, Signalis, is just a vignette, a piece of a timeline loop. There's definitely some more here. I feel like I'm vaguely touching on various nodes that sadly I'm just so far away from. I'm thoroughly on the ugly side of my own Gestaltzerfall with this game. Now, not all is lost, though. There are a couple of themes I picked up in the periphery of this game. There is my tenuous theory of this royalist conspiracy, and a more solid framework for technological inheritance. The game of telephone that is bioresonant technology. Let's start with my little conspiracy theory. We've got no shortage of evidence that connects Ariane to the hidden ancient sacred grounds beneath Lung. Her documents say that she was born on Lung, and there's even those young family tablets that we find in nowhere. In addition to these pieces of evidence, there was actually one hiding in plain sight. The name Ariane. Usually I'm a lot better at this. But even though we are late in this investigation, I looked up what the name Ariane could mean. On top of it meaning most holy, which of course thematically is a bullseye, it also has a linking to the mythology of Ariadne. If you remember in The King in Yellow, the story of The Mask, there is a reference to Ariadne, the Greek mythology. But it doesn't just end at referencing The King in Yellow. In the myth of Ariadne, she is trapped as an overseer of this labyrinth where sacrifices are made to either Athena or Poseidon, depending on the version of the story you're going with. One of the figures who helped in the collection of these sacrifices was none other than Theseus, another bullseye. Remember that achievement, the ship of Theseus? So there is thematic linking between Theseus and Elster. It doesn't end there. Eventually, Ariadne falls in love with Theseus. She betrays her country and then breaks the ways of the gods and frees all the people who would have been sacrificed. Sound familiar? Ariane was trapped on the Penrose, doomed to be a sacrifice to the nation. She falls in love with her proverbial Theseus, Elster. But in this case, it flips a bit. It is Elster who breaks the ways of reality, does everything she can to bring back her proverbial Ariadne, free her Ariadne. From there, the story of Ariadne does kind of split off into different versions, but I think we have all that we need to really solidify that Ariadne does have some sort of dynastic divine ordination type thing to her story's trajectory. Now, where the solidness ends and the floppiness begins is my weird kooky theory regarding Iris somehow propping up her daughter to inherit reality, inherit the universe. After all, her name is Iris, so perhaps she's named in the patronage of this unblinking god. The god that I assume Ariadne would one day become. The god that we see in the artifact ending. In Rotfront Station 6, we see that Iris has those little flower pots Those flower pots would be used to grow lilies that again would be offered to bring back this unblinking god. Now, whether this unblinking god is separate from Ariane or she goes through some sort of apotheosis and becomes this eternal eye, not sure. But there is something. This pocket plot that ends up really becoming the main overarching housing plot to the plot within Signalis is inseparable from the young family. However, this could just simply be synchronicity, coincidence. We don't actually have any solid proof that Iris was pulling the strings. She could just simply be a mother with high hopes for her daughter, not knowing that she is the heiress to the universe. Also, it occurs to me after our Rotfront level that it's probably unlikely that the young family are secret royalists, because if they were, Sun, the Imperial spy, would not have been scared that Ariane was bioresonant. If anything, he would be writing, "I have found the heiress, everything is going as planned," or something like that. But maybe the empire of today is different from the empire of old. It's no coincidence that the long-haired Ariane looks so much like the Empress, the proto-dreamer. I've yapped enough about this. Maybe it's not as floppy as I thought it was. But let's talk about this more concise but still all the more fun theme of the entropic game of telephone that is the technological inheritance. Pretty straightforward. The Empress is said to be given the boon to breathe life into the mechanical beings. Somehow the nation, through Aeon, copied this methodology and were able to almost totally replace the Gestalt workforce with replicas. It's honestly such a fantastic foundation for a great grimdark sci-fi setting. Artificial sentience, forced to not be sentient, to craft a slave class of android. It's cruel to its very core. Honestly, now that I think about it, Aeon should have been what the Institute was in Fallout 4. It would have made for a far more interesting story. But alas, this is an unsustainable policy. And while I'm not going to run interference for the Empire, there is a cruel underlying, well, I say underlying, it's really a large overtone to the nation's view on replicas. And I guess Gestalts for that matter. They dress up as liberating revolutionaries when really they're just highly fascistic authoritarians. In a plethora of ways, when we are born and when we grow up, we are inundated, inscribed with a persona, expectations for how we are supposed to be. But as we gain agency, as we start making decisions for ourselves, we start to really evolve into our true selves, sometimes completely shedding that persona of old or synthesizing with it. Yes, there's trial and error, yes, there's pain, but becoming your own authentic self is a freeing experience. Not for replicas, though. You are assigned a body, a frame, a role, a persona. Diverting from it is seen as a disease, a defect, and marks you for decommissioning. Death, in other words. While we are so submerged in this forlorn love story between Elster and Ariane, it's very easy to overlook this very grim reality that is the existence of the replica. And now, these plates. When I cover these topics, I try to stay away from other people's theory crafting, primarily because I want this experience to be as unique as possible for you. When scouring the internet, I only really ever stick to data-mined things that aren't subjective. You know, fact-based data. However, I made an oopsie. I wanted to figure out if the King in Yellow was an actual item in the game that we could get through debugging. I was fairly certain that was a thing. I was wondering if somebody had data-mined the description or inspect caption of the King in Yellow and put it on the Wikia. And as I was scrolling around, I got flashbanged with what seemed, just at a glance, to look like a brilliant model for a theory regarding these seals. I believe the section was specifically called "Why These Seals?" Now, instinctually, I clicked off, but man, from what I could see, it was a good model, and despite only having seen it for maybe a few seconds, the phantom of truth had been laid. What's about to happen is going to be very unorthodox, but let's see if we can gather some gold from it. Here's what I could gather from that section before clicking off to see what I could cook on my own. There is a theory that these 6 plates that we collect in Nowhere have something to do with the various themes we work with in The King in Yellow. Now, again, like I said, I have a very incomplete impression of this model, but I do want to give credit where it's due. I believe the author of this theory is under the impression that reading the book causes you to become a character in its story. Now, I'm of the mind that when you read The King in Yellow play, it becomes a character in your life or story. But for the purposes of interpreting Signalis, I think the author of this theory on the Wikia is more on the mark than I am. I believe that the author of this theory is positing that these 6 plates and the aspects that they are emblematic of are ingredients that make a character outside the Yellow mythos become a part of it. If there ever was a floppy university, the author of this theory would be a tenured professor. However, that's where my interpretation of this model ends. So let's build off of it. The 2 plates that I believe have themes that are the most apparent in the King in Yellow are the plate of knowledge and the plate of love. In my video on the King in Yellow, I liken falling in love to an almost mimetic experience. We're all familiar with that big debate. Is it better to have loved and lost, or to have never have loved at all? It's almost as if, just how when you are exposed to something mimetically, you cannot unknow it, you cannot fall in love without it eventually leading to heartbreak. So in The King in Yellow, just as the meme of the play is an irreversible mimetic curse, the tragedy that befalls the people falling in love with each other and the romantic aspects are coming from the irreversible curse of falling in love. And where can we tie that in perfectly to Signalis? Reality itself was doomed the moment Elster and Ariane fell in love with each other. You have the bio-resident heir to the solar system, nay, reality itself. She is both a daughter of the nation, a descendant of the empire, and maybe some sort of long descendant of this ancient progenitor race. And then you have Elster, an unstoppable golem of flesh and metal, perfectly crafted to find things, fulfill missions, and adapt to all sorts of challenges. These 2 people fall in love, and the mission they fall in love on is none other than a suicide mission. Elster, whose survival chances eclipse Ariane, must either deal with the permanent loss of her love or tear apart reality to bring her back. And that is what she did. Now, the plate of sacrifice. There is actually a huge theme of sacrifice in The King in Yellow. A particularly randy painter in the story The Yellow Sign describes his licentious escapades as sacrificing women of the world. However, we have a more explicit theme of sacrifice in a small poem in the chapter Prophet's Paradise called simply The Sacrifice. Let's go ahead and give it a read. I went into a field of flowers whose petals are whiter than snow and whose hearts are pure gold. Far afield a woman cried, I have killed him I love. And from a jar she poured blood upon the flowers, whose petals are whiter than snow, and whose hearts are pure gold. Far afield I followed, and on the jar I read 1,000 names, while from which within the fresh blood bubbled to the brim. I have killed him I love, she cried. The world's athirst, now let it drink. She passed, and far afield I watched her pouring blood upon the flowers, whose petals are whiter than snow, and whose hearts are pure gold. Holy moly, that's so freaking cool. This reminds me so much of Elster. She killed that who she loved. The white flowers remind me of the lily, and that jar of blood of which many names are written on it. I mean, come on. This is so Signalis coded, guys. It's like the fleshy mass, the red fleshy mass that unifies all into one. Damn! One of my biggest fears is these eureka moments coming from somebody else's model. That's why I went through that whole thing giving credit to the person who put together that model. Even though I only got a glimpse of it, if these eurekas completely match whatever is on that Wikia, I want to make sure I'm giving credit where it's due. Now, as totally enthused as I am about those eureka moments, things get a lot more tenuous from here. The Plate of Eternity is when I start to come up a bit more dry. In Signalis, I take eternity to signify the ever-consuming loop of dreams and reality, the liminality of life and death. Now, these are themes that we do get into in The King in Yellow. Dreams and reality being blurred, being alive and being dead being blurred. Off the top of my head, a lot of the poems in Prophet's Paradise, the same chapter we get the sacrifice from, have a sort of looping aspect to them. They start with the same or similar line that they end with. The larger chapter, Demoiselle d'Is, at least how I interpret it, tells a story that sort of takes place in a dream world, but also in the hallucinogenic death rattle of a recently envenomed hunter. You gotta watch the video to understand where I'm going with that. But certainly, this is a very Yellow-esque theme. And now, the plate of flesh and the plate of balance. I got nothing. Shall we do the unthinkable? Why these seals? From the Signalis Wikia for the King in Yellow. The seals that Elster has to break of knowledge, love, balance, eternity, flesh, and sacrifice represent important milestones of her journey. However, why these seals are chosen is unknown and left to theory. One theory is that it represents fully becoming the character that you are representing from the play. That's where I ended up clicking off, so let's see what this theorizer has to say. The plate of love is emblematic of sharing one's passions and desires. The plate of flesh is emblematic of sharing the physical traits. The plate of sacrifice is emblematic of willing to lose in the name of becoming akin to them. This is the person that you either love, or I would even go so far as to say, to the mass of Elsters you are unifying with. Plate of eternity is emblematic of willing to hold that status into the future. So understanding that what you are doing or what's happening is forever. The plate of balance is emblematic of finding peace as this new Elster and fully balancing your role as them. The plate of knowledge is emblematic of knowing the nature of your change, but still embracing it. There's a caveat at the end that says, granted this is a rough idea and further theorization will be required for more cemented ideas in this regard. I think this model is so simple but perfect as a stepping stone into appreciating the cruelty that is all Elster's fates, all Ariane's fates, the unification of all of these aspects into one, the unification of all of these individuals, personas into one. I mean, this is just a great first step. I can't help but feel like I've been misinvesting my time into what I've been theorizing. I'll stop right there. I'm starting to get very self-conscious. How succinct. How brilliant. Of course. The plates are just simply signifiers of Elster's journey. Parts that were taken out of her, put back into her. She was rearranged like a ship of Theseus. While I'm relieved that my Eureka moments are still very unique, I have to commend the author of this model for at least putting together a more complete model. Because like I said, I just came up dry when it came to balance and flesh. It just goes to show that no matter how long my videos are, no matter how much I over-explain and overanalyze things, there is still so much gold to dig up. It's amazing. But yes, I think now I'm in agreement with this author that the seals that Elster is referring to, it may not be specifically the plates, but it's what they are emblematic of. Flesh, knowledge, eternity, sacrifice, balance, and love. She needed to break these seals, become one with their concepts, so that she could defeat Falk and fulfill her promise to Ariane. In a strange way, the unification of these 6 concepts mirror the 6 Elsters that had to sacrifice themselves to undo the efforts of the breaking of these seals. And finally, what is Signalis broadly about? What message is hidden in the miasma of a love story in a world in liminal flux? We've gone through the internal timeline and even the plots in the periphery, but there is a gene to this game, one that can only be inherited from Robert Chambers' The King in Yellow. I posited in my King in Yellow video that what makes a yellow fiction is a combination of the mundane with the weird. Specifically, the contrast of a love story being collided with by a weird fiction or horror story. And I think we got that here. If you remove the horror aspect, any of the eldritch or obscure weirdness, you still have the story of a singular robot's persona possessing other robots to fulfill the mission of finding her love. That alone would make a compelling story. But Barbara Whitman and Yuri Stern, the writers of Signalis, did something daring and introduced the King in Yellow to their fictional world, forever linking Signalis to the Yellow mythos. And what they did was very, very creative, building off of themes that were referential to the book and the mythical play within it, and forming something unique to the sci-fi grimdark setting. Synchronicity, Liminality, and Gestaltzerfall. The unique story of Elster's promise, embedded in an unrelated Yusian war, infected with the mimetic cognitohazard that is the King in Yellow, is a story of relentless repetition until the lines between what was and what will be is so blurred that it devolves into utter indiscernibility. We see this theme permeating even the physical world of this game, the replica duplication process, the fact that all this tech is so derivative, and just the overall confusing nature of this story. It's not nonsense, it's just Gestaltzerfall. Well, that was fun. You may have noticed that in this video there weren't any skits. Going into this video, I did have some cool ideas. I had some tracks prepared, some animated sprites prepared. But when I was faced with this sheer monstrosity, the monolithic beast that is this game of Signalis, All of what I had in mind creatively for the skit, for the peripheral accoutrements of this video, was all just straw compared to Signalis. Just like with the King in Yellow video, I found myself so consumed by its plot that every time that I wanted to get creative, make some skits, my mind went back to trying to make sense of the source material. I guess that's the difference between a topic being intellectually stimulating and a topic being creatively stimulating. Well, I have to say, after 2 intellectually stimulating monstrosity videos, I am just exhausted. So I look forward to this next video being a lot more creatively conducive. The next video is going to be most likely Hypnospace Outlaw. And don't worry, the stuff that I had prepared for Signalis won't be lost to time. The 2 tracks I prepared for it were bangers. They both should be uploaded to the Slaw Peacock channel very soon, if not already. As always, thank you all so much for your patience and support. I hope you all had a happy new year. Until next time, ma salama, suda sutun, hasta luego, I'll see you soon.